is already out. He's already upright. He crumples immediately to the ground, but the defendant keeps shooting him.
A few hours, 18 jurors heard the case. How the 12 who will decide the case will be chosen.
This killing got to stop. It don't make no sense.
Plus, a woman is dead and a teen injured. The latest information police are releasing about the city's homicide.
Waking up to a chill, but we start warming up today.
Wake Up at 5 starts right now.
With stories that matter to you. This is Fox 6 Wake Up News.
All right, it is 5 o'clock and it's time for weather first. I know it sounds like a contradiction. We're very chilly this morning, but we do start warming up today. It just takes some time. It's 27 right now. Light breeze out of the northwest, not enough to really kick in with any significant wind chill. But we are as low as the upper teens and low 20s in some parts of our viewing area right now. And that's even colder than yesterday. And yesterday was quite the frosty morning. Now, from here, we will actually turn it around. And by late in the day, we should get into the upper 40s and we'll continue to warm heading on into our Wednesday. Partly to mostly cloudy, but we should stay dry throughout the day today, and hopefully we'll still get a nice sunrise coming up at 6:45. It sets at 4:27.
Kyle Rittenhouse's fate will soon be in the hands of the jury.
The jurors will begin deliberations this morning. Amelia Jones live with what lies ahead.
All 18 jurors will come to the courthouse today at 9 a.m. Then, in a random drawing, 12 will begin deliberations. This comes after hours yesterday of closing arguments. Assistant District Attorney Thomas Binger argued Rittenhouse provoked the instances leading to last summer's shootings, where he opened fire on 3 people, killing 2 of them. Defense attorney Mark Richards maintained Rittenhouse feared for his life and said all of his client's actions that night were in self-defense.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt in this case that the defendant committed these crimes.
You'll see Mr. Rosenbaum take off when he sees my client coming, along with the Zeminskis, to set up the ambush of my client. Provocation? I don't think so.
Defense attorney Richards goes on to say in closing arguments that the state changed their approach after several of the prosecution's witnesses supported the defense's claims. Each side took about 2 hours for their closing arguments. Rittenhouse now faces 5 charges after a gun charge was dropped just before closing arguments Monday. Again, the jurors will report back here to court at 9 a.m. Reporting live in Kenosha, Amelia Jones, Fox 6 News.
Amelia, thank you. Kyle Rittenhouse faces multiple counts.
Angelica, with a breakdown of those charges.
Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse now faces a total of 5 charges. 3 of them homicide-related charges, including first-degree reckless homicide in the death of Joseph Rosenbaum, first-degree intentional homicide in the death of Anthony Huber, and attempted first-degree intentional homicide in the shooting of Gage Grosskreutz. Now, we do know that the jury will be allowed to consider if Joseph Rosenbaum provoked Rittenhouse in the charge for first-degree reckless homicide. Jurors are also allowed to consider lesser charges of second-degree intentional homicide and first-degree reckless homicide. Jurors may also consider lesser charges of second-degree attempted intentional homicide and first-degree recklessly endangering safety. Rittenhouse also faces 2 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. Now, again, there was 1 charge of possessing a dangerous weapon under the age of 18. That charge has been dropped. Suzanne.
Angelica, thanks. The city of Kenosha, though, certainly preparing and bracing for that jury's decision.
It comes as some of the city still rebuilding after last year's unrest caused an estimated $50 million in damage. A fire destroyed much of the B&L office furniture building last summer. The owner says he's hoping for peace.
We're all humans. We all make mistakes. And I hope what we learn out of this is that we don't need to fight with each other.
The governor has also called for the National Guard to be on standby. 500 soldiers are nearby if local law enforcement is called.
Our coverage of the Rittenhouse trial continues online on fox6now.com, the Fox 6 News app, and the Fox 6 News YouTube channel.
One woman is dead and a 15-year-old girl recovering after a shooting on the north side. It happened Monday near 36th and Meineke. Police say the teen was dropped off at a hospital with gunshot wounds. A 26-year-old woman's body was found in an alley. Loved ones we spoke with say they don't understand why the woman was targeted.
She had kids, and they loved their mother. That's all they had. Who else they gonna have now? This killing got to stop. It don't make no sense.
Police still trying to figure out what led up to the shooting. Anyone with information should call MPD.
Jeffrey Norman is officially Milwaukee's police chief.
He replaces former Chief Alfonso Morales. The longtime officer has spent more than 2 decades on the force and says he's committed to fighting crime.
The police department is standing very tall with those who are saying we want our streets back. For those who want to engage in reckless driving, beware, because this is not going to be acceptable behavior in this city.
Norman sworn in for a 4-year term. At 8-2, the Packers are tied for the best record in the NFL, but now the team is facing some injury problems.
And fans fearing the worst when running.
Well, you see behind me, we'll call these streeteries, and they could be a more permanent fixture in the New York City landscape because the city's planning commission has unanimously voted yes to keep these up and running.
It's been a remedy to keep restaurants afloat during the pandemic, says this restaurant owner.
I would guess more than half the restaurants in this city would have been gone by now if it wasn't for the structures, the cabanas, tents, whatever we want to call them.
The alfresco dining setups seen across the city on sidewalks, along curbs, often taking up precious parking real estate.
I can't even get to my block. If I'm lucky, I could get to the curve if I'm being dropped off.
And now there's a chance these structures are here to stay without penalty. On Monday, the City Planning Commission unanimously voted to remove zoning prohibitions against sidewalk cafes, which means these outdoor dining structures could soon be something more permanent to the dining landscape in New York City. That is, if the City Council approves it. In the meantime, the executive director of the city's Hospitality Alliance is pleased. Andrew Ridgey saying, in short, since its inception, open restaurants has saved more than 100,000 industry jobs and countless small businesses from financial collapse. And this yes vote is a critically important first step towards developing a sustainable future for this very popular program.
And while these streeteries are allowing more options for dining and letting the restaurant industry stay afloat, the issue is it's taking up a lot of the parking spots. So here in the city, the Post is reporting about 8,500 parking spots are now streetery spots. And again, the City Council has the final vote. We're live here on the Lower East Side. Braden Medji, Good Day New York. Dan, back to you.
Reagan, thank you very much. Well, police are searching for 2 people they say were involved in a gunfight in the Bronx. The shooting happened on St. Anne's Avenue. That's in the Mott Haven section just before 10 o'clock yesterday morning. The 2 then took off towards Cypress Avenue. No one was injured. If you recognize the suspects in this surveillance video, you're asked to call Crime Stoppers. That number is 1-800-577-TIPS.
Well, police in Harlem are investigating a shooting that left 3 men injured. This happened around 8:15 p.m. in front of a store on 141st Street. The victims were taken to area hospitals in stable condition. No word yet on what may have prompted the gunfire. So far, there are no arrests.
Well, President Biden made it official and signed his infrastructure bill into law.
And that new bill, it will have a positive impact on New Yorkers. It will allow the MTA to hold off on fare hikes for a while.
And you know what? We want to hear from you.
And with that, everyone, we will take our first break of this hour. You're watching Live Now from Fox, worldwide as always for you. And we are back out here live on Live Now from Fox. We are going to listen to a little bit as health officials believe that there will be another COVID surge come this winter.
Things considered still felt it was good enough to be used. And another example, as highlighted at the last task force meeting, 3 states that activated crisis of standard of care last month all used the SOFA score, and 2 use an earlier version of a point score system that its authors revised last December due to important equity problems they found with it. Dr. Nina Smith rightly urges us all to work to reverse the predictable patterns of who gets harmed first and worst. In vaccine allocation, we've seen unprecedented movement in this regard, in particular through the widespread adoption of disadvantaged indices. Yet, when it comes to currently active triage policy, to leading triage voices and bioethics, and expert committees tasked with assessing crisis standard of care equity, it seems we find agreement only on not exacerbating, that is, maintaining inequities. And in using the SOFA score in the knowledge that it is harmful to communities of color and people with disabilities, not even this threshold is met. Why is this so now and today? A confluence of factors seems at play. The view that in an emergency, the perfect can't be the enemy of the good, that aside from ventilator triage, a myriad of other crisis standard of care elements needs managing, that a triage framework is better than none, that while there may be alternative scores and modifications that are cumbersome or complicated, or just too new. Or that we can just come back to this when we have to, now that we finally seem to have turned a corner and are still busy with other related matters. It's important to acknowledge pragmatic constraints, but these and related reasons are not good enough if we're sincere about equity. So all to say that while path dependency and the role of competing and shifting priorities may seem banal, understanding and addressing their roles is crucial for the task force's next step and underscore a further facet of the critical relevance of the implementation and accountability framework. And it could be more important in some areas than others. For crisis standard of care, it requires proactive engagement of key stakeholders, including the state and hospital association level, to understand barriers and conduits of real progress with health equity. Thank you again for opening a major, new, and urgent chapter with this landmark report.
Thank you, Dr. Schmidt. Next, we have Dr. Lynn Taubman from Spectrum Health. Dr. Taubman, you have 3 minutes, and please proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is Lynn Todman. I am Vice President of Health Equity at Spectrum Health, which is an integrated healthcare delivery system located in Southwest Michigan. We're an $8.3 billion enterprise with 31,000 employees, 5,000 physicians and advanced care practitioners, and a dedicated $100 million in funding for health equity work. My thoughts about the final recommendations you've put forth, particularly focused on priority number 5 that references a permanent health equity infrastructure in the White House. It shouldn't be lost on any of us that the last time we experienced a watershed moment like this was almost 50 years ago, with the 1964 enactment of the Civil Rights legislation. That legislation outlawed discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, national origin, and later sexual orientation and gender identity. It prohibited unequal application of voter registration requirements, racial segregation in schools, healthcare settings, and employment discrimination. And because of that legislation, as a nation, we've made great strides. However, we all know that racism is a complex, adaptive system. It has a way of reinventing itself and showing up despite policies, regulations, and reforms that have been intended to eliminate it. And as a result, we haven't progressed as far as we might have thought we would or hoped for in 1964, and the disparities in social and economic conditions that impact health persist. They persist in education, employment, income, wealth, housing, food, transportation, and so on. These disparities are predictably reflected in health inequities, such as pregnancy-related mortality, heart disease, hypertension, diabetes, obesity, and death from cancer. These disparities and their underlying social and economic drivers fueled the harms the pandemic had on communities of colors. It is the persistence of these disparities, despite impressive historical efforts, that inspire my comments. It's worth lifting up priority 5 that references a permanent health equity infrastructure in the White House and punctuating the many other references made throughout the document calling for this work to be institutionalized and embedded across all federal agencies. The institutionalization of health equity priorities and work across federal bodies is mission critical. It's critical given the systemic and dynamic nature of racism, which has effectively muted past efforts to eliminate health inequities. we witnessed significant moments of hope and progress and promise that were subsequently thwarted by backlash, pivots, pauses, and redirects that robbed energy and focus from the work that we're all committed to. References in the documents to sustainable funding, regulatory reforms, and other types of structural changes signal the intention of the recommendations. I just want to take a moment to note that it's essential to hardwire this work into the institution's charge with shepherding the recommendations forward, because as we've learned over the decades and centuries of trying to advance health equity, the drivers of inequity persist, they adapt, they flex, they find holes, they push back. But I commend you for this work. I am so grateful for this work and everything you've done, and I am proud and I'm hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Topman. Next, we have Dr. Arthur Evans from American Psychological Association. Dr. Evans, you have 3 minutes, and please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the American Psychological Association. APA is the largest professional association representing the practice and science of psychology in the United States, with over 122,000 clinicians, researchers, consultants, students as its members and affiliates. But really importantly, our members reach hundreds of thousands of people each year, providing direct services, conducting research, and training students. I want to first start by thanking the task force for your work in getting these 55 recommendations to this point. You've developed a strong roadmap that will position the nation to achieve the laudable health equity outcomes that we all want and desire. As the work now shifts to generating action, I want to share with you 3 points we see as essential to the successful implementation of the recommendations going to President Biden. My first point is this: if the nation's behavioral health needs are not a central focus of our approach, our response to the pandemic will be incomplete and inadequate. Too often, mental health is treated as an afterthought, a luxury that we can get to after we've addressed people's physical health needs. But nothing could be further from the truth. We and others have highlighted the disease burden that the behavioral health issues place on our nation. And the data are clear. Our nation is experiencing a behavioral health pandemic like nothing we've ever seen before. Practically every survey illustrates the magnitude of the problem that we face, and our clinicians are telling us and seeing this as well. Our school psychologist colleagues are telling us that while many children are back in schools, many are disengaged, unable to focus, using more substances, and are considering suicide at much higher rates. Our organizational psychologist colleagues are telling us that issues like psychological safety, work-related stress, and burnout are having a disproportionate negative impact on frontline workers, many of whom are people of color. Our psychologist colleagues working primarily with indigenous communities are telling us that people are just exhausted and broken. Their energy is depleted from dealing with chronic and pervasive levels of stress and loss, not only due to the disproportionate impacts of the pandemic, but longstanding historical burdens like racism and discrimination. We just cannot afford to wait anymore. It is urgent that we address these issues now. My second point is this: because human behavior is at the heart of most of the challenging aspects of managing and responding to the pandemic, we must use the science of human behavior to improve our response. For instance, psychological science helps us understand phenomena like attitude formation and persuasion that contribute to challenges like vaccine hesitancy. Psychological science also helps explain why people do or do not engage in health behaviors. For years, health and pediatric psychologists have been at the forefront of helping patients with diabetes more consistently check their glucose levels and motivate those with kidney disease to stay on sodium-free diets. Similarly, we should be using this behavioral science to encourage people's uptake of COVID mitigation strategies. My third and final point is this: Given the complexity and the magnitude of the challenges related to achieving health equity, the administration should utilize a population health framework to implement these recommendations. While we believe this is important for all of the recommendations, let me explain why it is so critical for behavioral health. The framework that we use must acknowledge the fact that our nation's approach to behavioral health was inadequate prior to the pandemic, particularly for people of color. And that's only been exacerbated by the pandemic. We can no longer afford to do more of the same thing and expect to get different results. So what does it mean to use a population health framework for how we address the nation's behavioral health needs? It means that we don't only focus on people with a diagnosis or who are in crisis, but we also employ strategies to address people who are at greater risk, to mitigate those risks, or to intervene at the earliest possible moment. And we also must focus on people who are healthy to help keep them healthy. We know a lot about the correlates of good psychological health, and we should be using that information to promote good mental health. This is the only way that we will be able to deal with the magnitude of the problems that we have or the challenges that we have. And this is what we mean by a whole population approach, not just focusing on those who are sick. One other point about that, we believe that this not only addresses the issues that we're seeing in the pandemic, but it really is consistent with the president's imperative to build back better. I'd like to close by thanking you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the American Psychological Association. We greatly appreciate your commitment to addressing the issues of health equity. And if I could just say on a personal note, this is really a monumental moment for our country. And the roadmap that you have developed has a potential for enormous impact in the lives of millions of Americans. And I am personally grateful, and I am grateful for our association and for our discipline and profession. And we stand ready to help the administration implement this roadmap.
Breathing discomfort, cardiac and autonomic issues, neuropsychology, and pediatrics. This collaborative is a wealth of knowledge not only clinically, but also to understand access to care barriers for patients and healthcare infrastructure concerns and gaps. We hope the Health Equity Task Force will recommend AAPM&R be considered a resource on long COVID and included in any stakeholder advisory group. And we look forward to seeing how the report recommendations are implemented. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Singh. Next, we have Ms. Avery Pakulis from First Focus on Children. Ms. Pakulis, you have 3 minutes, and please proceed.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Avery Pakulis. I'm Vice President for Early Childhood and Public Health Policy at First Focus on Children. And First Focus, for those of you who don't know, is a bipartisan advocacy organization dedicated to making children and families the priority in federal policy and budget decisions. And First Focus would really like to thank the COVID-19 Health Equity Task Force, Dr. Nunes-Smith, and all the task force members for their work this year to address the inequitable impacts of COVID-19, which we view as being symptomatic of structural racism and historic inequities in our country. And they are felt by children in addition to adults. First Focus has worked over the last year and a half to draw attention to the inequitable burdens the pandemic has had on our children. You know many of these statistics, but over 6 million children, child COVID-19 cases have been reported in the U.S., including 584 child deaths as of this week. All aspects of children's lives have been impacted by the pandemic, and they've carried some of the heaviest burdens throughout this time. And that's via childcare and school closures, over 140,000 children having lost a caregiver, increases in mental health needs, large numbers of homeless families, more children living in poverty, and increasing numbers of children going hungry. Households with children have been more likely to experience job loss, a decline in household income, and the loss of health insurance and other benefits during the pandemic. Children have experienced significant racial inequities through the pandemic as well, just like adults, with the rates of COVID-19 hospitalizations and deaths significantly higher for Black, Latino, and Hispanic children. The overrepresentation of Black and Hispanic youth in detention having increased even further than prior to the pandemic, and children of racial and ethnic minorities experiencing a disproportionate loss of a caregiver. We thank the task force for recognizing children in so many of its recommendations to address health inequities. And we encourage the White House to now focus specifically and purposely on health inequities in children when implementing these recommendations. We support the strong statement you all made to guarantee health care for everyone, regardless of immigration status, as any exceptions made in health coverage based on immigration status significantly and negatively impact children. We support the expansion and strengthening of Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program, which will benefit children of color and their families. Prioritizing vaccine distribution, testing, and treatment in communities of color and underserved communities, as you all suggest, will also benefit children, as we consider children to be an underserved population. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed and exacerbated great needs in behavioral health services, as was just mentioned, for children that must be addressed and are recognized here. And we also appreciate the recognition that homeless youth face significant obstacles, and for you including housing supports in your recommendations. We appreciate the attention you paid to the needs of children in carceral settings and those in congregate care, and the recognition that early learning settings and schools play an important role in caring for and creating equity for children and their families and their health. The recommendation to provide paid time off for COVID-19 testing, vaccination, and recovery is vital, and we urge the administration to ensure that this kind of time off also allows caregivers to get their children tested and vaccinated and for their children to recover, as we recently urged the Department of Labor to do. And finally, we urge the administration to include people representing the specific needs of children in any pandemic response authority that it creates based on your recommendations. First Focus on Children thanks you again for this important equity work, and we urge you to continue considering the unique needs of children as you move forward toward implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pakulis. Next, we have Mr. Joseph Amara from Powers, Palo Sutter, and Breville, PC. Ms. Amara, you have 3 minutes, and please proceed.
Thank you, Captain Wu, and thank you to the task force for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Joe Nara, and I am one of the coordinators for the Disability and Rehabilitation Research Coalition, or the DRRC. The DRRC is a coalition of more than 25 national research, clinical, and consumer nonprofit organizations committed to improving the science of rehabilitation, disability, and independent living. The DRRC seeks to leverage the federal investment in these areas to improve the ability of Americans with disabilities to live and function as independently as possible following an injury, illness, disability, or chronic condition. As you might expect, over the past 2 years, the DRRC is focused on addressing the disparate impact of COVID-19 on the populations we represent, particularly through the lens of research and data. I'd like to say that we greatly appreciate the task force's work over the past year on advancing health equity for underserved populations, including people with disabilities, and I'd like to personally congratulate all the task force members on the completion of the final report today. Earlier this year, members of the DRC Steering Committee had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Nunez-Smith and other representatives from the task force and discuss our recommendations for their work. We are so glad to see that many of these concepts are incorporated throughout today's report. We have particularly appreciated the task force's recognition of the importance of robust demographic data collection, including disability status data. As the members of the task force well know, demographic data collection is critical, not only to support traditional research endeavors, but to better identify and understand disparities and inequities and to develop and evaluate policy solutions to address the needs of people with disabilities and other underserved populations. COVID-19 pandemic has laid bare and exacerbated not only the health disparities and inequities that these populations face, but the inadequacies of the current data collection regime. For far too long, there has been a lack of reliable information on how people with disabilities are impacted by any number of factors, and these gaps are replicated to varying degrees across other demographic categories as well. We've also seen that the administration has led the charge in placing a greater focus on equity and social determinants in health policy discussions, which we strongly support. However, too often disability is omitted or only included as an afterthought, despite the inclusion of people with disabilities in the President's executive order on advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities. Disability status needs to be explicitly recognized as a mandatory category for demographic data collection across all federal efforts. We appreciate that the task force has recognized this need and hope the recommendations in today's report are taken into consideration by other federal agencies. Between the task force and the Interagency Working Group on Equitable Data, the administration's commitment to improving and standardizing demographic data is clear, and we look forward to seeing these recommendations implemented throughout the federal government. Today's report is an important first step. The policymakers and external stakeholders need to continue working together to ensure that they are appropriately acted upon. The inclusion of the implementation plan and accountability framework in today's report is crucial to accomplishing this goal, and we thank the task force for recognizing this important piece of the report. Thank you again for all your work over the past year. We look forward to continuing to work with you and your colleagues on these issues, and the DRC serves as a resource for this task force, the administration, and Congress going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nara. So next we have Dr. Jane Morgan from Piedmont Healthcare. Dr. Morgan is unable to join us live, but has provided a statement and asked to be read during the meeting. And I'll read her statement on her behalf. Hello, my name is Dr. Jane Morgan. I am a cardiologist and the executive director of the COVID task force for the Piedmont Healthcare System in the state of Georgia. We are the largest healthcare system here in the state, covering over 70% of the geography. I am here today to talk with you about the importance of clinical trials and improved minority enrollment in these clinical trials, and the direct correlation to decreasing the gap in health inequities via clinical trials. Clinical trials offer our best and our brightest thinking, and yet African American and other minority groups as well participate at low levels in these trials. The Black population specifically has a historical context of atrocities committed against their bodies in the name of the advancement of medicine and science. And so clinical trials and research by and large is not a safe place for them to be. And yet, as we grapple with health inequities, we must begin to change the paradigm of that thinking from exploitation to representation. Clinical trials offer more touch points with the medical system.
A live look right now at the White House as we continue to bring you the top stories, headlines from across the country. We're going to keep you at the White House to show you yesterday's historic signing of the infrastructure bill that went into law there, a $1 trillion package.
I am Donita Williams. I'm an optical fiber maker at Corning in Wilmington, North Carolina. 326 members there and the steel workers throughout our great union Supply America. We have the materials and components needed in our nation's infrastructure. Investments in infrastructure are critical to workers like me, my brothers and sisters in other industries, and I was so proud to join them to help pass this bill you will sign today, President Biden. One of the most excited part about this bill, the $65 billion upgrade to expand broadband in communities across the country. Communities like mine and rural North Carolina. This is not just an investment in broadband, but in jobs at Corny, where I make fiber, and investments in fellow North Carolinas. This job will help everyone have access to this bill will help everyone have access to the internet that they need to teach their children, run their businesses, and sell products from their farms. These jobs are important. Working at Corny making optical fiber, I've been there 26 years. It helped me raise my daughter, who's now 30. As a single mom, I was able to have health care provided, able to send her to school to get an education, and it has allowed me to contribute to my local economy and community. And it also helped me contribute to the tax base that's needed for essential items. We need it, y'all. So hey, it has. I just want to thank President Biden. I want to thank him for investing in me, workers like me, my brothers and sisters all throughout this great United States. I just want to thank you, and thank you for your bold leadership and vision. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And now it is my honor to introduce the mayor of Fontana, California, Aquanetta Warren.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. President and distinguished guests. I'm Aquanetta Warren, Mayor of Fontana, California, a city of 220,000 in San Bernardino County. I'm honored to be here and represent small and mid-sized communities in America. This bill, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, is designed to help all of us, big, small, and in between. The bill brought together both Republicans and Democrats and will address the critical needs of our community by putting millions of Americans to work and providing long-term funding to address our nation's crumbling infrastructure. I congratulate not only President Biden on this tremendous accomplishment, but the members of Congress, including my representatives, Norma Torres and Pete Aguilar, of both parties who voted for this. I attended many meetings regarding this bill, virtually, of course. I attended these meetings and I was so struck by the bipartisan nature of the discussions. It doesn't matter whether you were a Republican or a Democrat. You work together to put the safety and efficiency of American people first. This bill will invest millions and produce countless jobs for cities such as Fontana. It will improve roadways, transit systems, our access to clean water, and millions of Americans their ability to access high-speed internet and bridge the digital divide. This bill will also address climate change, and it is a major step forward in protecting our communities against fire, drought, and floods. After the Great Depression, Roosevelt had his New Deal, putting Americans back to work and bringing forth programs that are still with us generations later. Social Security, unemployment insurance, and federal agricultural subsidies. Now, after a pandemic that has shaken the global economy at its core, we have this newer deal, one that will put America back while protecting and advancing our infrastructure for generations to come. You know, Mr. President, I've been working on infrastructure since I was elected as mayor in 2010. I just have to thank the members of Congress and thank you, Mr. President, for making this a reality. Thank you.
Please welcome Senator Kyrsten Sinema.
Oh, thank you. You know, you'll hear a lot today about what this historic legislation means for everyday Americans, from better roads to stronger electric grids, to cleaner water, to faster internet in more places. Our plan will create millions of jobs and make our country stronger, safer, and more globally competitive without raising taxes on everyday Americans. You may have heard less about new policies in our bill that do not grab the same media attention, but will make a big difference. States like Arizona that are confronting historic drought will see billions of dollars to strengthen water systems throughout the American West. Communities will see historic investments to prevent and recover from wildfires. Land ports of entry, key national security infrastructure and commercial hubs will see major upgrades. And our bill makes significant investments in tribal communities' infrastructure, including all necessary funding to complete authorized Indian water rights settlements. Beyond historic financial resources, our plan includes a significant update of transportation policy. From strengthening public transit in mid-sized communities, to new technologies preventing impaired driving, to new federal positions to raise the voices of tribal communities in infrastructure policy. Our legislation represents the substantive policy changes that some have said are no longer possible in today's Senate. How many times have we heard that bipartisanship isn't possible anymore, or that important policy can only happen on a party line? Our legislation proves the opposite. And the senators who negotiated this legislation show how to get things done. The senators in our group of 10 effectively represented the needs of the regions we represent. Senator Cassidy in the Deep South, Senator Warner in the Mid-Atlantic, Senator Manchin in Appalachia, and Senators Romney and Tester in the West. And the Northeast and Alaska, each with unique needs, were ably represented by Senators Shaheen, Collins, and Murkowski, the wonder women of our group, always focused on the practical outcomes. And I sincerely thank my partner in co-leading this long effort, Senator Rob Portman, whose knowledge of the federal budget is matched only by his steadfast commitment to delivering on this priority for America. Delivering this legislation for the American people, this is what it looks like when elected leaders set aside differences, shut out the noise, and focus on delivering results on the issues that matter most to everyday Americans. I look forward to the work that we will all do together to implement this historic legislation. Thank you.
Please welcome Senator Rob Portman.
Kyrsten, thank you very much, and it was great being your partner in this.
We are back worldwide here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking a listen at yesterday's senators and House members coming together to talk about the $1 trillion historic infrastructure bill that President Biden signed into law.
Congratulate everyone gathered here today for the role you played in making this possible. This is what can happen when Republicans and Democrats decide we're going to work together to get something done. The bipartisan process that resulted in this historic investment began with a meeting about 8 months ago with my colleague, Senator Sinema, whose persistence was absolutely key to us being here today. We met, frankly, in response to the initial Biden infrastructure plan, which included tax increases and also included substantial investments in so-called human infrastructure. By removing the tax hikes and shrinking the package to only fund core infrastructure, we saw an opportunity to find bipartisan consensus on finally fixing our nation's outdated infrastructure. And from there, the group quickly grew to the G10 negotiators. They were just mentioned, but I got to mention them again. Senators Susan Collins, Mitt Romney, Lisa Murkowski, Bill Cassidy, Joe Manchin, Jeanne Shaheen, Mark Warner, and John Tester. 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats. It ultimately grew to 22 senators, evenly divided by party, in a partnership with the House Problem Solvers Caucus, led by Brian Fitzgerald and Josh Gottheimer. Give them a round of applause. Senator Mitch McConnell, to his credit, supported our efforts to find a way forward and eventually lent his critical support. Senator Shelley Moore Capito helped lay the foundation for our success in her White House discussions and also in her committee work with Senator Tom Carper. Our work was guided by a few simple principles: core infrastructure only, no tax increases, and no linkage to the broader partisan reconciliation process. Instead, we agreed this would be a truly bipartisan process, working from the middle out, not the top down. There were plenty of bumps along the way, but we got there because we were all committed to ultimately delivering a result for the constituents we represent. We also got there because of a lot of smart, hardworking staff, as usual. I want to commend my team as well as the staff of our G10 members, and I want to commend the White House negotiators, led ably by Steve Ricchetti and supported by Brian Deese. Every president and every Congress in modern times has proposed major infrastructure improvements. They all have. By making infrastructure a real priority in his administration, President Trump furthered the discussion and helped Republicans like me think differently about the positive impact of investment in core infrastructure. And core infrastructure is what this law is all about. It's about roads and bridges and rail and transit and ports and airports and water systems, the electric grid, broadband, and more. We've got a major bridge in my hometown, and it's also a major bottleneck, desperately in need of replacing. We've been trying to do it for 25 years, but we haven't been able to pull together the funding and figure out how to do it. This new law finally gives us the tools we need to fix the Brent Spence Bridge, and the same is true for major projects all around the country. That's why you see so many of my colleagues here from every region of the country, because they know this is going to help to create more economic efficiency, more productivity, and maybe lessen that commute for their constituents. This long-term investment in our nation's capital assets will grow the economy because of that efficiency and that productivity. It'll create hundreds of thousands of new jobs. It'll make us more competitive against countries like China, who are investing heavily in infrastructure, much more than we have been. Maybe most importantly, at a time of surging inflation, these long-term investments are actually going to help. Inflation, of course, is caused when demand outstrips supply. And in this case, we're not funding stimulus spending that adds to the demand side, but ports and freight rail and roads and bridges and other assets that will help on the supply side. That's why economists say this bill is counter-inflationary, which is so important right now, as American families are facing higher prices on everything from gas to groceries. This new law also includes landmark permitting reforms to reduce timelines for infrastructure projects while maintaining environmental and safety standards. We want taxpayer-funded infrastructure projects to be done as cost-effectively as possible, right? Get them done on time and under budget. This bipartisan support for this bill comes because it makes sense for our constituents. But the approach from the center out should be the norm, not the exception. The increasing polarization of our country is keeping us from getting things done, and we have a responsibility to do better. The American people want us to see us coming together. They know that despite our differences, we should be able to figure it out and work together to solve big problems. We can start by recognizing that finding common ground to advance the interests of the American people should be rewarded, not attacked. Mr. President, in a moment you're going to sign this bill. I will say that you and I will disagree on the tax and spending in the other priority you have, the reconciliation bill, but I think we can both agree that this infrastructure investment shouldn't be a one-time bipartisan accomplishment. This should be the beginning of a renewed effort to work together on big issues facing our country. Again, I want to thank everybody who's here today for what you did to make this possible. Thank you. You need to order.
Please welcome Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for inviting us to the White House. Thank you to Vice President Harris, my colleagues in attendance, all of you, and Senator Sinema, Portman, and Speaker Pelosi. Now, for years, Americans were promised that an infrastructure bill was coming. Today, we're telling the American people that an infrastructure bill is finally here. Thank you, President Biden. At the start of this year, we told American families that we'd meet our challenges, the challenges of our time, with boldness and with courage. Now they're getting one of the largest infrastructure bills ever. To paraphrase one of my favorite former vice presidents, it's a big effing deal. There isn't a community in America, not a city, not a town or rural hub, that doesn't have some glaring infrastructure problem requiring immediate attention. Busted roads make it harder for people to get to work. Dilapidated schools make it harder for kids to learn. Overtaxed seaports and railways and airports make it harder for goods to get to market, hurting businesses, raising prices on consumers, and hurting our economy. If America is to compete in this century, we can't do it with an infrastructure that's stuck in the last century. This infrastructure bill will help us meet the challenges of our time, strengthen our crucial supply chains, and lay the foundation for another generation of economic prosperity. This bill can be summed up by a four-letter word: J-O-B-S. Jobs, jobs, and more local jobs, more good-paying jobs, more union jobs. This bill will benefit every state, in very significant ways. In New York, my New York, major projects have been stalled for so long, like Gateway, the Cross Bronx Expressway, the 2nd Avenue Subway, I-81 in Syracuse, the Inner Loop in Rochester, will all have the ability to get going. And there are projects as important as these in every state across the country. Today's infrastructure bill will also begin the necessary efforts to prevent the worst of climate change, putting thousands of Americans to work by investing in resilience in our buildings, and crucially, beginning our task to make America's transportation system clean. It will finally bring millions of Americans online with high-speed internet, both in rural and underserved communities. New York alone still has over 1 million households without access or a subscription to broadband. We'll also help eliminate lead pipes in our water system, so one day parents won't have to worry if their kids are getting sick every time they turn on the faucet. Cities like Rochester still have 25,000 lead pipes that need replacement. 25,000. And today's legislation will also make driving safer in America. It'll require new cars to install drunk driving prevention technology, and it will make dangerous, largely unregulated vehicles like limos safer to use on the road. In the audience today, we have a great New Yorker, my friend Kevin Cushing. Kevin, where are you amid this big crowd? Thank you, Kevin. He's way back there. Kevin is the father of Patrick Cushing. Patrick died 3 years ago when he and 19 friends from the Amsterdam, New York area were celebrating a birthday, and they were killed in a limo crash in Schoharie. As the president deeply understands, that is a loss no parent should endure. It was horrific, preventable tragedy stemming from outdated federal rules and loopholes that allow dangerous limos to operate on the road unchecked. In the face of the loss, rather than curse the darkness, Kevin and the families impacted that day lit a candle. Every day since that accident, they have pushed every single senator to support changes in our laws to make these vehicles safer to ride in. Today, their perseverance has paid off. Kevin, my friend, it was an honor to fight alongside you, and today Patrick is smiling down with pride. So, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership in achieving this long-sought goal on a bipartisan basis. The benefits go on and on. Thank you to all of my colleagues who pushed this infrastructure bill over the finish line, including our committee chairs and Speaker Pelosi, and everyone who reached across the aisle on this bipartisan achievement. Today's signing is a major and historic step forward, and we will keep working with you, Mr. President, to build on today's success by passing the rest of your Build Back Better agenda in the weeks ahead so we can keep our promises to help families achieve the American dream. Thank you, everybody. This is a great day for America.
Please welcome Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to everyone who made today possible. I especially want to acknowledge President Biden for the glorious vision and the great commitment that he had to bring this legislation forward for the people. It is a great achievement. Thank you, Mr. President. When our nation was experiencing the depths of pandemic and economic crisis, you knew, Mr. President, that we needed not only to recover, but we had to seize the opportunity to build back better. Following your vision, Congress passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, an historic step to rebuild the infrastructure and the middle class. Your agenda is historic, transformative, and the biggest, boldest investment in our country's history. I just want to talk about the history for a moment. The very first major infrastructure investment was President Thomas Jefferson's. He tasked the Secretary of Treasury, Gallatin, for the Gallatin Project to build the infrastructure to reach into our ever-growing nation, resulting in the Erie Canal, the Cumberland Road in Maryland, and other initiatives. Then under President Lincoln and through legislation from Congress, America launched the Transcontinental Railroad, connecting the country from coast to coast. On the 100th anniversary of the Gallatin Project, President Theodore Roosevelt established the National Park Service to preserve God's beautiful natural patrimony of our country. And then President Eisenhower, years later, established the Interstate Highway System, initially a national security initiative, but significantly connecting America for commerce and communities. And today, Mr. President, With the stroke of your pen, we will take a giant step to achieve your vision, to build America's roads, bridges, water systems, and so much more, creating good-paying union jobs, and ensuring clean air and clean water, delivering better quality of life with equity, helping businesses thrive, and turbocharging our global competitiveness, connecting communities again through the internet, and making America safer as we protect our planet. And we do so building back better. This historic achievement was possible thanks to so many who have been acknowledged already, honors granted to all of them, to our chairs, members, and staff who have in every step brought a depth of knowledge, commitment, and values-based leadership that is making a difference. Especially I salute in the House Transportation Infrastructure Chair, Peter DeFazio, a maestro of all things related to infrastructure and sustainability. I do want to acknowledge Mr. Clyburn, who was taking great pride, I think almost blushing, when our guest from the Carolinas was talking about broadband especially, but among other things. Thank you, Mr. Clyburn, for your leadership and all of that. May I just say and associate myself with the closing remarks of Mr. Schumer. This is a great accomplishment, and there's more to come. And so happy that hopefully this week we will be passing Build Back Better to get tax cuts to America's working families, to create millions more jobs, to lower health care costs, and all of it paid for by making everyone pay his or her own fair share. I'll close by saying last week in Glasgow at the COP26, members were met with great enthusiasm over the Build Back Better agenda, which is a show of force to the world. As the president has said, America is back. With President Biden's signature, we show America's leadership for ourselves, for the people, and to the world. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank all of you.
Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, accompanied by the Vice President of the United States and Heather Kurtenbach, a member of Iron Workers Local 86. Please welcome Heather Kurtenbach.
In a moment. Please have a seat. President Joe Biden, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Cabinet members, Congress members, governors and mayors, and my fellow Americans. This is an historic day. In the middle of the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln started construction on the Transcontinental Railroad. In the middle of the Great Depression, President Franklin Roosevelt finished construction on the Hoover Dam. President Dwight Eisenhower signed the National Interstate and Defense Highways Act in the middle of the Cold War. And today, And today, President Joe Biden will sign the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act into law. Indeed, is an historic day today. From the very start of our administration, we were determined to follow through, not just on our promise to invest in our nation's infrastructure, but on the promises that the American people have heard for years now. And we would not be here today were it not for your leadership, Mr. President. From the very start, you welcomed Democrats, independents, and Republicans to meet with us in the Oval Office. You welcomed ideas. You welcomed debate, all in the service of getting this bill done. And here is what I know to be true, Mr. President. You are equal parts believer and builder. And because you are, we are all better off. On behalf of our nation, thank you, Mr. President. And of course, our administration did not arrive at this day by ourselves. We are also here because of leaders in the House and the Senate who worked on this bill together, who voted for this bill. And we are here because of the millions of Americans who believed that we could get this done. Well, we got it done, America. We got it done. In many ways, this day embodies our character as a nation. It demonstrates exactly who we are. We are believers through and through. We see what can be unburdened by what has been. We are as bold as we are determined to do big things. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act proves that. It proves that in America, we have the courage to believe a better future is possible and to build it together. After this bill is signed into law, millions more Americans will go to work in good-paying, good union jobs. Americans like Jovan Johnson, a carpenter I met in Nevada, who said that she has, quote, built her career on infrastructure and fed her family on infrastructure. Americans like Jeff Bird, a line design technician I met with in New Hampshire. He attaches fiber to utility poles to keep up with the demand for high-speed internet. Or Leslie Kilgore, an engineer I met with in North Carolina, whose team is building electric school buses. Or Walter Cody, a construction inspector with whom I met, who is working to get clean water to families in California. This will be a nationwide effort, the likes of which we have not seen in a generation. It will make our country more competitive, and it will deliver on our nation's and our administration's commitment to equity. Now, this bill, as significant as it is, as historic as it is part one of two. To lower costs and cut taxes for working families, to tackle the climate crisis at its core, Congress must also pass the Build Back Better Act. The work of building a more perfect union did not end with the railroad or the interstate, and it will not end now. So on this historic day, let us all continue to believe in our people, believe in our country, and believe in what we can do when we work together. Thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless America.
Please welcome Heather Kurtenbach.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Vice President. As a proud union ironworker from Local 86 in Seattle, Washington, I am honored to be here at the White House on this historic day for workers like me and our country. I am an elected leader in my local union as a business agent and active in the Sisters Committee, which mentors newer ironworkers. Before I got where I am today, however, I had to overcome some challenges. In 2005, I was released from incarceration. While incarcerated, I was able to work on a wildland firefighting crew, sometimes heading out in the middle of the night to fight fires. That experience taught me a powerful work ethic and gave me lasting friendships. When I got out of prison, however, doors were closed to me. I searched for a job for 6 months with no offers. Finally, as a last-ditch effort, I asked my brother-in-law, a union ironworker, how he made a living. He told me, go to the union and apply. You could totally do this work. And I'm so glad that I did. I was accepted into, thank you. Yeah. I was accepted into the apprenticeship and went right out to a rebar job. I loved working rods and I fit right into the trade. I graduated from my apprenticeship at an uncertain time. The Great Recession 12 years ago was more of a depression for the construction industry. And many of my fellow journeyman workers, my co-workers, couldn't find work. Luckily, the Obama-Biden administration passed the Recovery Act that created a vital lifeline of jobs as the economy recovered. Yes. Just like this infrastructure law will do for workers today, enabling them to rebuild America and take care of their families over the coming years. Roads and bridges, rail, transit, airports, water, a whole generation of our nation's infrastructure will be built, creating good union jobs for people just like me. It invests in historically disadvantaged communities, creating jobs and opportunities for people of every race, gender, and background. I'm proud to stand here today and represent the most diverse labor movement in history. Nearly half of my local's apprentices are women or people of color. And this law empowers unions to keep building the middle class, leaving no one behind. Most of all, I'm proud to stand here as an American in this moment. In our line of work, you have to trust one another to get the job done. And throughout this process, I knew we could trust someone to get this law done. Someone who understands what workers like me are going through and who always believes in us and what we can do if given a chance. I never imagined in a million years that I would be standing here today. Yeah. But that's what's great about America. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. But that's what's so great about America and having a president who believes someone like me should be standing here. On behalf of Local 86 in Seattle and union workers everywhere, for the faith he's placing in us, I am honored to introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you. Heather, you thought you're surprised you're standing here. Jill was very surprised I'm standing here. Well, Heather, thank you for the introduction. And I can't look over here because the sun's shining in my eyes, but all this other crowd over here, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for all you've done. Look, thanks for sharing this day with us. Why this day matters to you and your fellow iron workers and your families, and you explained it well. For all the folks at home, I know this day matters to you as well. I know you're tired of the bickering in Washington, frustrated by the negativity, and you just want us to use and focus on your needs, your concerns, and the conversations that are taking place at your kitchen table. Conversation as profound as they are ordinary. How do I find work? And how do I get there? How can our small business thrive and our child succeed in school? Or how do we emerge from this pandemic, not just with a little bit of breathing room, but with real fighting chance to get ahead? When we ran for president, I thought maybe I could help answer some of those questions for you and the needs you have. Because every time I'd ride home on Amtrak, I'd go through just north of just south of Baltimore. I'd look out, go through a suburban neighborhood. I'd look in all those lights are on in the windows, Nance, and I look and I wonder, what are they talking about? I'm serious. Swear to God. What are they talking about sitting at that table? What are they talking about? They're talking about the things that I talked about at our kitchen table, Jill at hers, and all of you as well. And that's about how can we come together to be president for all Americans, to make sure our democracy delivers for you, for all of you. And I promised that we couldn't just build back to what it was before. We literally had to build back better. You couldn't build back. We're the only country that's always come out of great crises stronger than we went in. And the world has changed, and we have to be ready. My fellow Americans today, I want you to know we hear you and we see you. The bill I'm about to sign along is proof that despite the cynics, Democrats and Republicans can come together and deliver results. We can do this. We can deliver real results for real people. We see in ways that really matter each and every day to each person out there. And we're taking a monumental step forward to build back better as a nation. I want to thank everyone who helped make this happen. Vice President Harris, my cabinet members, my White House team, Jill, Doug, our first lady, and our first lady and our second husband. No, I'm joking. These guys travel all over the country together. I'm getting worried, you know. And Doug's one hell of a lawyer besides. And everybody from the United States Senate, Majority Leader Schumer, and a group of Senate Democrats and Republicans who established this bipartisan framework, including representatives and all the folks you heard from. Senator Rob Portman is a really hell of a good guy. I'm not hurting you, Rob, because I know you're not running again. That's the only reason I say it. But you are a hell of a good guy. And the most determined woman I know, Senator Kristen Sinema. Congratulations, Kristen. Look, Committee Chair Tom Carper, Ranking Member Shelley Moore Capito. I also want to thank Minority Leader Mitch McConnell for voting for this bill and talking about how useful and important it is. And from the House of Representatives, Speaker Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, Jim Clyburn, and Committee Chair Pete DeFazio. Democrats and Republicans, progressives and moderates, I'd like to pause and ask all the committee chairs and ranking members of the United States Senate and House that are here today, please stand. Will all of you stand? Come on. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To state the obvious, none of this would have happened without all of you. I really mean it. And also to the governors. Where are the governors? Governors, stand up. Come on, I want you to stand up. Red states, blue states, you all contacted me. You all said you were for this. You all stepped up. And more than 375 mayors, Democrats and Republicans, from every state and District of Columbia, wrote me asking to get this done. You got it, kid. And nearly 50 of whom are here today, including Republican Mayor Fontana, who from Fontana, California, Mayor Warren, who spoke earlier, and county and state and tribal leaders as well, civil rights leaders, faith leaders, law. You know, this law was supported by business groups, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the National Association of Manufacturers, the Business Roundtable, representing 200 of the largest corporations in America, and other top business. I want to especially thank And I'm sure you'll all, as we used to say in the Senate, I say in point of personal privilege, I want to thank organized labor who understands this about jobs. You all stood up. Jobs, 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 jobs. Special thanks to the AFL-CIO, the United Auto Workers, electrical workers, the IBW, the iron workers, it goes on, plumbers, pipe fitters, and the building trades, steel workers. Who would I leave out?
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Remember, when there is live breaking news, we have you covered right here, giving you the latest. We go out to Pennsylvania right now. A $1 million mansion fire happening right now, and we're bringing it to you here. Sky Fox aerials continue. And, of course, when there is breaking news, you know we have you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers from around the country and, of course, around the world joining us here today. We're hoping for the very best for the fire crews and hope everyone that was in this home is out safely as crews continue to battle that fire. You can see it continues to, smoke continues to pour from the roof right now. And they do have a ladder truck there, 2 ladder trucks, and we continue to bring you the very latest. Crews continue to battle this 3-alarm fire at a multi-million-dollar home that broke out just before 6 a.m. local on the 3000 block of Barrington Lane in Salisbury Township here. So you can see we still have flames ripping right now throughout this home. The roof continues to have smoke pouring out of it right now, and you can see the fire crews doing their very best to try to knock down this fire here. We have several ladder trucks there on the scene, and we'll continue to bring you always the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, look at that, look at that, look at that right there. More flames ripping through. We just seeing it here. As, boy, we're going to stay on this. As long as we have the shot, we're going to stay on it for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Remember, live breaking news, we got you always in the mix. We bring you live feeds, breaking news elements. You're going to only find it right here on Live Now from Fox. Other stations, other news programs, they would have left by now. They would have got off of this. We're national. We're international. We're bringing it to you in the now. That's why we're called Live Now. And we continue to showcase this horrible fire at a multi-million-dollar mansion. Look at this. Look at this. Sky Fox is showing great aerials right now. Horrible, horrible aerials. But great job at the crews that continue to bring us this right here. Look at this. And you can see through that window. You saw that window. There was even flames ripping in that window as well here. So look how big this home is here. You got a roundabout area for your driveway. You got, wow, it looks like what? 7-car garage? 6-car maybe? And as always, we hope for the very best for all of the fire crews that continue to battle this fire. Remember, folks, when you call 911, they're always there for you. Fire continues to break out right here, and we are showcasing this live here on Live Now from Fox. I got the alert, and I said, as soon as Sky Fox gets there, let's go to it. And that's exactly what we did, and that's exactly what we'll continue to do right here. You can see the firefighter here now opening up that window to try to get a better handle on the fire here as they are now opening that window to get more water to these flames. You can see all the firefighters here laid out, got their lines. For some of you, you are going to see a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, though. We will continue to showcase this live on Live Now from Fox. And now we are seeing the flames continue to rip out, now really showing this massive fire at this $1 million home that continues right now. Look at that. It just continues to break out right here on Live Now from Fox. Sky Fox showing us a zoomed out area here of all of the fire crews coming to this area right here. And you can see the flames just continue to rip out of this beautiful home here. Looked like a maybe the master area, master bedroom coming from. And it continues to rip out right now. Look at all that smoke coming out as well. It's happening just before 6 o'clock local here, so it has been going on for about 90 minutes right now. Crews have 2 ladder trucks there at least, and several firefighters on the ground there trying their very best to knock this out. Skyfox really showing us just how close this is to the highway as well. And just showing that massive amounts of smoke that continue to pour out right here. We're hoping that everyone was able to get out safely. Obviously, that is the main concern. You can see that ladder truck really now right on top of that master bedroom area and just continues to try to pour that water onto these flames here. White smoke here, that's a good sign. Looks like it could be coming to an end pretty soon. But the flames continue to rock out here. And we're hoping for the very best for all fire crews, rescuers that are on the scene right now, that they stay safe during this breaking news element as well. Live Now from Fox brings you live feeds, breaking news, all in the mix right here. If it's happening live and it's happening now, it's a good chance it's happening on Live Now from Fox, everyone. You can see here, great shot by Sky Fox, able to get this here. The firefighter right on top of this home and continues to try to knock it down here. You see the flames still ripping. We bring you breaking news elements all in the mix right here. And look how just far that smoke pours out right there. This mansion currently on fire. Fire crews doing their very, very best to knock it down here. For some of you, we will be hitting a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We will have more breaking news right here. Live Now from Fox continues worldwide here for you. Fire at this multi-million-dollar mansion in Pennsylvania right now does continue. And of course, Live Now from Fox is on it, bringing you always the very latest here as crews continuing to battle this 3-alarm fire. It broke out around 6 o'clock local, so going on more now than 90 minutes right now. This is in Salisbury Township in Pennsylvania right now, and you got several ladder trucks there and crews even trying to fight through these windows as well to try to get some sort of handle on all of this. Of course, we bring every live aspect to you, breaking news elements right here on Live Now from Fox. One of our stations alerted us and said, hey, Sky Fox is heading to the scene. You might want to be on it. And we says, yeah, as soon as we get these visuals, we're going to it. And as soon as that happened, we brought it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the smoke continues to pour out. You got several ladder trucks here. Look how big this mansion is, all contained to this, what would appear to be maybe the master bedroom coming out and just pouring out right now. And look how big that garage area is too. 6-car, maybe 7-car garage with a roundabout as well, all contained to this one area, and fire crews hoping that it will be contained to that area. You can see again, the smoke continues to pour out. A lot of stations would have hit this and then moved on in their morning show. We're a little bit different. We don't have to keep going to story to story to story. If we got breaking news elements, we're staying on it. We're just going to say, hey, it's happening now. It's happening live. We're going to stay on this right here for you. And that's exactly what we're doing right here. Great shot right now, Sky Fox, showing you of crews continuing to try to knock out this fire here. Blasting the windows. By any means necessary, they will knock down this fire. But look at this. Look at this. It continues right now to pour out right here, smoke. And now Sky Fox showing us these garage. So it might be a 6-car garage, everyone. You got 3 there and then 3 on the other side as well. Wow, oh, wow. Massive, massive home under fire right now. And of course, there will be an investigation after this fire, but now the main concern is to knock it down, and hopefully all fire crews will stay safe during this very big fire. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here, and all of our viewers across the country and, of course, around the world being a part of this right now. Look how many fire trucks you got there on the scene, too. Multiple townships involved to try to get this all squared away here. But look at that right there, right there. Continues to pour out of this roof here. And crews continue to try to knock it down from the window sides. But look at that. Sky Fox now zooming in, really showing you the fire ripping through. We're hoping that all of these fire crews will continue to stay safe right here. But boy, that fire is just, you got a firefighter on the other side there of the home. You can see it right there on the right of the screen, just dousing it with water right here. But this is a massive fire. It's a massive fire because, well, the property is just so big that you're hoping that it's going to be contained here. Obviously, that room or area of this home is destroyed, not only from fire damage, but of course from flooding as well, as crews continue to try to knock it down and contain it to that area right now. Live Now from Fox, a different type of news program where we just stay on this here for you. As long as we have the elements, as long as we have the Sky Fox visual, we'll stay on it here, folks. Boy, and you're seeing the fire crews right there in front of the house continue to try to get a handle on it as well. Look at that. Look at that. Just within the last couple of moments, really coming through that roof right now. Multi-million-dollar mansion under fire here. It's a 3-alarm. I'm betting that that's going to get upgraded as well. This is on the 3000 block of Barrington Lane in Salisbury Township. And look at how much water they are pouring into these window areas, and still to no avail at this moment. Because it continues to pour out. It's interesting because from the window side, when you're looking through the windows here, you don't see any flames, but obviously you see it coming from that other part of the home and through the roof right now. You got 2 ladder trucks here. Then you got, of course, multiple lines on this home, trying their very best to knock it down. But we've been on it for the last 20 minutes or so, and the flames continue to rip out. Thanks to all our viewers from across the country and around the world joining us here at this mansion fire currently underway right now. This is near Queen City Municipal Airport and Mack Trucks Historical Museum. The fire quickly went to multiple alarms. And wow, we are learning that multiple injuries have been reported. That's from some local reports right now. Hoping for the very best for everyone here associated with this damage. And of course, the fire crews that continue. But this is in Allentown, Pennsylvania. It's right off the Walter Memorial Highway, the 78 there. $1 million row here. You got multiple homes in this area, multi-million-dollar properties. And right now, you're seeing a better handle right now from that one ladder truck that he's able to really douse those flames. So we don't see him as much right now. And you see a little bit there in the back end there. But thanks to this firefighter, those flames that we saw just moments ago, we're not seeing. We're seeing that white smoke as well, which is a very, very good sign. But this is far from over. Of course, crews are going to be here all day. After the flames are out, investigation will happen to see what happened. Of course, this neighborhood is rocked right now with multiple agencies in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Stay right here with us. Some of you are going to hit a 2-minute break. We'll be right here with you with continuing coverage in Pennsylvania. $1 million mansion under fire. And for those of you that did not hit that break, we're staying here live with you on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Just had to get a break in there for some of our partners. As we are streaming worldwide, you can catch all of our coverage and a list of where you can stream us at livenowfox.com. Also, check out our social media pages, Facebook, Twitter. We're on there. We're ready to engage with you. Follow us, like us, do what you have to do. And we're with you every step of the way, showcasing breaking news, live coverage from across the country. If it's happening live, it's happening now. It's a good chance it's happening on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all the viewers from around the world joining us here of this massive, massive fire that continues right now. And of course, we're on it right here for you. Look at that great shot. Sky Fox is able to show that firefighter right there on the top of that ladder, continuing to douse those flames, trying to get a handle on the situation here in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Firefighters continue to battle. There are some local reports that there have been some injuries associated with this fire. We're hoping for the very best for everyone in there, but this is a big, big fire at a big property. Look, you can just see the water coming out of that roof there as well. As crews continue to battle this here, but they're doing a great job because, look, just about 4 or 5 minutes ago, we were seeing flames continue to rip out here. And now, because of all the smoke, it is hidden, but I think they're getting a better handle on it as well. Just look how big the property is, where you got the garage area, but then you got this whole other side of the home. It's not on fire, so crews containing it to this one area. You wonder if it's the master bedroom or some type of area there in the home. Huge area, and of course, not only will it have fire damage, but of course flooding and water damage as well. Thanks to our affiliate there, Fox 29 in Philadelphia, for letting us know, hey, we got Sky Fox headed to the scene. You might want to be on it. And we says, yeah, as soon as you guys get the aerials visual up, we'll take it. And that's exactly what we did here for you. Staying on it for you. As long as we have the visuals, we're with you this morning on Live Now from Fox, showing you just the amazing effort there by this firefighter. See how he's positioning the hose where he wants it. Has it situated right there on that ladder, and he has it just pinned right there. Of course, they are in continuous communication with their lieutenant, who was also at the scene watching this and giving guidance when he or she can. Oh, and it looks like Sky Fox is now leaving the scene. So we will continue to try to get you updates throughout the morning here, but sad state of affairs here for this home that is being rocked with this fire. But you could see just within the last 5 to 6 minutes how crews have gotten an even better handle on this fire. Stay with Live Now from Fox. We're with you every step of the way right here, giving you updates and breaking news elements right here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, we'll have coverage for you today. The jury in the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse begins their deliberations. That's in Kenosha. If any breaking news comes out of that, of course, we'll have you covered on that right here on Live Now from Fox. Also, the trial in the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery continues in Georgia. We'll have a little update on that a little bit later as well. House Democrats holding a news conference a little bit later. We have President Biden on the move doing a victory lap for his infrastructure bill that was signed into law just yesterday, and he's going to be in New Hampshire talking about it just right outside of the Boston area there. So we got you a full slate of news here today, and of course, breaking news elements when they happen. We'll be on it right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Looks like Sky Fox, yep, they are leaving, and we will go to a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are back out live for you on Live Now from Fox. Beautiful look at New York City here on this Tuesday. And look at there as we continue to show you different shots right here on Live Now from Fox. Statue of Liberty standing beautiful once again. And now live look at the White House as we continue to roll on right here. We're going to park you right here to show you a little bit more of the infrastructure bill that was signed into law by President Biden yesterday. A little bit later today, he is going to be doing a victory lap in New Hampshire to talk about the infrastructure bill and all of what it contains for some in the greater Boston area today.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, cabinet members, Congress members, governors and mayors, and my fellow Americans, this is an historic day. In the middle of the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln started construction on the Transcontinental Railroad. In the middle of the Great Depression, President Franklin Roosevelt finished construction on the Hoover Dam. President Dwight Eisenhower signed the National Interstate and Defense Highways Act in the middle of the Cold War. And today, And today, President Joe Biden will sign the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act into law. Indeed, is an historic day today. From the very start of our administration, we were determined to follow through, not just on our promise to invest in our nation's infrastructure, but on the promises that the American people have heard for years now. And we would not be here today were it not for your leadership, Mr. President. From the very start, you welcomed Democrats, independents, and Republicans to meet with us in the Oval Office. You welcomed ideas. You welcomed debate, all in the service of getting this bill done. And here is what I know to be true, Mr. President. You are equal parts believer and builder. And because you are, we are all better off. On behalf of our nation, thank you, Mr. President. And of course, our administration did not arrive at this day by ourselves. We are also here because of leaders in the House and the Senate who worked on this bill together, who voted for this bill. And we are here because of the millions of Americans who believed that we could get this done. Well, we got it done, America. We got it done. In many ways, this day embodies our character as a nation. It demonstrates exactly who we are. We are believers through and through. We see what can be unburdened by what has been. We are as bold as we are determined to do big things. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act proves that. It proves that in America, we have the courage to believe a better future is possible and to build it together. After this bill is signed into law, millions more Americans will go to work in good-paying, good union jobs. Americans like Jovan Johnson, a carpenter I met in Nevada, who said that she has, quote, built her career on infrastructure and fed her family on infrastructure. Americans like Jeff Bird, a line design technician I met with in New Hampshire. He attaches fiber to utility poles to keep up with the demand for high-speed internet. Or Leslie Kilgore, an engineer I met with in North Carolina, whose team is building electric school buses. Or Walter Cody, a construction inspector with whom I met, who is working to get clean water to families in California. This will be a nationwide effort, the likes of which we have not seen in a generation. It will make our country more competitive, and it will deliver on our nation's and our administration's commitment to equity. Now, this bill, as significant as it is, as historic as it is part one of two. To lower costs and cut taxes for working families, to tackle the climate crisis at its core, Congress must also pass the Build Back Better Act. The work of building a more perfect union did not end with the railroad or the interstate, and it will not end now. So on this historic day, let us all continue to believe in our people, believe in our country, and believe in what we can do when we work together. Thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless America.
Please welcome Heather Kurtenbach.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. As a proud union iron worker from Local 86 in Seattle, Washington, I am honored to be here at the White House on this historic day for workers like me and our country. I am an elected leader in my local union as a business agent and active in the Sisters Committee, which mentors newer iron workers. Before I got where I am today, however, I had to overcome some challenges. In 2005, I was released from incarceration. While incarcerated, I was able to work on a wildland firefighting crew, sometimes heading out in the middle of the night to fight fires. That experience taught me a powerful work ethic and gave me lasting friendships. When I got out of prison, however, doors were closed to me. I searched for a job for 6 months with no offers. Finally, as a last-ditch effort, I asked my brother-in-law, a union iron worker, how he made a living. He told me, go to the union and apply. You could totally do this work. And I'm so glad that I did. I was accepted into, thank you. Yeah. I was accepted into the apprenticeship and went right out to a rebar job. I loved working rods and I fit right into the trade. I graduated from my apprenticeship at an uncertain time. The Great Recession 12 years ago was more of a depression for the construction industry. And many of my fellow journeyman workers, my co-workers, couldn't find work. Luckily, the Obama-Biden administration passed the Recovery Act that created a vital lifeline of jobs as the economy recovered. Yes. Just like this infrastructure law will do for workers today, enabling them to rebuild America and take care of their families over the coming years. Roads and bridges, rail, transit, airports, water, a whole generation of our nation's infrastructure will be built, creating good union jobs for people just like me. It invests in historically disadvantaged communities, creating jobs and opportunities for people of every race, gender, and background. I'm proud to stand here today and represent the most diverse labor movement in history. Nearly half of my local's apprentices are women or people of color. And this law empowers unions to keep building the middle class, leaving no one behind. Most of all, I'm proud to stand here as an American in this moment. In our line of work, you have to trust one another to get the job done. And throughout this process, I knew we could trust someone to get this law done. Someone who understands what workers like me are going through and who always believes in us and what we can do if given a chance. I never imagined in a million years that I would be standing here today. Yeah. But that's what's great about America. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. But that's what's so great about America and having a president who believes someone like me should be standing here. On behalf of Local 86 in Seattle and union workers everywhere, for the faith he's placing in us, I am honored to introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you. Heather, you thought you're surprised you're standing here. Jill is very surprised I'm standing here. Well, Heather, thank you for the introduction. And I can't look over here because the sun's shining in my eyes, but all this other crowd over here, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for all you've done. Look, thanks for sharing this day with us. Why this day matters to you and your fellow iron workers and your families, and you explained it well. For all the folks at home, I know this day matters to you as well. I know you're tired of the bickering in Washington, frustrated by the negativity, and you just want us to use and focus on your needs, your concerns, and the conversations are taking place at your kitchen table. Conversation as profound as they are ordinary. How do I find work? And how do I get there? How can our small business thrive and our child succeed in school? Or how do we emerge from this pandemic, not just with a little bit of breathing room, but with real fighting chance to get ahead? When we ran for president, to help, I thought maybe I could help answer some of those questions for you and the needs you have. Because every time I'd ride home on Amtrak, I'd go through just north of just south of Baltimore. I'd look out, go through a suburban neighborhood. I'd look in all those lights are on in the windows, Nance, and I look and I wonder, what are they talking about? I'm serious. Swear to God. What are they talking about sitting at that table? What are they talking about? They're talking about the things that I talked about at our kitchen table, Jill at hers, and all of you as well. And that's about how can we come together to be president for all Americans, to make sure our democracy delivers for you, for all of you. And I promised that we couldn't just build back to what it was before. We literally had to build back better. You couldn't build back. We're the only country that's always come out of great crises stronger than we went in. And the world has changed, and we have to be ready. My fellow Americans today, I want you to know we hear you and we see you. The bill I'm about to sign along is proof that despite the cynics, Democrats and Republicans can come together and deliver results. We can do this. We can deliver real results for real people. We see in ways that really matter each and every day to each person out there. And we're taking a monumental step forward to build back better as a nation. I want to thank everyone who helped make this happen. Vice President Harris, my cabinet members, my White House team, Jill, Doug, our first lady, and our first lady and our second husband. No, I'm joking. These guys travel all over the country together. I'm getting worried, you know. And Doug's one hell of a lawyer besides. And everybody from the United States Senate, Majority Leader Schumer, and a group of Senate Democrats and Republicans who established this bipartisan framework, including representatives and all the folks you heard from. Senator Rob Portman is a really hell of a good guy. I'm not hurting you, Rob, because I know you're not running again. That's the only reason I say it. But you are a hell of a good guy. And the most determined woman I know, Senator Kristen Sinema. Congratulations, Kristen. Look, Committee Chair Tom Carper, Ranking Member Shelley Moore Capito. I also want to thank Minority Leader Mitch McConnell for voting for this bill and talking about how useful and important it is. And from the House of Representatives, Speaker Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, Jim Clyburn, and Committee Chair Pete DeFazio. Democrats and Republicans, progressives and moderates, I'd like to pause and ask all the committee chairs and ranking members of the United States Senate and House that are here today, please stand. Will all of you stand? Come on. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To state the obvious, none of this would have happened without all of you. I really mean it. And also to the governors. Where are the governors? Governors, stand up. Come on, I want you to stand up. Red states, blue states, you all contacted me. You all said you were for this. You all stepped up. And more than 375 mayors, Democrats and Republicans, from every state and District of Columbia, wrote me asking to get this done. You got it, kid. And nearly 50 of whom are here today, including Republican Mayor Fontana, who from Fontana, California, Mayor Warren, who spoke earlier, and county and state and tribal leaders as well, civil rights leaders, faith leaders, law. You know, this law was supported by business groups, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the National Association of Manufacturers, the Business Roundtable, representing 200 of the largest corporations in America, and other top business. I want to especially thank and I'm sure you'll all, as we used to say in the Senate, I say in point of personal privilege, I want to thank organized labor who understands this about jobs. You all stood up. Jobs, 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 jobs. Special thanks to the AFL-CIO, the United Auto Workers, the electrical workers, the IBW, the iron workers. It goes on, plumbers, pipe fitters, and the building trades, steel workers. Who would I leave out? Pardon me? And my wife is a member of the union, the NEA. I'm going to get in trouble. Machinists, so many more. Look, folks, for too long, we've talked about having the best economy in the world. We've talked about asserting American leadership around the world with the best and the safest roads, railroads, ports, airports. Here in Washington, we've heard countless speeches and promises and white papers from experts. But today, we're finally getting this done. So my message to the American people is this: America's moving again, and your life is going to change for the better. If you live in one of the 10 million homes, or you're a child who attends one of the 400,000 schools or child care centers that still has lead pipes in them, you face a clear and present danger to your child's health and your health now. This law is going to start to replace 100% of the nation's lead pipes and service lines. So every American, every child can turn on the faucet and drink clean water. And tens of thousands of plumbers and pipe fitters are going to get work done in good paying jobs. Folks, as we saw with remote learning, remote working during the pandemic, access to high-speed internet is essential. And access to water as essential as access to water and electricity. This law is going to make high-speed internet affordable and available everywhere in America, urban, suburban, rural, and create jobs laying down those broadband lines. No parent, excuse me, no parent should have to sit in a parking lot at a fast food restaurant again, just so their child can use the internet to do their homework. That's over. And folks, if I visited your town, I'm sure you'd be able to tell me and where you hold your breath as you cross the particular bridge, or where the most dangerous intersection in your town is. This law makes us the most significant investment in roads and bridges in the past 70 years. It makes the most significant investment in passenger rail in the past 50 years, and in public transit ever. So what that means is you're going to be safer, and you're going to get there faster, and we're going to have a whole hell of a lot less pollution in the air. The bipartisan law will modernize our ports, our airports, our freight rail to make it easier for companies to get goods to market, reduce supply chain bottlenecks as we're experiencing now, and lower cost for you and your family. The law also builds on our resilience so that the next storm, superstorm, drought, wildfire, hurricane can be dealt with. Last year alone, the United States, as a consequence of these kind of extreme weather events, lost $99 billion in the United States alone in damage. After Hurricane Ida, I see the distinguished governor from Louisiana is over there. I saw him stand up. I went down to see him. We went through and saw all the damage there. They had 179-mile-an-hour winds at top speed in Louisiana. But then I headed on up to New York. Chuck, we're up in your area, the Queens, in New Jersey. More people died there than in the hurricane. More people died with the flooding. Record wildfires raged, and I went to Idaho and California and saw it. More land is burned to the ground than the entire state of New Jersey out west. Folks, walk the neighborhoods and look the people in the eye in these circumstances, as many of you have, and you'll see the despair and the heartache. So many of you understand. You're living through it. This law builds back our bridges, our water systems, our power lines, our levees, better and stronger, so few Americans be flooded out of their homes or lose power in those days and weeks as a consequence of storms that hit. Folks, this bipartisan law, for the first time ever, creates a true national network of charging stations for electric vehicles, over 500,000 of them, so you can charge your car here and drive all the way to California, not worrying about having to find places to charge, creating thousands of jobs, thousands. It's also going to make it possible for Americans to get off the sidelines and into the game of manufacturing, solar panels, wind turbines, batteries to store energy and power for electric vehicles, including electric school buses, which will mean millions of children will no longer inhale the dangerous diesel fumes that come out of the buses. For real, it's a big deal. And it'll reward companies for paying good wages and for buying Americans, sourcing their products here in America right now. It's going to help the United States export clean energy technologies to the world, creating tens of thousands of more jobs. There's so much more in the law, but most of all, it does something truly historic. I ran for president believing it was time to rebuild the backbone of this nation, which I characterize as working people in the middle class. They're the ones who built the country. And to rebuild the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. This law delivers on that long overdue promise, in my view. It creates better jobs for millions of Americans. And no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny in federal taxes because of it. And it does not include, as we did the bipartisan infrastructure bill, it does not include a single penny in gas tax, which I rejected because people under $400,000 would be paying it. This law is a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America. It leaves no one behind, and it marks an inflection point that we face as a nation. For most of the 20th century, we led the world by significant margin because we invested in ourselves. But somewhere along the way, we stopped investing in ourselves. We risked losing our edge as a nation, and China and the rest of the world are catching up. Our infrastructure used to be rated the best in the world. Now, according to the World Economic Forum, we rank 13th in the world. Well, that's about to change. Things are going to turn around in a big way. For example, because of this law, next year will be the first year in 20 years American infrastructure investment will grow faster than China's. We'll once again have the best roads, bridges, ports, and airports over the next decade. And we'll lead the world into the 21st century with modern cars and trucks and transit systems. We're going to do this by building again and moving again. Folks, too often in Washington, the reason we didn't get things done is because we insist on getting everything we want, everything. With this law, we focus on getting things done. I ran for president because the only way to move this country forward, in my view, was through compromise and consensus. That's how the system works. That's American democracy. And I'm going to be signing a law that is truly consequential because we made our democracy deliver for the American people. We compromised. We reached a consensus. That's necessary. And now our focus moves to implementing an infrastructure law that's going to, with speed and with discipline. I have a lot of experience in doing that. When I was vice president, I was given responsibility for overseeing and implementing the Recovery Act for nearly $900 billion emergency package. I'm proud to say that when we finished implementing that Recovery Act, it was determined that there had been less than 0.2% waste, fraud, or abuse. And it was how I learned and earned the nickname Sheriff Joe from President Obama, because I made it a point every single day for well over a year to stay on top of how the money was being used. I spoke with over 160 mayors, 2-3 times sometimes. And I spoke with county executives and every governor save one. Well, I won't mention that. And save one. She could see Alaska from reports. But monitor what we're doing. And that was just how it was being done. And it was one of the most efficient implementations of a major program in American history. And now we owe it to the American people to do the same thing again. And to make sure every penny is spent where it's supposed to go in a timely fashion, I've asked the former mayor of New Orleans and former lieutenant governor of Louisiana, Mitch Landrieu, to oversee this responsibility. He'll have full access to every tool the federal government has to get it done. And we have the high obligation and responsibility to make sure this money is used wisely and used well. Folks, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time, like all of my colleagues here have. Tomorrow, I'll be traveling to New Hampshire to visit a bridge that is structurally not safe, like thousands of bridges across America. That's what this law is all about, keeping communities safer and more efficient. On Wednesday, I'll be in Detroit to meet with UAW workers who are building the next generation of electric vehicles. And that's just the beginning. We're also seeing...
We're going out to New York City right now, live right here. The emotional homecoming for a journalist who was freed from Burma is back on American soil right now. This is the arrival of American journalist Danny Fenster, who spent nearly 6 months in jail in a military-ruled Burma and was sentenced last week to 11 years of hard labor, but was freed just yesterday. The former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson will give remarks as well, and we will be listening here in just a moment, right here on Live Now from Fox.
They're going to go right through. Yeah. Okay, good. They're coming right here. Right in the box. Yeah, they'll come in.
I mean, we'll step out to the side, but I just want to keep it warm until they know they're actually making the bomb. No, there is a downstairs.
Some updates here with this story. Danny Fenster, sentenced only days ago to 11 years hard labor in Burma, has been freed and is now back in America here in New York City. The former U.S. ambassador to the UN, Bill Richardson, will be making some remarks here in just a little bit as well. Richardson said in a statement that Fenster had been handed over to him in Burma and would return to the U.S. This is the day you hope will come when you do this work, Richardson said in a statement emailed from his office. We are so grateful that Danny will finally be able to reconnect with his loved ones who have been advocating for him all the time against immense odds. Richardson said he negotiated Fenster's release during a recent visit to Burma when he held face-to-face meetings with the general there, Burma's military ruler. Fenster, the managing editor of the online magazine Frontier, was convicted on Friday of spreading false or inflammatory information, contacting illegal organizations, and violating visa regulations. Fenster's sentence was the harshest punishment yet among the 7 journalists known to have been convicted since Burma's military ousted the elected government. U.S. State Department spokesperson Ned Price condemned the decision, saying in a statement that it was an unjust conviction of an innocent person. So once these remarks happen, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break.
protest. But legal experts say people have a right to protest. They just can't commit crimes, including violently stopping the U.S. Congress from performing its constitutional functions.
The Justice Department would not indict somebody simply for expressing a political position. People are indicted because of alleged crimes they've committed with their actions in trespassing in the Capitol, attacking police officers in some cases, interrupting the proceedings of the United States Congress.
Arthur Chien, Fox 5 News.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Sandy Hook families. They are suing InfoWars founder Alex Jones, and they won a defamation case. Mr. Jones was sued for claiming the 2012 school massacre was a hoax. A judge in Connecticut ruled that since he had not turned over financial data requested by the Sandy Hook family plaintiffs, that he loses his case by default. A status conference is now scheduled for tomorrow. That's when the judge will proceed to figure out how much Mr. Jones should pay the families in damages.
All right, airline tickets, they could be taken off in price just ahead of the busy holiday travel season. So jet fuel prices clocked in at $2.27 a gallon last week, a 25% increase from just 3 months prior. The highest prices the industry has seen since 2014. The rising fuel prices could trickle down, increasing the cost of airline tickets ahead of the busy holiday travel season. So this price increase comes as airlines continue to struggle with labor shortages, forcing some flights to be canceled.
New research shows drinking coffee comes with some good and bad results. According to a study of over 100 people over 2 weeks, coffee increased their physical activity, but it also led to 36 minutes less sleep. And they found it can lower chambers of the heart, the ventricles, to skip beats. The lead author says lower chamber skips are common in people and usually harmless, but noted that more of them are a risk for future heart failure. The results were presented at an American Heart Association meeting. We were not invited to that meeting. I don't know why.
Maybe because 1 week it changes, the other week something else.
I know. It's always good news and bad news. Decipher it for yourself because there will be more research needed at some point. All right, meanwhile, the people at Hershey's are giving a select few a little something extra to be thankful for this Thanksgiving.
So Reese's just unveiled this. And it looks like a pie. It's not. It's a Thanksgiving treat, though. Peanut butter cup, the size of a 9-inch pie, making it the largest Reese's peanut butter cup for sale. Only 3,000 of these pies were made. They were sale online only at a price of $44.99. They sold out.
Darn it.
Soon after they went up for sale.
So now you tell me after they sell out?
I would bet that you would not buy one of those and eat it.
No, I love Reese's.
Yeah, that would be definitely good. That was a live listen-in to Fox 5 in New York. Now, live look right here at the White House. The Christmas tree is coming to the White House today, and they will be accepting it. President Biden and the First Lady in just a little bit, and we'll have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, let's go to a quick 2-minute break right here as we bring you always top stories, headlines from across the country, and of course, breaking news. 2-minute break for some of you right here. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Bache. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you these top stories and headlines from across the country. Well, in the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse, the jury now has it, and deliberations will be beginning this morning. Coming up in about an hour, we'll get a live update from Kenosha on Jury Watch as we are officially in come this morning, and we'll be bringing you all of the developments. And of course, when the verdict is in, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox with coverage that only you can accept right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Let's go out. Speaking of the trial, let's go out right now. Fox 6 Milwaukee. They have some coverage.
The Kyle Rittenhouse trial, the final decision happening in court before deliberations start. The president gets his big infrastructure plan across the finish line, so what's next? I'm Doug Luzader in Washington. We'll have more on the White House plans coming up.
Good morning. Welcome back to Wake Up on this Tuesday. Really chilly to start our day today, but that's going to change by this afternoon.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In fact, that's the whole forecast. I can go now.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steal your thunder, Rob.
Feel free. It's all right. I don't want to take over the news. We're all good. Let's take a look at what's going on weather-wise today. I get all the good news today. It's, yes, a little chilly. We've got lots of sunshine out there at the moment with quite a few clouds as well. And after this very cold start, we will turn things up quite nicely. It's about 19 at Waukesha. It's 28 in Milwaukee this hour. Wake up, Sheboygan, 24 degrees for you. You can see some fairly cloudy conditions, but just enough in the way of thinner clouds and breaks in those cloud cover, that cloud cover to really get us nice sunrises this morning. Haven't really seen much else going on statewide. Now, we'll see highs today in the upper 40s, which is really just a return to average, but it's been a while since we've had a day in the upper 40s, so it should feel pretty good, although with the breeze, there will be some wind chill in with that as well. I'll show you a day in the 50s next.
We do have breaking news this morning. Pfizer has just agreed to let other companies make its pill for treating COVID-19. So this is not its vaccine, but its pill for anyone who contracts COVID-19. Could make the pill available to more than half of the world's population. And officials estimate that other drug makers will start producing the pill within months. Pfizer says their pill cuts the risk of hospitalization and death by nearly 90% in people with mild to moderate infections. And Pfizer plans to ask the FDA to authorize the pill as soon as possible here in the States.
The national spotlight is on Kenosha as jury deliberations get underway today in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
Let's check in with Amelia Jones, who joins us live outside the Kenosha County Courthouse to explain how that jury pool of 18 will be cut down.
And all 18 jurors will report to the courthouse at 9 a.m. From there, 12 will be randomly selected, and that's when the deliberations will begin. Another long day ahead for jurors after a long day listening to hours of closing arguments yesterday. Assistant District Attorney Thomas Binger argued Rittenhouse provoked the incidents that led to last summer's shooting, where he shot 3 people, killing 2 of them. Defense attorney Mark Richards maintained that Rittenhouse feared for his life, saying all of his clients' actions that night were in self-defense. Richards even accusing the state of changing their approach during closing arguments after several of their witnesses supported the defense's claims.
Did you hear one word out of Mr. Binger's mouth about provocation? You didn't, because it was never said. But when his case explodes in his face, now he comes out with provocation.
The question is whether or not you believe that his actions were legally justified.
Before closing arguments, one charge, a gun-related charge, was dropped against Rittenhouse. Those closing arguments, each side took about 2 hours to present their case to the jury. The jury was then dismissed for the night. Again, all 18 jurors will report here to the courthouse at 9 a.m. Reporting live in Kenosha, Amelia Jones, Fox 6 News.
Amelia, thank you. And our coverage of the Rittenhouse trial continues online at fox6now.com and the Fox 6 News app. We'll also live stream the verdict on our Fox 6 News YouTube channel.
And of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, we will be featuring that coverage for you right here. As soon as that verdict happens, we'll be bringing you the coverage that only you can accept. Right here on Live Now from Fox. When we bring that to you, we'll have it for you in breaking news format right here. Let's go out to show you just some of the closing arguments from yesterday. This was the top story of the day, highly in-demand video, and we'll bring it to you right here.
Showing you a snippet of State's Exhibit 18, which Mr. Binger just spent 3 or 4 minutes showing that Mr. Rosenbaum wasn't around. And my client couldn't know that he wraps his head in orange. Chain, bag, orange. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had this video almost as long as they've had this video. But Mr. Binger will use this video to lie to your faces and tell you that Kyle Rittenhouse was taking advantage of the situation.
I object, Your Honor.
It's in the picture.
It's argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not a game. It is my client's life. We don't play fast and loose with the facts, pretending that Mr. Rosenbaum was Citizen A #1 guy. He was a bad man. He was there. He was causing trouble. He was a rioter. And my client had to deal with him that night alone. When I say that the truth matters and this is not a game, what do I mean by that? Mr. Binger is the one who put on the Kandari brothers. The reason he put them on, in spite of what he might say today, is because he wanted you, now 18, soon to be 12 people, to say, gosh, that kid just went to that place and just protected it. He wasn't asked. He was asked. Mr. Kandari's asked Nick. Nick got a group of people to go down there. The people from West Bend came. Provocation, another thing. Think back on November 2nd, when this case started. Did you hear one word out of Mr. Binger's mouth about provocation? You didn't, because it was never said. But when his case explodes in his face, now he comes out with provocation. That was opening. And most importantly, in opening, quoting from Mr. Binger's first paragraph of his opening statement on November 2nd, 2021. This occurred after the defendant chased down Mr. Rosenbaum and confronted him while yielding an AR-14. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the videos. Mr. Rosenbaum sees, and I'll show you the video in my closing argument. You'll see Mr. Rosenbaum take off when he sees my client coming along with the Zeminskis to set up the ambush of my client. Provocation? I don't think so. The things that I just pointed out to you, why is that a problem? Because 1, he's lying, 2, he's misrepresenting, or he wasn't prepared when he started this trial, and his closing argument has been a change to try and fit what has come out. Remember how when he was talking, there's no proof that the Rosenbaum and Zeminski knew each other? Maybe they didn't know each other that night, but they were together throughout the night. You see them together in pictures wreaking havoc in this city. And now we have the magic pixel camera that brings forth his provocation. I'm going to go through the charges and we'll talk about each one of them. Then I'll go through the witnesses and hopefully I'll bring it home in an honest and forthright fashion. Count 1, reckless homicide. My client shot Joseph Rosenbaum. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, there was nothing reckless about my client's conduct that day in regards to Mr. Rosenbaum. Mr. Rosenbaum was coming at him. My client ran from him, retreated, which is not needed, continues to run. The plastic bag is thrown, the metallic plastic bag. Kyle doesn't know what it is at that time. It causes him to turn and look over his shoulder, pointing the gun in that direction. Mr. Rosenbaum, is he dissuaded by that? No, he is not. He continues running and advancing on my client. That whole time, the state doesn't say anything about Mr. Zeminski firing the shot, Mr. Zeminski having his gun out. Think of the circumstances as they existed at 11:50 on August 25th of 2020. He runs through that parking lot. He continues running on. He turns as he comes into that box canyon with the cars, the van, and I believe it's a Pepsi machine, and he turns because he has no place else to go. I'll show you the Zanin video later on. What's important about the Zanin video, you see that mob of people destroying the cars at Car Source 3, which Mr. Binger doesn't want my client to go and try to protect, even though he was asked by those individuals to protect that property. Nick Smith called him, hey, they're bashing up the cars and starting fires. Go down there. He goes down there. He has as much right to go there as anybody else in the city of Kenosha and be unmolested by the likes of Joseph Rosenbaum, Kelly, and Joshua Zeminski. And Mr. Binger says, oh, we'll get the Zeminskis later. Well, ladies and gentlemen, last time I checked, this is still United States of America, and he has the burden of proof. If he wants you guys to believe that my client pointed a gun at him, call the Zeminskis, put them on the witness stand, ask them questions, and let me or Mr. Sharafasi cross-examine them. That's how we do things in a court of law, but not in Mr. Binger's court. He says, I'm blaming the victim. As a defense lawyer, I might get accused of that more than some other people. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rosenbaum was shot because he was chasing my client and going to kill him, take his gun, and carry out the threats he made. And Mr. Binger wants to make a big hullabaloo about the shot in the back. Remember his opening statement? He shot him in the back. And that's why I'm sitting here in front of the jury like this. Did he shoot him here? Did he shoot him there? Because of the way the bullet went in and where the bullet ended up in the hip, you know full well that the individual, and I asked the doctor, is on a horizontal plane. What is that horizontal plane consistent of? Somebody leaping, lunging at my client. And we know how close Mr. Rosenbaum was to my client. The furthest he could have been when it started, the first shot, 4 feet with the stipling. We know that his hand was on the gun. Mr. Binger wants you to believe that that was just happenstance and accident. Come on, people. Physical evidence does not lie. Use your common sense and good judgment. He talks about Mr. Rosenbaum just somehow ending up down at the riots. Remember that? Mr. Rosenbaum, according to the testimony, walked from the bus center 4 miles out to Ms. Swartz's house, and then he couldn't stay there for some reason, and 4 miles all the way back. That's not just ending up. That's going someplace with a purpose, and throughout the night you saw his purpose. And there was more than one piece of testimony about Mr. Rosenbaum, whether it was a hospital or whether or not it was a jail. Remember that? And there was testimony regarding his medication. Ms. Swartz said we couldn't get medication because the Walgreens were all boarded up. She said, the hospital said, they gave him his medication. So whatever facility gave him his medication. Mr. Binger, the man with the burden of proof, why didn't he bring in a hospital or a jail to prove that Mr. Rosenbaum was properly medicated. He'd been off his medications, according to Ms. Swart, for 7 to 10 days. We know that he was acting like somebody who wasn't on their proper medication. He was not acting normal. Page 9 instructions. Next. Richard McGinnis, reckless. And here, Mr. McGinnis, I'd like to talk about, because the self-defense does not go to Mr. McGinnis, but if Kyle was privileged in exercising self-defense against Mr. Rosenbaum, it carries over to the endangering count of Mr. McGinnis. And Mr. McGinnis, specifically, if the defendant, and I'm reading directly from an instruction, page 9, second full paragraph, which you will be given, if the defendant was acting lawfully in self-defense, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. That is Mr. McGinnis. Ladies and gentlemen, when my client shot Joseph Rosenbaum, he feared for his life. He feared because of the prior threats, the prior statements, and the violent acts that had been witnessed by my client. Mr. McGinnis, as a witness, I think he helped us more than he hurt us. He talked about, and this was on cross for Mr. Binger, how do you know what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking? Because I don't, but I know at Kyle Rittenhouse. Why is he yelling the FU? One of two things. One, to intimidate, or two, he got into a situation over his head, thinking, as he said before chasing him, well, he was wrong.
And that was just some of the highlights from the closing arguments yesterday in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. In about an hour, we'll get a live report from Kenosha with all of the latest there as the jury will begin their deliberations. And, of course, we'll have full coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thank you for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. We are covering the Kyle Rittenhouse case. We're also in Georgia as well in the Ahmaud Arbery shooting death trial that continues on right now. And every step of the way, Fox 5's Eric Perry has been with us, giving us all of the insight and updates. Eric, thanks so much again for joining us. And yesterday, it had a lot of action once again.
Once again, not a dull day in the courtroom in Glenn County. This is, again, a small county, a small town that really is not used to any of the national spotlight like this. So the day started with the cross-examination of GBI agent Jason Sechrist. He actually did a reenactment with co-defendant Roddy Bryant inside the truck. You know, the truck is a crucial part in this case because they believe that the truck was used to box and angle Ahmaud Arbery in on that February day. So we moved from there, and then we saw another objection from the defendant's attorney, Kevin Goff, and he objected to the Reverend Jesse Jackson being in the courtroom. He was in the courtroom sitting next to Wanda Cooper Jones, who is Ahmaud Arbery's mother, had his mask on, whispering, holding her hand. He says he believes that it's really a distraction for the jurors, and he believes that it's not fair for his client. The judge again ruled and said that he was really not going to prevent anyone from being inside of the courtroom, sitting in the public gallery, unless they were causing an outright distraction. The judge even made a comment saying that he didn't even realize that Reverend Jesse Jackson was there. Again, this comes after last week's comments when it regards to Reverend Al Sharpton and saying, quote, "We don't need any more black pastors inside the courthouse. We do know, I spoke with several pastors here, including infamous Jamal Bryant, who is over New Birth Baptist Church, a huge mega church for African Americans here in Atlanta. They are preparing for a huge movement on Thursday, a prayer vigil, as they call it, not a protest, to go down to the courthouse, be outside. Originally, he was calling for 100 Georgia pastors, but that really kind of spread like wildfire. He says they have people coming in from all over the country. They're expecting well over 100 people there, but that wasn't where the trial ended yesterday. It went on with all three defense attorneys for those three separate defendants calling for a mistrial, and this came after a picture of Ahmaud Arbery was shown, and Wanda Cooper Jones, Arbery's mother, started to cry and weep a little bit in the back of the courtroom. They said that it was not fair that the jurors had to hear that, and that they believe that it would sway their opinion in this. Now, the judge did deny that request as well. And I also want to point out, we heard from a woman called Carol Flowers. She is a neighbor of Ahmaud Arbery, called a lay witness, not a character witness, but just to kind of talk about that he was a jogger and that type of thing. So it was kind of the first time that we heard from someone who directly knew Ahmaud Arbery. They asked, you know, do you remember where you were when you found out he died? And she kind of got a little bit emotional there. But we went on from there and talked a little bit more with GBI agents. They kind of went back to the law enforcement and the law officials there. And we actually saw the shotgun that the state is saying was used to kill Ahmaud Arbery. They had a forensics person in from there, and we are expecting to hear sometime this week from the medical examiner. I believe that will be the first witness that they call. They were going to call them yesterday, but they kind of ran out of time there, so they wanted to save that for fresh on Tuesday, because that will have a lot of questions when it comes to exactly how Ahmaud Arbery died. Mike?
All right, Eric Perry, we thank you for your coverage here, and as always, we will lean on you to give us the updates regarding this really in-demand trial. It's hard to believe, but two major trials going on at the same time, one in Wisconsin, one in Georgia, and you've been every step of the way there in Georgia. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mike.
We will continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Beautiful fall shot of the White House. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here. Great shot of the White House on this fall day as we continue to bring you always top stories and headlines from across the country. I'm your host, Mike Page. Happy Tuesday to you. In a little bit, we'll get a live report from Kenosha as the jury officially has the trial, the case now in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Yesterday was a highly in-demand closing arguments for both the prosecution and the defense. We want to play out just a little bit more from the defense side, and we'll show you the prosecution as well as they tried to make their case to the jurors.
On redirect, after I had him do the demonstration and draw on the photograph, the state tried to get him to back up his opinion and back it off. He wouldn't, because the physical evidence doesn't lie. It's, as they say in the business, an inconvenient truth. They can't change it. It is what it is. That's the demonstration that happened in front of you, the gun and the hand. And if the individual's coming straight at it, the barrel of the gun, it would go through the hand like this. But we know that it was coming from right here, going down, and came out with a very clean exit wound. No soot here at all. So we know that the gun can't be here. We know there's just a little bit of soot on what's commonly referred to as the ring finger right here, and the bulk of it goes this way because it was over the gun, touching the gun. And Mr. Bigger says he was swiping at the gun. Ladies and gentlemen, he didn't need to chase him, didn't need to keep chasing him, didn't need to lunge at him, didn't need to swipe at the gun, i.e. grab the gun. And the shot to the back, as I said, 4 shots in 3/4 of a second. He's backing up, trying to stay away from him, shooting, and he shoots until the threat is immobilized. Ladies and gentlemen, other people in this community have shot somebody 7 times, and it's been found to be okay. And my client did it 4 times in 3/4 of a second to protect his life from Mr. Rosenbaum. I'm sorry, but that's what happened. And this is the prosecutor who said he shot him in the back. He shot him in the back on a horizontal plane consistent with lunging. The shot goes in here and ended up in his lower hip across the back. If he's on the ground or down and shot, the bullet goes into the back and ends up in the stomach or on the other side. It cleared back here, ended up in the lower hip. That's because he was on a horizontal plane when Kyle shot him. He had stippling to the stomach from the first. The pants stopped it from lower, but it was still on the upper. The furthest he was away when the first shot was fired was 4 feet and closing. 4 feet. I think it was Mr. Krause and I who had to fight about how far 4 feet is. It's not that far. It's not that far at all. Brought a tape measure so I could measure a gun barrel for you today, but that's no longer an issue. So I'll show you what 4 feet is. No doubts. From the edge of the jury box to my foot right here, 4 feet. Lunge, grabbing the gun. Think how close that is. Think how fast that distance is closed. What was Joseph Rosenbaum doing? Was he running after my client to give him a key to the city of Kenosha? Was he running after my client to say, hey, thanks for providing security? Use your common sense and your judgment. Look at Mr. Rosenbaum's behavior throughout the night. As I showed you, these are the pictures. One last. I'll get you the pointer. Exhibit 105, Dr. Kelly, the soot. right here. Here's entry, the exit's right over here. Goes across, clean, came out right there. This right here, nothing. Nothing on the back part of the hand, no soot. We know it was over the barrel. Remember Mr. Kraus asking the doctor, well, what about that big puff of smoke? That wouldn't have an effect. Soot only goes so far. That was Dr. Kelly's testimony. He doesn't have a dog in the fight. He looks at the bodies, says what they are, makes a determination, and looks at the evidence. We had an expert, didn't call him because Dr. Kelly told the truth. Couldn't agree more. Ladies and gentlemen, facts and truth matter. In most trials, the case would have ended with Dr. Kelly. But we wanted to bring you our side of the story. We had nothing to hide. We were going to put on a defense. I heard Mr. Binger say red herring. The red herrings in this case are by the state, talking about super bullets, this metal jacket. I've been involved in homicide cases. One time it's a metal jacket. The next time the problem is the person had hollow points. Hollow points are designed to kill. Full metal jackets are to go through people. Ladies and gentlemen, bullets are bullets. Hate to tell you, at close range and close contact, they wreak havoc on a body and they kill people. No dispute. Wants to keep pointing at the militia, the militia, the militia. He knows Kyle's not a member of the militia. He has no evidence that he is. They went to the websites. They went to TikTok. They went all of that. All they can do is put up a little thing of a 17-year-old kid from his TikTok trying to be famous. Kyle shot Joseph Rosenbaum to stop a threat to his person. And I'm glad he shot him, because if Joseph Rosenbaum had got that gun, I don't for a minute believe he wouldn't have used it against somebody else. He was irrational and crazy. Talked about active shooter, the power of those words. My client didn't shoot at anyone until he was chased and cornered. Nick Smith got a phone call from Sam, asked on the second night of rioting to go down there. They used the power washer and buckets to try and put out cars. He did that out of the goodness of his heart. Sam asked him to come and protect the next night and be paid, and he agreed to do it. He asked some of his friends to come with the help. Kyle, Dominic Black, talked about another father and a son, and then the people from West Bend showed up. He said that when they first saw Sam on the 25th, Sam gave him a hug and thanked him for protecting his property. He was on the roof when it was chemical bomb. He knew that Sam was grateful for their presence, but he also knew that people on the ground needed weapons. He heard Kyle when Kyle came back saying, "I had to shoot." Body armor. I don't know why the Grays Lake Cadet Program gives people body armor. Don't know. My client had it. And if he wanted to be an active shooter, as Mr. Binger wants to portray him, why would he give up his body armor? Nick Smith wanted body armor. He goes, "Here, Nick, use mine. I'm going to be doing medical." Helping other people. You see him do it throughout. He gave Nick his body armor. Why would somebody give up their body armor if they're going to go out looking for trouble, seeking confrontation? Doesn't make sense. Joanne Fielder, she described Joseph Rosenbaum wearing a red shirt with a green earring. She described yellow pants, well, I'll get to later. She stated Joseph Rosenbaum yelled he was going to kill us MFers and cut their hearts out. JR's arm goes up, and within seconds, there's tearing up from a gas bomb. She couldn't say for sure that she saw him throw it, but obviously that's the circumstantial evidence in her belief. She never saw Kyle act inappropriately with anybody, point a weapon at anybody. The size of the weapon might change, but it doesn't change what it can do. Presence speaks volume, it's a deterrent, and they've been pelted all night long with rocks. She was aware that they had consent to be where they are. Nathan DeBruin. Interesting witness. He was out there taking photographs on the nights in question, more importantly the 25th. He filmed the destruction of this community, uptown, downtown, and the ATF and the FBI found out about his videos, his still photography, which I think was incredible. They wanted it, and what did he do? Didn't ask for money, he gave it to him. He sat down with the detective and gave a full interview, showed him the photographs, talked about Mr. Rosenbaum and all the problems he was causing that night, the things he was doing, and that's within less than a month after this. He'd never met Kyle Rittenhouse, didn't know Kyle Rittenhouse, but he had a feeling about what happened that night, and he said if there was trouble, Mr. Rosenbaum was there. I don't think any truer words have ever been repeated. Did he have a lawyer when he met with Detective Howard? No, he didn't. When did he get a lawyer? Remember? After he met with Mr. Kraus and Mr. Binger. Mr. Binger, the person who's made it his personal goal of putting my client's head on his wall. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what it did. And it means he's been cutting corners. And Nathan DeBruin said, after meeting with Mr. Binger, I was very uncomfortable. He tried to put words in my mouth. And he had to go and hire a lawyer to protect him. First it was show him the videos and then ask him the questions, trying to put words in his mouth. He didn't want that to happen. He wanted to be able to tell his story of what he knew, what he did. He talked about Zeminski, the photographs of all the conduct that Zeminski had done that night, and I'll show you some of them. The photos have a timestamp on them, and he related to Detective Howard in September of 2020 about Joseph Rosenbaum yelling, "I just got out of jail and I'm not afraid to go back." Those are his words that he heard Mr. Rosenbaum. It was not objected to by the state, and there's been no proof that he wasn't in a jail. They want you to believe he was in a hospital. There's no medical records he was in a hospital. There's no medical records he was properly medicated. And I submit to you that in this case, the way he was behaving, I don't think he was properly medicated. There's pictures of him with the trailer fires, the chains, starting numerous dumpster fires. I submit that he was with the Zeminskis on many of the occasions, and he was emboldened by Mr. Zeminski because Mr. Zeminski was always brandishing his firearm. We saw Joseph Rosenbaum taking the chains. He chose to come down and riot, and that's what he did. Nathan DeBruin chronicled that. Why did he chronicle it? Because it's not very interesting if you take a picture of a protester who's just standing there, but Mr. Rosenbaum was involved in all these different things, and I'll show you those pictures. Lucas Zanin, Kenosha County resident. Every now and again he goes down to Texas in the winter. Testified, born and raised. He stated he had empathy for the small businesses of Kenosha, did not want them looted, did not want them burned. Is that somehow to be called into question? Does any of us want those fires started and to come and burn? I don't think so. He authenticated the video that was taken from his car as accurate, showing the south side of car source 3. And you watch that video and you see people destroying someone else. In the video, you look at the one wall, there's nothing there. You see somebody spray painting on it, and they've written the word loot on it. You see another individual going in the hood of the car, trying to do something. It's not his car. He's not some roadside mechanic. They're destroying property. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Binger and I will go round and round about it until the cows come home. They were rioters. They weren't demonstrators. Were the demonstrators down by the courthouse earlier in the night? Yes, there were people doing a legitimate demonstration. These people were rioting. And you see in his tape, they're hitting the cars with pipes, you hear the glass breaking, you see the people jumping on it. And the important part of it, and I'll show it to you, is you hear the first bang, which is Mr. Zeminski's shot. 2 seconds later, you hear the next shot, and then you see the exodus of all the people taking off from that. That's why Kyle couldn't run and continue to run from Mr. Rosenbaum, which he was under no legal duty to do whatsoever. Jacob Marshall referred to himself as Gage Grossquitz's best friend. We brought Mr. Grossquitz's best friend in as a witness because he had posted something on Facebook immediately after this. He testified he couldn't find Gage Grossquitz because he was under an anonymous name at the hospital. Nobody knew who Gage Grossquitz was, who Jacob Marshall was. But he takes it upon himself to post a Facebook message talking about how, could I have the next slide, please? I just talked to Gage. To his only regret was not killing the kid and hesitating to pull the gun before emptying the entire mag on him. Coward. Here's the picture of them hugging each other at the hospital. And this is posted. Ladies and gentlemen, why does somebody post something like that? Because that's what his friend told him. And he wanted to get Gage Grossquitz's word out. He didn't repost and say, I lied. He took it down to try and hide it. But unfortunately, the internet has a memory. Next witness was Kyle Rittenhouse. I've done with the Kandari brothers. We did recall them, but I talked about that. Kyle Rittenhouse did not have to take the witness stand to tell his story. It was told through video. He wanted you as the jurors to hear his personal experience of the night of the 25th. He knew Mr. Binger would cross-examine him for hours, and he was willing to get up on that witness stand, take the oath, and tell his story the best way he could. And he did. Could Mr. Binger pick on him and find little things about it? A little bit. Did he damage his credibility? I don't think so. Getting to Mr. Yellow Pants, which he's been talked about. Mr. Binger talks about, he says with sarcasm, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the video, but remember that when Yellow Pants said to Kyle, he goes, you held your gun like this. That's low ready. That's not like this. It's down. He never pointed his gun at him. Did he have a gun? Yes. Did he tell him to get off a car? Yeah. But when he said it to Kyle, Kyle said, I did, and walked away, not wanting confrontation. And remember Richie McGinnis's testimony about that. There was the individual with the slingshot, there was the individual with 2 rocks in his hand, and the other individual with the gun. And when Mr. McGinnis walked up to him. He immediately had to put his hand down because they were the one advanced on him, and he bought him off with a White Claw. My client, when this happened, was 17 years old. His actions are to be judged as a 17-year-old, not by Mr. Binger's standards, but by that of a 17-year-old. And Mr. said he didn't appreciate the way people looked at him. And maybe he didn't. And I think the best evidence of that is when Mr. Rosenbaum begins chasing him, you hear on the tape, he yells, "Friendly, friendly, friendly," 3 times. He thinks that if he just says the magic words, they'll stop. They don't. They could have, Mr. Rosenbaum could have looked at it and said, "Hey, you're not trying to harm anybody. I'll leave you alone." Is that what happened? No. He said, "You ain't gonna do shit, mother effer," and began to continue to chase him. Mr. Rosenbaum made a fatal mistake. That day, chasing Kyle Rittenhouse into the corner, he ran as far as he could, and he shot 4 times in 3/4 of a second. Mr. Binger makes so much of Kyle's residence. Antioch, Illinois. I think most people here know where it is. It's not a foreign country. Antioch, Illinois, right across the border. He worked in Kenosha. His dad lived in Kenosha. His grandmother lived in Kenosha. He worked in Pleasant Prairie. His best friend, Dominic Black, lived in downtown Kenosha. They want you to believe that there's some sinister thing about that. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a very mobile world. I'm from the foreign country of Racine, Wisconsin, 13 miles away, a little bit further. I'm on the north side. Ladies and gentlemen, when Kenosha burned, people who like Kenosha, they hurt. I remember 34 years ago walking into this courtroom, first time I ever appeared as a lawyer, back in that conference room. And when I saw what happened in Kenosha, it bothered me. Those 3 days. People can protest, but people can't indiscriminately burn property for no reason of innocent people. How does that further anyone's cause? Kyle feels for this community. He worked as a lifeguard. When he came down here, are we to believe that he's working to clean up graffiti, not getting paid because he's here to look for trouble? Is this all some master plan? That's ridiculous. He came down here trying to help, to see the damage, and that's what he did. Next. Dr. John Black, his testimony about the slides, making times, and I'll go over some of those. But specifically, as I argued earlier, the 0 shot from, I should say it this way, friendly, 3 times to the first shot, 10 point some seconds. There's a change in elevation in the video as he's lunging forward. The shot rings out after that. The 0 shot, which is shot 1, then 2 2600ths, the next one 24, 23, for a total of .739. He gets up, he comes around the car because all the individuals had left. After hearing the shots, goes to check. And to believe that he could stay there is preposterous. All I said would have happened, scene 2 would have been moved to scene 1. You heard the one individual yell, "Get the F out of here." The Zeminskis are screaming, "He just shot him, he just shot him, get him, cranium." That's all happening. Mr. Zeminski's walking around with his gun over his head, pointing at Kyle, and I'll show you that in a little bit. In the exhibits that Dr. Black showed the jury. No color was added, no color was subtracted. The videos didn't go from color to black and white. There was no structural problems. He demonstrated his technique regarding changing brightness and contrast right in front of you. And the one video went from a dark mess of nothing, moved the two lines. I don't know how to do it, but he did right in front of you, hit it, and all of a sudden light, and you can see it. The whole event that evening took 2 minutes and 55 seconds from the 3 times friendly to the time he surrendered or attempted to surrender at law enforcement. Officer Brittany Bray, let me go through the, back up to the first one. Total time, 2 minutes, 55 seconds, according to Dr. Black. Next, friendly, the 4 shots, 10.8 seconds. Those are the shot times. Remember the sound he put and synced up with the video? That was the audio graph, the green thing he showed you. You can see when the shot is fired, he matches it up, times them out by the frames per second. You come up with those numbers. And that's because when you show something in slow motion, it looks like somebody can really have the time to think, process, and do all that. You have to remember how fast all this was happening in event number 1. He's running, the bag is thrown, he turns, addresses, keeps running, and makes a decision, a life and death decision, that he has to turn around and address the threat of Mr. Rosenbaum. At that point, Kyle is stopped. Mr. Rosenbaum, like those other people in event number 2, could have put up his hands and just backed up, made a bad decision, shouldn't have done it. No, he goes diving for him, yells the FU, and is going for his gun. Next. Event 2, I have it beginning when he's hitting the head with the rock and ending with the 4th shot, taking 14.9 seconds. Next, police officer Brittany Bray measured the gun, the pullback, the slide, 4 inches, brought the ruler out, because you never see in event number 2 Kyle pull back the 4 inches, slow motion or otherwise. There were no unfired bullets found at the scene for the AR. There was the unfired bullet by the clip and the Glock that had been cleared from Jason Lakowski. Drew Hernandez. Mr. Binger, for some reason, didn't like Drew Hernandez. You could hear it in his questioning. Ladies and gentlemen, Drew Hernandez had a point of view. There's no doubt about it. But what was that point of view? He's a citizen journalist, and he's covering the riots. And he didn't think that the mass media was covering the riots correctly. They were just calling everybody demonstrators and not covering the devastation and the destruction that was being done. That's his point of view. It's kind of my point of view too. But does that mean that his video's lying? Does that mean when he says, "I saw him lunge," that he's lying? He doesn't have a dog in this fight. He tried to get all of his video to the state. The Dropbox wasn't big enough. He sees that the case is going to trial. He reaches out, gets a lawyer, and provides it simultaneously to both of us, and we end up playing it. He describes the Zeminskis, Joseph Rosenbaum starting fires in the dumpster, the yelling. He sees Kyle, the yelling of the word, the N-word. He sees Kyle walking around yelling medical, medical, right up until the last time when event number 1 starts. He was standing right at the corner, had a clear view to the first incident. He described him as charging from behind. He saw Joseph Rosenbaum throw the bag. He described hearing a shot from behind Kyle, which we all know is the Zeminski shot, the man who's never been brought before you people. And he saw Joseph Rosenbaum lunge. Ladies and gentlemen, you've sat through almost 10 days of testimony. You've heard the openings, most of the closings, and I have yet to hear Mr. Binger explain why Joseph Rosenbaum had the right to chase my client. To me, if I didn't know better, I would think he's a whiny defense lawyer. Everybody's out to get me, everybody's lying. I'm the one who's bringing forth the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, the videos show the truth. The videos show the actions of Joseph Rosenbaum. Balch is lying, Fiedler's lying, Lukowski's lying, Richie is lying, Dale DeBruin, he's really lying because he's imputing my character. Nathan DeBruin, excuse me. Hernandez, he's lying because he's a right-wing journalist. All 6 of them are lying. And then, I forgot, Detective Howard, he's lying too, because he could see through the videos. He could see that Rosenbaum came out from hiding behind the car after my client passed the Duramax. Rush to judgment, as I said earlier, you bet. Highly charged atmosphere here in Kenosha. Make no mistake, you live here, you know. They had to do something. They had to charge the white supremacist, who isn't a white supremacist. They've never reassessed their case. They've never looked at it. They've never said, oh, Dr. Kelly, let's talk about this wound on the hand. What? That means he was touching the barrel? Or his hand was over the barrel when it was fired? Well, that means he was pretty close. No, we're not going to reassess. We're going to march forward. We're going to throw it into the hands of 12 people from the city and let them do our work. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a political case. We can take politics out of it as in Democrat and Republican, but the district attorney's office is marching forward with this case because they need somebody to be responsible. They need somebody to put and say, we did it. He's the person who brought terror to Kenosha. Kyle Rittenhouse is not that individual. The rioters, the demonstrators who turned into rioters, those are the individuals who bring us forth. And I ask you to remember, and I'll show you the videos for the last time from me, the anger in the mob that was going on that night. They were not going to be dissuaded from doing things. They were pushing, firing dumpsters, destroying property, and that was, so you're saying Mr. Rittenhouse put out a fire? Yes, it was a small fire. Last time I checked, small fires turn into big fires. So, kind of stupid. James Armstrong, hocus pocus, out of focus. I've talked about him. He spent 20 hours reworking a frame in a video and averaging, having my client somehow miraculously go from a right-handed shooter to a left-handed shooter. The mirror on the truck is the arm. Their whole case relies on that one photograph that he spent 20 hours. That's how they're going to prove provocation, a word you never heard in the opening statement. It was my client who chased him down and shot him in the back. Oops, can't prove that. This is the day before, car source burning, car source 1 burning the ground. What's in the foreground? The trailer should be the subject. Pictures later on. There's Kyle earlier in the day on the 25th, setting up his alibi, setting up his I'm a good person story, because he thinks he's going to go out and kill 3 people that night. Ladies and gentlemen, that is garbage. How would he know he's going to be photographed? And what does that do? It just shows he's interested in his community, trying to do good. Picture, Mr. Kandiri at car source 3. The state doesn't want Kyle to go to Car Source 3. According to the state, he has to stay at Car Source 2, 59th and Sheridan. Yet Nick Smith called and asked him to go there because whoever was going to protect that property had left.
On objection, Your Honor, the record does not indicate that Nick Smith made that phone call.
It's argument. Folks, you heard the evidence and use your collective recollections to determine what the truth of it is and discount anything that is not supported in the evidence.
Testimony was he received a phone call saying they were destroying cars at Car Source 3, and he went down there. First, Kyle asked for a fire extinguisher, asked the other individual to go down there with him. He said, didn't give an answer, and Kyle took off going down there to try and help protect that property. This is that night, the tear gas, the fires. Here is Mr. Rosenbaum pushing one of many dumpsters, dumpster fires. Right there, that's one. Another one. Stop. Bats, guns. Mr. Rosenbaum pushing it in. Either the gas station or Drew Hernandez, except there were police vehicles right down here. They're trying to push it to him. I apologize. They're trying to push the dumpster down to the line of police or to the gas station. It's put out, and the reaction from Mr. Rosenbaum out of dumpster number 2. You hear the voice? Why you do that? Get over this. There's Mr. Rosenbaum arguing. Mr. Zeminski, the smiling puppeteer, standing behind him. Yeah, they didn't know each other. Maybe they didn't, but they sure spent a lot of time together that night. Mr. Zeminski with the yellow circle, holding his firearm. Yellow pants, Kelly Zeminski with a flashlight in her hand. Last time I checked, there wasn't any lighting problems. The flashlight is a weapon to bash heads if you have to. Many people with AR-15s, not one person with an AR-15. That's the difference between this, the Ultimate gas station, fracas, and what happened down at Car Source 3. Kyle Rittenhouse was alone. He had been taken away from the herd, and Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Zeminski were going to get him. Movement. Mr. Rosenbaum and his bag. He's not dissuaded by the people. He's going right at them. He's not afraid of them. He's pushing in and going at them. He's not afraid of a gun. Yelling. Shoot me, N-word. Shoot me, N-word. Mr. Zeminski holding his gun down to his side, remembering this is a Black Lives Matter rally, and he's there to support their cause. Yeah, right. Mr. Huber, right there, holding him back, actually physically holding him back, but right in the middle of it. Look at the anger in his face. This here, I'll start it, but I'm going to point it out first. We saw a video earlier, this individual starting the Duramax on fire. Right here, jump kick, man. You see him shoot in the lighter fluid or flammable liquid. You see Jump Kick Man being right involved. This is the calm Tuesday evening that Mr. Binger is alluding to. Mr. Rosenbaum, this time wearing a blue mask, tipping over the porta potty. It was just a little porta potty. The trailer. The trailer is important because it's the way he arms himself with the chain. Here's Rosenbaum pushing it. If he's just a regular demonstrator or misunderstood, a little bit upset, what does he need a chain for? What does he need a bag? Why didn't he leave it with Ms. Swart? Here, 3 things. The blue circle is bag, backed up by the fire. Look at that bag. Does that look like there's nothing in it? Look at this. What is that? That's not a water bottle, ladies and gentlemen. I can't tell you what it is, but it's not a water bottle. Look at this. 2 feet of chain on each side. He's got it. Taken, I'm sure, from right here. The toe chain. Jump Kick Man. Right there, the mask, the white jeans, the black. Look at the boots. Those boots would soon be impacting my client's face. Rundown live. Here, once again, Rosenbaum, Zeminski at the trailer after it's been taken down the street, set up on its side, and started on fire. You can still see one of the chains hanging from the tongue of the trailer. Rundown live. The state showed this video. I started my opening statement with it. I was going to show you where Mr. Rosenbaum is. I've already done it. Don't need to waste your time. How do I get to the end? Oh. Here's the picture that we showed at the beginning. Right there, the 125-26. Mr. Rosenbaum masked with his chain during the Rundown Live video. Mr. Rosenbaum with the chain. So I said earlier, look at how Kyle's dressed. Look at the pack on his left side, left hip. The crosses going across the front and the back of his chest. Nowhere in the magic picture is that depicted. 11:40, he's crossed over that line, asking people if they want medical. Runs into Yellow Pants. He walks away from confrontation. And Yellow Pants said, "You pointed your gun at me," and he goes like this, low ready. The individuals who were there with him, slingshot, rocks in the hand, gun. Mr. McGinnis. Kyle, after having the brief thing with Yellow Pants, he goes away from them, goes over, looks for Mr. Balch. They might have been close to one another, but they did not find one another. He tries to go back. Wants to get back to car source 2. After that, he goes back and waits. He gets the phone call. He testified about the phone call, either from Nick or Dominic. And what does he do? He gets a fire extinguisher. He hasn't had a fire extinguisher all night, but he gets a fire extinguisher. The circumstantial evidence shows the call came through. He testified the call came through. You know, and I'll stop it a few times and you hear that? Talking about a pepper ball exploding in her ass. That's Kelly Zeminski speaking. It's blurry. Keep your eye here and here. Kyle will come to you. That's Kyle right there to the right of the garbage can by that splurge of light. Mr. Rosenbaum, as soon as Kyle is coming, gets up and starts walking away along with Kelly Zeminski, this individual. Jump kick man was there earlier. Up there. That's Kyle with the fire extinguisher walking. Doesn't say anything to any of them. They see him coming, they head down to do their ambush. He's not chasing them. He's not running after them. He's walking down to put out the fire. Let's start it over again.
This dude right here got his phone snapped and blindsided.
You hear Kyle yell, friendly, friendly, friendly. That is the start of Mr. Rosenbaum chasing Kyle.
So the order.
Now they come in. He's thrown. It goes to the small. He's thrown the bag.
Duramax just got. That Duramax got fucking beat.
Stop. Duramax. The shine on the Duramax. Kyle comes right into this area before he's chased. That's shown on the drone video. It's shown on the FBI video. Zeminskis are standing right here, and that's when the chase is on.
Yo.
You can hear the destruction of the vehicles as he approaches. Gun, gun, gun. And he's off and running. We've seen the videos. Here is the Zanin video, parts of it. As I said, watch for the first shot. Look at all those people standing there. A wall of people destroying cars. The state wants Kyle to run into that wall of people. Listen for the first shot and watch the lackadaisical attitude, and then hear the 4 shots in quick succession and watch what happens.
Oh shit. They shooting. Oh shit. Oh my God.
Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. The first shot happens, they barely begin to move. Between the first shot and Kyle's first shot, which is the second shot you hear, Kyle has turned around. Why is he turned around? because that wall of people is there and he has nowhere else to run. The cars, the van, all of the people destroying property, the soda machine, he turns around and Mr. Rosenbaum keeps coming. Mr. Rosenbaum keeps coming, he lunges, gunshots. There's Mr. Zeminski with his gun down there at his side as his wife yells, "Effing get him, effing get him, he just shot somebody," which they started. Pointing the gun once again in his right hand. Gage Grosskitz's cell phone video. Does Kyle ever point the firearm at Gage Grosskitz when he runs up on him unarmed?
Shots. Why are you doing it? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody?
I'm going to get the police. He's going towards the police. He's continuing on. He's past Gage Grosskitz. He hasn't shot Gage Grosskitz. He hasn't pointed the firearm at Gage Grosskitz. The medic, if he thinks someone shot, why isn't he there? He doesn't know Richie McGinnis is tending to him. None of the people who chase him are at Car Source 3. There is no evidence. Zeminski doesn't chase him. Zeminski doesn't want anything to do with it. His wife doesn't want anything to do with it. But the mob has now formed and is chasing him down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction.
Who shot? Who shot?
He turns all the way around, looking towards Car Source 3. Could go there. At this point, he hasn't armed himself. Kyle is zero threat to anyone. This active shooter BS is something that Mr. Binger is trying to sell you people. Has he shot anybody since Car Source 3? No, he hasn't. He's running to try and get to the police. Mr. Binger must live in fairy tale land to think that Kyle could stop, put his gun down, and say, "Hey, everything's good, leave me alone, I'm going to the police." Unfortunately, that's not how the real world works. This was real world.
Hey, stop it!
People yelling to stop him. Next picture. You saw it in opening statements. Mr. Rosen.
And we will get you back out. This is more of the highlights there from the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Obviously, huge demand for it. We continue to see our numbers climbing, even on the replay here from yesterday's closing arguments with the prosecution and, of course, the defense. Let's keep our coverage going right now. Let's go out live to Kenosha, where we find Fox 6's Amelia Jones live here with us just moments before the jury begins official deliberations.
Good morning, and all 18 jurors who have heard the testimony throughout this trial will be back at the courthouse in about 10 minutes. And from there, then 12 jurors will be randomly selected out of a tumbler, and that's when deliberations will begin. And of course, another long day ahead for these jurors. After you all just watched the replay, they heard hours of closing arguments yesterday. Those highlights of Assistant District Attorney Thomas Binger continuing to argue that Rittenhouse provoked the incident that led to last summer's shooting, where he shot 3 people and killed 2 of them. But then the defense attorney, Mark Richards, standing his ground, saying that his client, all of his actions were in self-defense. And even throughout those closing arguments, we heard defense attorney Richards call on the prosecution, saying that the state changed their approach in their closing arguments because of state witnesses, and that testimony supported the defense's claims. Once again, all of the testimony and arguments have been heard. It's now all up to a jury. All 18 of them will be here in the courthouse, in the courtroom, 12 of them randomly selected, and that's when deliberations will begin. And the jury, they'll be given a 36-page document. That's how long the jury instructions are for them. And they'll go through count by count and see if Rittenhouse is guilty for the charges he's crimed with, or if he's not guilty. And yesterday, when we saw the prosecution and the defense and the judge go over these jury instructions, they are very nitpicky about the language included in them. Right now, Rittenhouse faces 5 charges. One was dropped yesterday before closing arguments, a gun-related charge. At the beginning of the trial, Rittenhouse faced 7 charges. Another one was dropped mid-trial, and that was for violating curfew, and the judge dropped that one because he said the prosecution did not provide enough evidence to support it. Again, we're not sure how long jury deliberations could take, but we do expect it to take at least a couple days, and that will begin, as I mentioned, in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, we'll all be on verdict watch. Thank you so much, Amelia Jones, for breaking it all down for us today. We totally appreciate it there. And of course, live now from Fox, we will have continuous coverage when the verdict is in, leading up to that moment that it is read out in the courtroom. Of course, we'll have all of that coverage right here at LiveNOW.fox.com. You can check that out. Let's go back out to some more of the highlights from yesterday.
Away from them. See the gun being pulled away from him? Shot. Mr. Huber goes down, Gross quits, flinches, freezes, stops. Hands up, no pull. Mr. Grosskowitz is standing like this, and all of a sudden you see him kick his foot back and launch forward. He loads his back foot going forward at Kyle with a loaded Glock handgun. Kyle sees it coming, gets within a couple of feet, he fires. If he's got his hands up and wants nothing to do with Kyle, like everybody else, just back away and you don't get shot. Mr. Grosskowitz decides he's going to take him out, and his only regret, as stated in the Facebook post, he didn't fire first and empty his clip into the kid. He's hit in the arm, he's shot at once, he's backing up. That's the last shot. I went through the quickness of the shots from the rock in the head to that fourth shot. He gets up. You still see this individual armed with a board or a 2x4 or a fence post. Doesn't shoot at him. This person he doesn't perceive as a danger. His hands are up. Doesn't shoot at him. Now as he wheels around, watch what this individual does. That was the end of it. Kyle turns around. He turns. That individual steps away from him. No more shots. Doesn't shoot randomly. Shots from behind him. Continues on his way, trying to turn himself into the police. Trying to get to the end of it. not safe. Goes with his hands up to law enforcement.
Hey, he just shot up. Hey, dude right here just shot up. Dude right here just shot all of them down there. That dude just shot them up there. That dude right here. Yeah.
Continues on. Hands up. You hear the story about the pepper spray. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the case. There was no threatening behavior that started this. Mr. Rosenbaum was hell-bent on causing trouble that night. He did what he did, and he started this. There are tragic parts of it, but Kyle Rittenhouse's behavior was protected under the law of the state of Wisconsin, the law of self-defense. You've heard the instructions, and I'll end with this. You decide on count one. If you decide that his conduct was privileged under the use of self-defense, you don't go on to the lesser included. If it was privileged under self-defense, that affects count two. Both of the things that happened in scene one, as I read earlier, page 9 of the jury instructions. If his conduct was privileged as to Rosenbaum, it's privileged as to Mr. McGinnis. On to the next ones. At scene 2, ladies and gentlemen, there is no evidence whatsoever that he was an active shooter other than Mr. Binger calling him that. And there's no evidence that any of those other individuals who attacked him in the mob that night were attacking an active shooter. He wasn't shooting. And if they want to be the heroes and they want to beat somebody and do what they're going to do to them, they better be right. And they weren't. Kyle Rittenhouse shot Mr. Rosenbaum because he was attacking Kyle. Every person who was shot was attacking Kyle. One with a skateboard, one with his hands, one with his feet, one with a gun. Hands and feet can cause great bodily harm. Sure, the state's going to get up and say, well, he didn't have great bodily harm, so it doesn't matter. That's not the standard. The standard is could cause great bodily harm. My client does not have to take a beating from the hands of this mob or the hands of Mr. Rosenbaum. And Mr. Rosenbaum might be little, but he was a pretty muscular guy. And some 30-some-year-old guy can take a 17-year-old kid 9 times till Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a tough choice, but the evidence only leads to one conclusion. That is that Kyle Rittenhouse's conduct on August 25th was privileged based upon the actions of Mr. Rosenbaum and others. There are no winners in this case, but putting Kyle Rittenhouse down for something he was privileged to do will serve no legitimate purpose. I ask you to do this, do justice here under the law of the state of Wisconsin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Let's take about 10 minutes and.
That was just some of the highlights there from yesterday. So we saw the defense. Let's just show you a little of the prosecution as well, delivering their closing arguments.
The actual killings in this case had nothing to do with that. And he also spent the entire evening lying about the fact that he was an EMT. None of the things that I just told you are in doubt in this case. So when we think about the defendant, I'd like you to consider, as you think about this case, what his true motivations were. Was this a situation where he sincerely cared about CarSource, even though he'd never heard of it, never bought anything there, never worked there, and not even its owners were out there that night protecting it? Was he genuinely interested in helping people? He ran around with an AR-15 all night and lied about being an EMT. Does that suggest to you that he genuinely is there to help? He's not there for the same purpose as the protesters. So why was he there that night? When you think about these things, I think there are some things that we can all agree on. In America, it's hard these days. People are polarized, and there's a lot of political issues back and forth. And the judge has made it clear this case is not about politics. There is common ground here. We have all agreed, and I asked you this 2 weeks ago today. Raise your hand if you agree life is more important than property. And all of you raised your hand. We also agree that no one person's life is more valuable than another. You don't get to kill someone simply because they're a drug dealer. You don't weigh a pastor's life over a teacher's life. You don't weigh a police officer's life over an engineer's life. All life is sacred. I think we can also agree that we shouldn't have 17-year-olds running around our streets with AR-15s, because this is exactly what happens. And finally, I want you to keep in mind that we've all read stories and heard about heroes that step in to stop an active shooter or to give their life to save others. In fact, many people in Wisconsin went out and got carrying concealed weapon permits just so that they could be there in case there was an active shooter and wanting to stop them. So when you consider this case, look for the truth. So many people look at this case and they see what they want to see. They have a preconceived notion and they tailor the facts to fit whatever they believe. And you all agreed to keep an open mind. You all told us you didn't have any of those preconceived notions. Now you've heard the evidence, and it's time to search for the truth. So consider, for example, whether or not it's heroic or honorable to provoke and shoot unarmed people. Consider whether it makes someone a hero when they lie about being an EMT. I think all of us are familiar with someone who does the sorts of things that the defendant has done. They enjoy the thrill of going around and telling people what to do without the courage or the honor to back it up, and without the legal authority to do so. And when you think about the defendant's behavior in this case, contrast it with Anthony Huber, a man who was there because he knew Jacob Blake, who carried his skateboard everywhere, and who rushed towards danger to save other people's lives. So when I talk to you here in my closing argument, I'm going to focus first on the murders that the defendant committed. Second, I'm going to address some background issues, give you some context, and talk about some of the things that I don't think are relevant to this case. And finally, I'm going to tie it all into the jury instructions that the judge just gave you. As prosecutors in this case, my colleague Jim Krause and I have tried to present you with all of the relevant evidence that we think you should consider in this case. And I told one of you in jury selection that at the end of this, you would be the expert. You would have all the information. You would be the one who would know all about this case and make that decision. And that's what we've tried to do. So let's go to August 25th, 2020. The defendant came from outside our community, carrying a gun that wasn't his, because he expected and anticipated violence that night. And he pretended to guard what turned out to be an empty building owned by people he'd never even met, while fraudulently claiming all night long to be an EMT. There were a lot of people out that night. Some people stayed home protecting their homes and their families. Others went to their businesses, boarded them up, and protected them. And a lot of those people had weapons. A lot of them had guns. There were other people who came along to protect Car Source or Ultimate Gas or other businesses. And many of them were armed with AR-15s, just like the defendant. In fact, you're going to see a video, and you've already seen it, of a clash between people with AR-15s at Ultimate Gas and other folks that are, I guess, protesters. And there's people getting in people's faces, there's yelling, there's shouting, there's even shoving. And yet, in this entire sequence of events, from the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday, August 23rd, 2020, all the way after that, everything this community went through, the only person who shot and killed anyone was the defendant. Yes, there was property damage. No one's here to defend that. No one's here to tell you it's okay to commit arson or looting. No one's here to tell you it's okay to be rioters. I'm not defending any of that. You know, because you've been told in the testimony, I'm prosecuting Joseph Ziminski for arson. That's not okay. But what you don't get to do is kill someone on the street for committing arson. So let's keep that in mind when we're talking about the people involved in this case. So let's begin with the provocation and the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum, because it's all captured on video. As the defendant and Mr. Rosenbaum arrive at the 63rd Street car source, Mr. Rosenbaum is ahead of the defendant. And as you see in the FBI video, when Mr. Rosenbaum starts to run, the defendant starts to run as well at the same time, as if he's pursuing him. Mr. Rosenbaum could not have possibly have known the defendant is behind him. There's no indication in this record that he knew the defendant was there. It's not an ambush. It's not a situation where he goes there and lays in wait for the defendant. The defendant arrives at that location and you hear him yell, "Friendly, friendly, friendly," because he's aware of the fact that the people that he's about to confront are hostile to him. And I'm going to show you in a moment the video in which the first thing he does when he arrives at that location is drops the fire extinguisher that he's holding in his left hand so he can raise the gun with his right and left hands and point it. This is when you hear someone, I think the testimony is Rosenbaum, it's not clear to me, but either way, yell, "Gun, gun, gun." And then Mr. Rosenbaum charges around to try and stop the defendant from pointing his gun or shooting anyone. So let's take a look at some of that video. This is Exhibit 73, the full drone video. And as we've pointed out to you before, and Jim will point out to you here in a second on the screen, when the defendant originally arrives at that scene, the first thing you see him do is drop the fire extinguisher and point his weapon at people. And then the chase occurs right after that. And you're going to see that entire sequence of events here on the full drone video. The defendant turns as he's being pursued and points the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum. And then as he enters the area between the parked cars, he slows and turns, and before Mr. Rosenbaum can even come close, he fires at him, shooting and knocking him to the ground. Now I'm going to show you the slowed down and zoomed in video of the defendant when he first gets there. And Mr. Krause is going to help me by directing your attention on the larger screen here to exactly where you will see the defendant. I'm going to replay it a few times so you can see quite clearly that the defendant sets the fire extinguisher on the ground with his left hand and then brings his left hand over to the gun and raises it and points. Guys, check the gun. Make sure it's empty. Under Wisconsin law, you're not allowed to run around and point your gun at people. This is the provocation. This is what starts this incident. The defendant rushes in and immediately points the gun. And as you'll see in a little bit, Mr. Rosenbaum doesn't take kindly to people pointing guns.
We will get back out to those highlights from yesterday, but I want to go live right now inside of the courtroom here. This is going to be
6 of you who are
the
dismissed
lottery now for the 12 jurors, and 6 alternates will be chosen by this lottery system. So let's listen in right here live on LiveNOW from Fox.
Anyway, there was a request if you could use laptops, and the answer to that is yes, but of course under the same rules that you've had all along, which is you're not to communicate in any way or access any site respecting the case. And let's take the strike the jurors as necessary. All of the jurors' numbers have been exhibited to the defendant, I believe, and they're paper clipped together now. And then please put them in the tumbler, and the bailiff will rotate it, and then the defendant will draw out 6 of the numbers.
Do you want me to leave them as is, Judge? Or
No, just separate them. And the names which are drawn out will be the jurors who will be dismissed.
As I call your number, you please stand up. Number 11, number 58, number 14, number 45, number 9, and number 52. And then if you'll follow the bailiff into the back room.
The other as well, so bring them back in. All right, members of the jury, it is for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of each of the offenses charged. You must make a finding as to each count in the information. Each count charges a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged on one count must not affect your verdict on any other. As I indicated, I think yesterday, that you must return only one verdict for each count of the information. If you need to communicate with me while you are in deliberation, please send a note through the bailiff, which is signed by the presiding juror whom you've elected. In the event that you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before answering, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you await an answer. I will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. When you've agreed upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the presiding juror as to each count, and all of you return with the verdict to the court. Bailiffs? You need to solemnly swear that you will keep all persons sworn on this jury together in some private and convenient place, and that you will not speak to them nor permit anyone else to speak to them concerning the state of their deliberations or the verdicts upon which they have agreed, so help you God. I do. Okay. All right, folks, you can retire to consider your verdicts.
And there you have it. Now we have the official 12 jurors, and then the 6 that did not get picked, they will be alternates just in case, say, if a juror might get sick, or they'll be thrown in there as well. But right now, it is now officially the case to the jurors right now in the hands of this case. And really, Rittenhouse's life are now in the juror's hands right now. I say life because he could be looking at a life sentence for the most serious crime there. So we will continue to bring you always the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute break, and then we will have more coverage on the Rittenhouse trial. So show you some more of the highlights that was from yesterday.
And Shakespeare wrote, "Parting, as they say, is such sweet sorrow." You've been wonderful jurors, and we couldn't have asked for a higher quality jury, better jurors, more attentive jurors, more prompt jurors. And it is, with this. And then when you take them up, you can take that up too. There have been rare instances, sometimes in cases you'd recognize by their importance, where jurors have been restored to the jury after having been dismissed. So that is conceivable it would happen in this case. It's not likely, but it's quite unlikely, but it's possible. So I'm going to ask that you continue with the instruction that you not discuss the case with anyone, not even amongst the 6 of you. You can't deliberate at all or discuss the case in any way. You can't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Did some of you bring laptops? No? Well, I feel badly about that, because I had a jury some years ago that was in a similar situation, and the extra jurors were, all they had to watch was daytime TV, and I'm afraid I can't even arrange that for you. But I don't know, maybe there was something about some movies or something, wasn't there? I hope they appeal to everyone.
Laura, I don't know, Becky's gone this morning.
Well, anyway, we'll see what we can do to give you some kind of entertainment. And but in the meantime, please adhere to those rules, and you will be. We're not going to sequester anybody or anything at this particular point. So, and I hope that they have a comfortable place arranged. I understand they do. So, any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Are we allowed to get our belongings?
Yes, in fact, I'm having the bailiff escort you up there now, and while you're there, you're not to have any conversation with the other jurors, okay? Anything else? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. And give those to the jurors, yes.
All right, so right there, the judge was talking to the alternates there, and just talking about what to do to pass the time, and hopefully some entertainment will come their way, just in case if they never get on the actual jury there, they'll have something to do to pass the time. Well, we just don't know how long the jury will deliberate, but we will be with you every step of the way right here on Live Now from Fox. As soon as that verdict comes in, of course, we'll have full coverage, and all day today we'll be on Verdict Watch as well.
I'll leave it at that. Anything? Stay within 10 minutes from here, in case there's questions or something. Okay. Thank you.
All right, so that is official now. There are 12 jurors, 6 alternates, and the deliberations will be beginning shortly. They'll select a foreman, and then they will go from there and decide the facts of the case for Kyle Rittenhouse. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everybody, let's show you just a little bit more of those highlights from yesterday's closing arguments.
I don't think anyone does. That's not unusual. No one wants to have the gun pointed at them, and no one wants to watch anyone else do this to someone else. We have the gun. It is in evidence as exhibit number 28. I'm having the detectives check it to make sure that it is safe. The defendant comes running in and drops the fire extinguisher on the ground like this. And then raises his left hand to the gun and points. This is what we see in the video. Him putting the fire extinguisher on the ground and then raising the gun.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's facing the wrong direction.
That's an argument.
Okay.
I'd like to actually have, well, I'll leave it alone.
So what you see in that video is his left arm reaching for the gun, holding it up. You can see it again on the video here. His left arm reaching up towards the gun. That is what provokes this entire incident. And one of the things to keep in mind is that when the defendant provokes the incident, he loses the right to self-defense. You cannot claim self-defense against a danger you create. That's critical right here. If you're the one who is threatening others, you lose the right to claim self-defense. Then we have the chase that occurs after that. And we have taken that drone video and we have slowed down portions of that chase for you. So what we have right here on the screen, this is Exhibit 84, and this is the middle portion of that incident. And you can see Mr. Rosenbaum chasing after the defendant, throwing that plastic bag, and then the defendant turns and points the gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum. And this is the moment in time when Mr. Rosenbaum essentially does sort of a little hop with both of his hands in the air. And the defendant has testified. He saw at that moment that there was nothing in the defendant's hand, or in Mr. Rosenbaum's hands. He was unarmed. There's the defendant turning and pointing the gun. Mr. Rosenbaum leaps, his hands out to the air, and then watch here at the end. This is where the shooting occurs. Mr. Rosenbaum is not even within arm's reach when the first shot occurs. I'll play that again. The defendant is pointing the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum. Mr. Rosenbaum raises his arms off to the side. The defendant approaches these cars and slows down, and then turns and shoots Mr. Rosenbaum. Finally, I'm going to play you Exhibit 86. This shows you the final part of that, zoomed in and slowed down. Here's the defendant running in between those parked cars, slowing down, and you can see just how close, or rather how far away, Mr. Rosenbaum was when the defendant shot him. You can see from this video that Mr. Rosenbaum is not even within arm's reach of the defendant when the first shot goes off. The defendant fires 4 shots in quick succession. And I'll come back to this in a moment, but you'll note during this entire sequence, it's the defendant who chooses where to go. He's the one who decides to run where he runs. And he slows down right as he gets to these parked cars. That's what allows Rosenbaum to get closer. We've seen this on the aerial footage from the FBI, and I want you to see that perspective as well. This is Exhibit 25. This is the annotated aerial footage. You see the defendant approach, running in the same direction as Mr. Rosenbaum. This is where the pointing occurs, in the direction of the Zeminskis. You can see Joshua Zeminski's right there on the screen. I'm going to put the cursor over where the Zeminskis are. They're right in there. The defendant is pointing his gun right here, and he's pointing it in the direction of the Zeminskis, because they're standing next to that car. And then the chase occurs. Now, what's interesting to me is, watch when the crowd starts to run. The crowd's already starting to run here even before the defendant has fired a shot. That's likely because they heard the first shot from Joshua Zeminski, and the crowd starts to run away. The defendant has testified that that shot from Mr. Zeminski had nothing to do with his decision to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. And I'll come back to that in a second. Finally, I'm going to show you this incident from the perspective of Drew Hernandez, because he is behind all of this, and then he comes upon Mr. Rosenbaum's body. Is that audio playing? Why is the audio not playing? Is it coming? I'm not sure why you're not hearing any audio on that. Is Brian around? He's not. All right. Can you text Brian, please? At any rate, for this purpose, I'm sorry? At this point, the defendant has shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum, and Mr. Rosenbaum is laying face down. That's where he falls. Richie McGinnis actually rolls him over after trying to stem the bleeding here. You can see in the foreground that plastic bag that Mr. Rosenbaum threw on the ground. I don't think there's any dispute. There was nothing harmful in that bag. It was a clear bag containing some clear items.
Objection. There is a dispute what's in that bag.
Then you can make that dispute in your argument.
It's argument, and you'll be allowed to respond.
You can see in this video the crowd is attempting to save Mr. Rosenbaum's life. Also no evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum ever wanted the defendant's gun. He never said, "I'm going to take your gun." He never said, "I want your gun." There's no indication of that. Dr. Kelly has testified that the first shot that the defendant fired at Joseph Rosenbaum hit the victim in the right pelvis, fracturing it. Mr. Rosenbaum was incapacitated at that point. He is, whatever threat he might have posed, it's over. There is no further threat. He is falling to the ground, and the defendant doesn't stop after that first shot. He tracks Mr. Rosenbaum's body all the way down, firing 3 more shots. A second shot, which goes through Mr. Rosenbaum's hand, and then a third and fourth shot, one that grazes the right scalp and one that goes right into Mr. Rosenbaum's back. And that is the kill shot. That is the one that took Mr. Rosenbaum's life. There is no evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum was reaching for the defendant's gun. And after that first shot, there's no way Mr. Rosenbaum could have taken that gun even if he wanted to. He is already falling to the ground. He is helpless. He is vulnerable. And as I said, the kill shot is the one to the back. This is that wound. Dr. Kelly testified that the angle of this shot was from the left shoulder towards the center of the back, and the bullet continued on down towards the right lower back area, tearing through bodily organs and killing Mr. Rosenbaum. Here's a picture of the wound to the hand. There's been a lot of testimony about this wound. This is one in which the evidence suggests that Mr. Rosenbaum's hand was most likely turned in this position, palms outward with his thumb to the ground, when the bullet goes through the area in between his middle finger and his ring finger and penetrates the lower knuckle of the middle finger and the index finger before exiting. Dr. Kelly testified there's soot in that area, suggesting that the hand was close to the end of the defendant's barrel of the AR-15 at the time of that shot. The defense wants you to believe it's there because Mr. Rosenbaum is deliberately reaching for the gun. Well, that doesn't make any sense. First of all, this occurs after Mr. Rosenbaum has been shot in the hip and has got a fractured pelvis at that point. He is falling. He is not able to walk. He's probably not even able to control much of his movements at this point. When you're reaching for that gun, this is not the way you're going to do it. This is not going to be effective. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, to the extent Mr. Rosenbaum's hand ever got close to the end of the defendant's gun, it was completely inadvertent, not at all intentional. Now, we've heard a lot about the Zeminskis in this case, and I just want to carve them out of this case right now because it's a red herring. It has nothing to do with any of this. There's been some focus on that because I think the defense was hoping they could work this into their self-defense claim and make an argument that that first shot by Joshua Zeminski somehow made the defendant fear for his life. Unfortunately, the defendant wasn't on board with that because in his testimony, he told you that that shot had nothing to do with his thought process. It didn't affect him in any way. He said he didn't think the shot came from Joseph Rosenbaum. He knew Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed, and he admitted to me, you can't kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski did. So let's just carve Joshua Zeminski out of this case. I'll deal with him on his arson trial in January, but until then, it doesn't factor into any of the decisions the defendant made. And in fact, as you see on the FBI video, the Zeminskis continue walking straight on down the sidewalk. They don't pursue the defendant. They don't threaten the defendant in any way. Now, the defense wants you to think Joseph Rosenbaum was there to attack the defendant. We'll never know what Joseph Rosenbaum was thinking because the defendant killed him. So we're just guessing. But let's assume for a minute, yeah, Joseph Rosenbaum is chasing after the defendant because he wants to do some physical harm to him. He's an unarmed man. This is a bar fight. This is a fist fight. This is a fight that maybe many of you have been involved in. Two people, hand to hand, we're throwing punches, we're pushing, we're shoving, we're whatever. But what you don't do is you don't bring a gun to a fist fight. What the defendant wants you to believe is that because he's the one who brought the gun, he gets to kill. So I want you to contrast this, two different scenarios. One scenario where there's two guys who are throwing punches at one another like a bar fight. I think we'd all agree you can't kill someone. You can't punch the guy, knock him to the ground, and then get on him and strangle the life out of him. That's murder. So what's the difference here? The only difference is the defendant brought a gun. He brought his AR-15. That's why he's got to come up with this cockamamie theory that Joseph Rosenbaum was not only going to take the gun, but take it and then turn it on the defendant. And the defendant actually told you that he thought Joseph Rosenbaum was going to take that gun and not only kill him, but kill other people, which is really ironic considering the defendant is the one who killed people in this case, and the only one. But putting that aside, they have to convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum was going to take that gun and use it on the defendant because they know you can't claim self-defense against an unarmed man like this. You lose the right to self-defense when you're the one who brought the gun, when you're the one creating the danger, when you're the one provoking other people. The defendant fired 4 shots at Joseph Rosenbaum and caused 5 wounds total. The first shot fractured Joseph Rosenbaum's pelvis. This causes him to be helpless. He is falling face first to the ground, and he is vulnerable. The second shot went through his left hand, probably ricocheted off the ground and hit his lower left thigh. It's a flesh wound. I'm sure it hurt, but probably not all that serious. The third and fourth shots are as Mr. Rosenbaum has fallen almost completely to the ground. He's parallel to the ground. He is almost face first to the ground. The defendant fires a round into his upper back, which is the kill shot, and another round which grazes his right scalp. At this point, as you saw in that video, a crowd rushes to that body to try and save Joseph Rosenbaum. They're trying to put clothing on the wound to stop the bleeding. They're going to take him across the street to a hospital. KMH, Frederick South, is literally right across the street. And this crowd, except for the defendant, are all focused on trying to save this person's life. A person, by the way, they probably had never even met before. Because that's what most people do. Richie McGinnis testified. I rode with Rosenbaum in the back of that SUV. I told him we'd have a beer together when this was all done. Mr. Rosenbaum was unable to respond. The defendant decided to pull the trigger on his AR-15 4 times. That was his decision. And he is responsible for every bullet that comes out of that gun. He doesn't get a pass by pulling the trigger fast. He could have chosen to stop after the first shot, after the second shot, after the third shot, and assessed whether or not there was still a need to keep firing. But he went 4 times in 0.76 seconds. The defense has made a big point of this, how fast he fired, as if that somehow excuses him. Exactly the opposite, ladies and gentlemen. He controls how quickly he pulls the trigger. He is in control of that decision-making process. No one else made him do that. And this is indicative of someone who doesn't care about the consequences, doesn't care to stop and figure out, am I good? Do I need to stop? Or I'm just going to keep on going. And as I said, he tracks the body all the way to the ground with those second, third, and fourth shots. The only way that you could possibly justify the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum is if you believe that Joseph Rosenbaum was actually reaching for the defendant's gun, and that a reasonable person in the defendant's position with that AR-15 strapped tightly to his chest would think that Joseph Rosenbaum was even capable of taking that gun away as he's falling to the ground with a fractured right pelvis. And then, not only all that, you'd also have to believe that Joseph Rosenbaum was going to turn that gun around and use it to kill the defendant. You have to believe all of those things to justify the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum. That's why the defense is trying so desperately hard to convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum threatened to kill the defendant, which never happened. That's why they're trying so desperately hard to convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum was reaching for that gun. Because if he's not reaching for that gun, and he's not going to use it to kill the defendant, it is not justified. There is no valid self-defense claim. One of the things the judge has instructed you is that when the defendant provokes this situation, he has to exhaust all reasonable means to avoid killing someone. Did he? He didn't have to shoot. He's the one who chose where to run. He chose to run in between those parked cars. He slows down as he gets there. The crowd's already running away. You know, the defense wants to make a point. There's a whole bunch of people over there who are doing stuff to cars, and the defendant had no escape route. The crowd's actually already running away at this point. They've heard the first gunshot from Joshua Zeminski, and they're already starting to scatter. But if you look on the video, there's a huge open space in that lot where the defendant could have circled back around, and he actually does circle back around after killing Rosenbaum, where he could have gotten away. He has to exhaust all reasonable means of escape before killing Mr. Rosenbaum. Your Honor, I do have some more video I want to play. I'm having a little bit of technical problem. You want to talk about people who were there trying to help. You just heard them and you just saw them. People who didn't know Joseph Rosenbaum. They just knew somebody needed help. And while that's going on, the defendant flees, callously disregarding the body of the man that he just shot and killed. And as he's running off, he's lying to the crowd about what just happened. This is exhibit number 12.
So there was just like 6 shots. It went off. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Hey, no, why you doing? He called the guy. Why you doing? What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Hey, no, why you doing? He called the guy. Why you doing? What are you doing, bro?
The defendant says he pulled a gun. That statement, he pulled a gun.
And some of you right now will be entering into a 2-minute break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are officially on jury watch as the jury is now deliberating. Some more highlights from closing arguments next.
A gun? The defendant knew he didn't have a gun. The defendant is lying to save his own skin instead of going and trying to help the person that he has just shot and killed. In exhibit number 3, Gage Grosskreuz's Facebook Live video, he tells a similar lie. As they're running, Mr. Grosskreutz asks the defendant, "Did you just shoot someone?" And the defendant says something about the police and then says, "I did not shoot anyone." And this is similar to the lie that he told Jason Lukowski at exactly that same time. As he passes Mr. Lukowski, he says, "I did not shoot anyone." And that was established through Mr. Lukowski's testimony. And again, I think it's worth emphasizing at this point that Jason Lukowski had just met the defendant maybe an hour. This is about 11:50 at night. Mr. Lukowski got there about 10:45.
Here in Kenosha. Almost.
This is Gage Grosskreutz running towards danger, running to try and help. This is exhibit number 3.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Listen to the second thing he says.
You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
It's hard to tell what his exact words are. I hear the word "not" pretty clearly in there, as in I did not shoot anyone, I did not do anything. Jason Lukowski, he lies to. The crowd, he lies to. Gage Grosskreutz, he lies to. So at this point, the crowd is dealing with what they perceive to be an active shooter. Someone who has just shot someone, who is still in possession of the gun, who is fleeing the scene. And how are we supposed to know where he's going next? You know, all night that night, the crowd has been hearing the sound of gunshots. They've been hearing fireworks, firecrackers. But now, someone actually has been shot. The crowd sees the defendant running with a gun. He's lying to them. He still has the gun. He's shot someone. This is provocation to them. This is someone who has committed a criminal act and is putting people in danger. It is entirely reasonable for that crowd to believe at that moment that he is a threat to kill again. The defendant could have made it unequivocally clear what he was doing. He could have stayed at Mr. Rosenbaum's body, helped protect him, helped preserve his life, call 911. As he's running, he could have announced to the crowd exactly what he was doing, told them. He could have fired warning shots to try and keep him away. He could have dropped the gun. He could have raised his hands in surrender. He could have signaled to this crowd that he did not pose a threat anymore. But everything he does is indicative of someone who is still a threat. Now, the defendant is going to tell you he wasn't. But from the crowd's perspective, how are they supposed to know any different? He does nothing to demonstrate to the crowd that he isn't a threat to kill again. And it turns out he does. It turns out within a few seconds, he does kill again. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that in this situation, the crowd has the right to try and stop an active shooter. They have a right to protect themselves. The defendant is not the only one in the world who has the right to self-defense. But what does the crowd do to try and stop the defendant? I submit to you, and this is not a criticism of them, but they use almost the least minimal, least intrusive means possible. They could have used deadly force against him. They could have shot at him. But instead, somebody comes up behind him and knocks his hat off. Anthony Huber comes up with a skateboard and the defendant blocks it with his arm. And then the defendant falls to the ground on his own. No one knocked him down. This man that the defense wants to call jump kick man, he's got no weapons, no gun, no knife, no nothing, comes in and tries to kick the defendant in the face. Anthony Huber comes back and tries to grab the gun, actually does grab the defendant's gun and tries to pull it away because he's trying to disarm an active shooter. And Gage Grosskreutz comes running in, stops with his hands up in the air until he sees and hears the defendant adjusting his weapon as if preparing to fire again. And then what does Gage Grosskreutz do? He reaches for the gun to try and disarm the defendant. Gage Grosskreutz had his own gun in his own hand. He could have aimed it and fired at the defendant, but he did not. And you heard Gage Grosskreutz testify about that, about how that is a decision that he was not prepared to make at that point in time. He is not the type of person who is just willing to take someone's life in an instant, unlike the defendant, who took 2 lives that night, very quickly and seemingly very easily. There is a video, Exhibit 5, which is the BG on the scene video, which traces this entire incident, which we call the second event. This is going to show you Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and the other individuals who are trying to stop an active shooter using what I would characterize as the least intrusive means possible. Someone knocks his hat off. Anthony Huber comes in with a skateboard. In just a few seconds, the defendant kills one person, attempts to kill two more, and blows off Gage Grosskreuz's arm. It's that fast. This is someone who has no remorse, no regard for life, only cares about himself. And these folks that are coming at him, the jump kick man, Anthony Huber, aren't armed. They're not a credible, imminent threat to his life. They are trying to stop an active shooter. And they have a right to do so. Imagine if the crowd couldn't do that. Imagine if they weren't allowed to try and stop someone in this type of situation. After killing Anthony Huber, after severely wounding Gage Grosskreutz, the defendant walks away like he's some sort of hero in a Western. Without a care in the world for anything he's just done. You know, it's interesting. This occurs about a block away from the police line, right down the road. If the defendant's so concerned about his safety.
Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. As we continue to listen to some of the highlights from yesterday, we were just listening to the prosecutor there talk about the timeline and showing the video evidence of the night there in question. We continue to bring you the very latest here on Live Now from Fox, and we are officially on the verdict watch right now. Just earlier this hour, the jury has officially began deliberations. There are 12 jurors, 6 alternates, and right now they are discussing the case, and it could happen at any moment. But when the verdict is in, you'll hear it first right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll get out to you some more of the highlights from yesterday and continue to watch for what the jury will do here in this verdict. Of course, we'll have full coverage for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break, and we'll have more coverage here from the highlights from yesterday's closing arguments.
The police are right there. And in fact, they pull up to this scene almost instantly. The defendant's got his medic bag on. He proclaims himself a medic. He doesn't know at this point if Anthony Huber's dead or alive or capable of being saved. And yet the defendant offers no assistance, makes no attempt to try and help anyone else. All he cares about is himself. We have taken that video and we have broken it down into individual frames. And I want to take you through, frame by frame, the incident with Gage Grosskreutz. Because a lot has been made about Mr. Grosskreuz's motions and what he does and where he goes and things like that. So I think it's helpful for us to take a look at this. So this is Exhibit 80, beginning with frame 356. At this point, you can see that Anthony Huber is staggering off after being shot in the chest. The wound has entered his lower left rib cage and has wound up almost exiting near his right shoulder. It has ripped through his ribs, his heart, his aorta, and he may not technically be dead, but he's going to be dead within a few seconds. He is stumbling away. The defendant has the weapon pointed towards Gage Grosskreutz here, who is cowering, hovering, hiding, covering his head, trying to stay out of the way. And I'm going to go frame by frame here slowly as we see the movement. Now we see the gun is moving down towards Gage Grosskreutz. It is pointed directly at him from a distance of just a couple of feet. Gage Grosskreutz has his right leg planted as if he's pushing backwards, trying to get away. The gun is still pointed at him. The defendant here is going to adjust the gun, turn it over as if he's making some sort of adjustment on it. Gage Grosskreutz testified that this was a movement that he interpreted as the defendant preparing that gun as if it was going to fire again, as if clearing a jammed round so that he could shoot it at Mr. Grosskreutz. At this point, Mr. Grosskreutz is, I think, probably thinking to himself, if I can get away, I will, until he realizes that the defendant is getting ready to fire again. In none of these frames is Mr. Grosskreuz's right hand with his Glock pistol pointed at the defendant. You can see Mr. Grosskreutz is actually backing up with his right leg. Let me go back a couple of frames here. This is frame 444. You can see his right foot is on the ground, but it's starting to move back. Now as I move forward, in the frames 447, his right leg is moved back. This is someone who is about to retreat. His hands are in the air. He's backing away from the defendant until, as he's testified, he sees the defendant start to manipulate that gun in such a way that it makes Mr. Grosskreutz feel like he's about to be shot. And only then does he take action. What action does Mr. Grosskreutz take? Does he hold that gun with both hands, the Glock that he's got, and point it at the defendant? No, never. Does he even take the gun with one hand and point it? No, never. Instead, you can see him start to lunge in with his left arm forward. The gun is not in this hand. The gun is in his right hand. He's lunging forward, reaching for the defendant, probably reaching for the gun. Not directly towards the defendant, but across the defendant's body. As he's reaching in, almost swiping away at that gun with his left arm, he has bladed his body in such a way as to try and present as minimal of a target as possible, which is probably what saves his life. His right leg is about to hit the ground here. The gun, the AR-15, is pointed directly at him from just 2, maybe 3 feet away. He's trying to shield himself with his left arm. And as we approach frame 500 here, the gun goes off. At no point in this process is Mr. Grosskreutz pointing his gun at the defendant. Frame 499, the gun is just fired. Frame 500, you see the puff of smoke. 501, the bullet has hit Mr. Grosskreuz's right bicep, severing it. I'm going to continue forward after this because you can see that his right arm, this is an interesting frame right here, 504. You can see that gun, I'll go back even more. You can see that Mr. Grosskreuz's arm with the right hand with the gun, his right hand is pointed off to the side. What pulls that gun down closer to the defendant is the fact that Mr. Grosskreutz just had his right bicep severed. It's not a voluntary action. It's an involuntary, the muscle is severed. Now watch, frame 502, watch his right hand. 503, 504, 505, 506, 507, 508. At this point, yeah, absolutely. That right arm is probably dangling down towards the defendant. It's not going to be able to pull that trigger without a working bicep muscle, and it's not a voluntary thing. It's done because the defendant just blew his arm off. But yeah, this is the time after the shooting when, yes, the gun happens to be pointed at the defendant. And I got to stop here for a moment and highlight the hypocrisy of the defense. Because according to the defense, if someone has a gun, they're a threat. If someone points a gun, they're a threat. There's only one exception to that. The defendant. By their logic, he gets to run around with a gun all night. But, oh, we're not supposed to take him as a threat. He gets to point the gun at everyone. But, oh, we're not supposed to take him as a threat. No, it doesn't work that way. The same set of rules apply to the defendant as everybody else. There's no exception in the law for Kyle Rittenhouse. There's no exception that says, if anyone else has a gun, you're a danger, except for Kyle Rittenhouse. There's no exception in the law that says, if you point your gun at people, oh, that makes you a threat and I can kill you, except for Kyle Rittenhouse. I can do it all night long. The same rules apply to him as everyone else. And everyone else has a right to defend themselves also, not just the defendant. we have shown you photos and videos of Gage Grosskreuz's injuries. Exhibit 60 is a video taken right after Mr. Grosskreutz was wounded by the defendant. It's hard to look at, but this is what we're dealing with. When you fire an AR-15 at someone from close range, this is what it looks like. I guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant had no clue what his gun was capable of. He didn't even bother to pay any attention to it, didn't concern himself with what he would be doing to other people. But this is what happened. Let's not flinch away from this. It's important that we understand what that gun was capable of that night. It killed 2 people, and it did this to Mr. Grosskreuz's arm. When those shootings occurred that I just played for you, what would a reasonable person in the defendant's position at that time think? The good news is, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to tell us. As part of your decision in this case, you will represent the reasonable person, of ordinary and prudent person, and you will put yourself in the defendant's shoes that night. I submit to you that at the time of those shootings, a reasonable person in the defendant's shoes would have known that he had provoked Joseph Rosenbaum by pointing his gun at someone else, that the defendant had put someone else at risk of dying by doing that. The defendant should have known that the crowd was aware of the fact that he had just shot someone and that they felt their lives were in danger. That is reasonable. It is also reasonable to understand that at that point, Gage Grosskreutz had just witnessed all of this. He had heard the defendant had shot someone. He'd heard the defendant lie about it. He saw the defendant shoot at Jump Kick Man at close range, miraculously missing. Had seen the defendant kill Anthony Huber. Gage Grosskreutz reasonably believed his life was in danger at that moment. And he was proven correct, because the defendant shot him too. So when you consider what's reasonable in this case, consider whether or not it's reasonable for a criminal to be able to shoot himself out of a crime scene. When a bank robber robs a bank and runs away and the crowd comes after him, can he just shoot anybody and claim self-defense? If someone comes up to that person and tries to stop them, tries to disarm them, like Anthony Huber did, do they forfeit their life? Did Anthony Huber forfeit his life by trying to be a hero and stop an active shooter and protect others? Is that justified? Can the defendant just kill him? In this case, the crowd was right. The crowd knew the defendant had just shot someone. When they're coming after him, they know he's just shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum. But you know, not every active shooter situation is the crowd have perfect knowledge. When they're told that person running up the street just shot someone, we don't have time in the moment to go back and take a look at the body and replay the video and make a decision before going after the person with the gun. You know, we've had several police officers testify that in an active shooter situation, their first instinct, their first training is to go in and stop the threat. They don't sit there and wonder, well, maybe it was self-defense. I don't know. I'm going to, wait and see. And every day we read about heroes that stop active shooters. That's what was going on here. And that crowd was right. And that crowd was full of heroes. That crowd did something that, honestly, I'm not sure I would have had the courage to do. If I see a guy running up the street with an AR-15 and I hear he just shot somebody, my first instinct is not to approach. Anthony Huber was different. Jump Kick Man was different. Gage Grosskreutz was different. That doesn't make them a threat to the defendant's life. It doesn't make their lives worthless. They don't give up their right to defend themselves. They have just as much right as the defendant. I told you I wanted to begin by talking about the murders committed by the defendant. Now I want to go back and put it all in context for you. And that context starts with, bruh, I'm just trying to be famous. The defendant's TikTok profile. 4 doors, more whores. Picture of him up in Ladysmith, probably in early May, proudly holding his new AR-15. Up until August 25th, 2020, this is the only time he'd ever fired that gun. Maybe put 100 rounds through it or so at that property up there with Dominic Black. They purchased that gun on that same trip. The defendant admitted he knew as a matter of law he could not buy that gun because he was only 17. Yet he wants to tell you that he thought legally he could possess it, which didn't make a lot of sense to me. We don't have a lot of defendants come in and say, well, I possess cocaine. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I thought I could possess it. No, it's not the way it works. Dominic Black conducted what we call a straw purchase for the defendant. He purchased that gun for someone who was not legally allowed to purchase it for themselves. I'm prosecuting Dominic Black for that, as you know, just like I'm prosecuting Joshua Zeminski. Because what Dominic Black did was wrong. And we don't tolerate that. The agreement was Dominic Black was going to keep that gun until the defendant turned 18. It was Dominic Black's gun. It was legally his. And the defendant knew that it was going to be held onto until he turned 18, that he was not going to have it until that birthday. I want to focus a little bit on this AR-15 because I think it's important when you consider the recklessness of the defendant's conduct, how much he knew, cared, or didn't know about this deadly weapon. He'd only fired it that one time, maybe 100 rounds through it. He loaded the gun with full metal jacket ammunition, which I'll talk about a little bit more. He wanted it because he said it looked cool. Didn't seem to know or care much about the type of ammunition or the type of gun. You had a couple of witnesses tell us in this trial, and I could not believe it. A gun is a gun is a gun. Don't even start with that. And a bullet is a bullet. No, it is not. It is not. And anybody who says that is ignorant and reckless. Because there are some important distinctions here. Full metal jacket ammunition is capable of piercing body armor and squad cars. And you heard Officer Krieger testify that when they heard someone was running around with a rifle, he went and got his plate armor out of the back because their regular body armor wasn't going to stop those rounds. Ryan Balch talked about how full metal jacket ammunition is designed, and this is a former Army infantryman, is designed to go through a target like a deer or a person and continue on. He says it can hit a target 550 yards away. That's 5.5 football fields. And he explained that he had a handgun that night, which he put hollow point ammunition on. And that's what he was planning on using for self-defense. Because hollow point ammunition acts differently. It's going to hit its target, but it's not designed to continue on and go through and hit other targets. So you will hit what you hit, but you're not going to put the rest of the community at risk, especially on a night when there are hundreds of people out on the streets in a heavy residential area. We can see on that map that car source, there are houses, there are churches, there are daycares, there are schools nearby, and you're firing full metal jacket ammunition around. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that that AR-15 had no lawful or legitimate purpose that night. Now, the Second Amendment allows people to carry guns. That is true. There are people who can't carry guns, convicted felons, for example. But, generally speaking, I'm not saying people don't have the right to carry a gun. What I'm saying is that AR-15 did not accomplish any of the goals that these folks said it was going to. So, for example, Ryan Balch says the handgun is what he was going to use for self-defense. Several witnesses agreed you can't point this gun or shoot this gun at people to protect property. So if you're going to protect the car source building, how is this gun going to help with that? The defendant has admitted the gun was useless when he was going to treat people as a medic because it got in the way. He had to take it off and hand it to someone. So you can't use it as a medic. You can't use it to protect the building. So what's it there for? Well, it looks pretty imposing and it has some deterrence value, but Jason Lukowski, Dominic Black, and Ryan Balch all said they never actually intended to use their guns. So why is it there? The defendant was wearing a sling that night. He purchased that sling at Jelinski's that afternoon. The purpose of the sling was so the gun couldn't be taken away. Wouldn't fall off, he wouldn't lose possession of it. It was designed to help him retain possession of that gun. And he loaded it with 30 rounds, the full magazine, capable of killing 30 people or more. Why do you need 30 rounds of full metal jacket armor to protect a building? This AR-15 is not directly towards the defendant, but across the defendant's body. As he's reaching in, almost swiping away at that gun with his left arm. He has bladed his body in such a way as to try and present as minimal of a target as possible, which is probably what saves his life. His right leg is about to hit the ground here. The gun, the AR-15, is pointed directly at him from just 2, maybe 3 feet away. He's trying to shield himself with his left arm. And as we approach frame 500 here, the gun goes off. At no point in this process is Mr. Grosskreutz pointing his gun at the defendant. Frame 49.
All right, thank you guys again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Did want to let all of our viewers know we are continuing to keep an eye on that courtroom. That's exactly what we have up in that watch box, is this live picture out of Kenosha, Wisconsin, zoomed in on that seal as now the case is in the jury's hands. So we will continue to keep you up to date on the latest happening there in Kenosha, Wisconsin, especially if there is any word of the verdict coming down, the jury deliberations finishing. You can count on us to be on top of that here for you on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, not only will we continue to listen into some of those closing arguments that were delivered yesterday by both prosecution, then the defense followed. But we'll also be playing some pieces from our Fox 6 Milwaukee team there in Wisconsin, as they also have had a breakdown for us on what Kenosha is doing to prepare for this verdict. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I wanted to bring you right into that courtroom so you can see that we do have our cameras there in Kenosha ready to go, not only inside of the courtroom waiting to get any word once those deliberations are done by the jury, but we do also have members of our Fox 6 team outside in Kenosha as the community gets ready to have this deliberation finish and a verdict come down. So I do want to go into some of those stories from our Fox 6 team. We'll get into the National Guard that's on standby here in just a moment. But first, I want to go out to our Fox 6 team to help explain some of those lesser charges explained a little bit more for us.
Dismissing one of the counts against Rittenhouse. Fox 6's Bill Miston now explains this was one count that prosecutors were likely to secure a conviction on.
We are not disputing that the barrel length is appropriate.
Isn't legal?
It is not a short-barreled shotgun or a short-barreled rifle, yes.
Prosecutors agreeing that the AR-15 style rifle used in the shootings that killed 2 and injured a third was not a short-barreled rifle. Rittenhouse charged with misdemeanor possession of a dangerous weapon under 18 years of age. The defense arguing there's ambiguity in state statute, as a 17-year-old can possess a rifle as long as it's not a short-barreled rifle.
Either by barrel or by overall length?
Correct.
All right, and then count 6 is dismissed.
Judge Schrader dismissing that count Monday morning before taking about an hour of time to instruct the jury on the verdict it can consider and how to interpret the law.
You are the sole judges of the facts, and I am the judge of the law only.
Kyle Rittenhouse's defense say their client was in a situation of life or death that August night, that he shot 3 people. Because of the self-defense argument, prosecutors left trying to prove the teen's actions and use of deadly force that night were unreasonable, trying to portray Rittenhouse as the aggressor. Likely acknowledging that difficulty, last week, prosecutors asking Schrader to consider lesser alternative charges if Rittenhouse is acquitted on the more serious counts.
Self-defense is an issue in this case.
At one point, Schrader stopping himself during instructions and dismissing the jury.
I've got myself into a mid-sentence, and I don't like it.
Clearing up wording that if the jury found Rittenhouse not guilty because of self-defense, it doesn't have to consider certain lesser charges. Last week, Rittenhouse's defense team requesting a mistrial with prejudice, meaning if granted, Rittenhouse would not be able to be retried on these crimes. That coming after an out-of-bounds line of questioning by prosecutors, which drew strong rebuke from the judge. On Monday, Rittenhouse's defense team saying it had formally filed that request with the court and asking for a ruling despite closing arguments going forward. Judge Schrader saying he will rule on it if necessary. In Kenosha, Bill Miston, Fox 6 News.
Bill, and thank you to our Fox 6 team as they continue to keep us covered on all of these different moving pieces in Kenosha, inside the courtroom, outside of the courtroom. We've reported that the governor of Wisconsin has asked for some National Guard members to be on standby. Then if local law enforcement requests them, they'll be ready to help protect businesses in the area, depending on what that verdict is. Let's go ahead, listen into that story with our Fox 6 team.
Tonight, 500 members of the National Guard are on standby. They've been mobilized by the governor to help, if needed, in Kenosha. Fox 6's Jason Calvi found out currently they're sitting more than an hour's drive away from the city.
A small number of Kenosha businesses destroyed in 2020 are still boarded up. Others are finally open again.
We got burned down completely. So, it's quite a shock. We had to rebuild from scratch.
Tony Farmer's old Boost Mobile store is now a vacant lot. He's rebuilt his business just around the corner near 22nd Avenue and Roosevelt Road.
I hope it doesn't happen again, obviously. It's not good for the people that run the businesses, the everyday people that got to take care of their families and go to work every day. But I don't really get too involved in the politics. I just pray for the best for all sides.
Roughly 500 Wisconsin National Guard troops standing by. Governor Tony Evers activated them in case they're needed in Kenosha, but they wait in Waukesha County. They won't be deploying to Kenosha until and unless the local police there say they need them, a city that saw destruction in 2020.
It was real tough. It wasn't easy, so it was a real roller coaster ride, to say the least.
So why are all those troops staging in Waukesha County, not here in Kenosha? A National Guard spokesman tells me that it's a consultation between both local and state leaders that make that determination. They look at things like access to roads, as well as capacity for housing all of those guardsmen, as well as response time. Here in Kenosha, Jason Calvi, Fox 6 News.
All right. Thank you to our Fox 6 team for all of these different stories. And we will, again, be staying on top of the latest when it comes to listening and keeping an eye out for what the jury will be deciding on. When that decision comes through, you can count on us to be in full coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Do want to let our viewers know, though, we do have some other events that are taking place across the country. Here's just a live picture. As you can see, Air Force One getting ready to be wheels up as the president's going to be traveling to New Hampshire today. This coming right after he just signed the infrastructure deal yesterday. You saw the celebration and ceremony happening on the South Lawn outside of the White House. And today he'll be traveling to highlight some more of that infrastructure bill. Again, he's going to be traveling to New Hampshire today. Also want to let our viewers know we do have a current Senate hearing taking place, this on the oversight of the Department of Homeland Security. So we do have Secretary Mayorkas, who is testifying in front of Senate members. We'll be playing out some portions and highlights of that hearing for you right here on Live Now from Fox in just a little bit. But we do continue to keep our eyes, of course, in Kenosha. If there's more developments, we'll be getting into that, as well as also we do have many of our highlights from the last 2 weeks. Not only have we heard from many people on those witnesses stands, but also yesterday during closing arguments, we've been playing out those closing arguments for you. We'll play some of the defense closing arguments out for you here in just a little bit. But let's step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll be talking more with some of our legal analysts who've been weighing in on this trial day in and day out. More to come right here in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Still have cameras in the courtroom, outside of the courtroom, all around Kenosha, Wisconsin, as we wait for jury deliberations that are underway to take place here. You can see outside of the courtroom here, we do have a shot of already a lot of people on standby, but these deliberations really could take anywhere from today to the next few days, depending on the discussions that happen behind those closed doors. So we will continue to keep an eye on all of these different pieces out of Wisconsin. But let's go ahead and listen into an interview that was done with our Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett, as she speaks with a criminal defense attorney about this case.
To break down some of what happened today, I want to bring in criminal defense attorney Venu Varghese. Venu, thanks for joining us here on Live Now.
My pleasure, Daytona, my pleasure.
Okay, so Bill, at the end of that story, talking about some of those charges that were dropped today, did anything come as a surprise to you?
Well, I wasn't aware that the misdemeanor charge was going to get dismissed. In fact, at the beginning of this, that seemed to be the underpinning of the case, that Rittenhouse shouldn't have been there. He's underage. It's not lawful for him to carry a weapon in Wisconsin. But, that got dismissed. That being said, let me talk about the prosecutor's summation today. I thought he actually did a very, very good job. I am a former prosecutor, but I've been a criminal defense. That was eons ago. That was a very, very long time ago. I've been a criminal defense attorney 16 years. Was a prosecutor for 6 before that. I'm critical of prosecutors. That's what I do for a living. But he gave a very clear and detailed and well presented summation, closing arguments. Now, the problem for him is that the jury, maybe many of them have their minds made up. So often summation doesn't move the needle, but sometimes if you've laid everything out, you can then summarize it in a way that's clear. And he used a PowerPoint, which is kudos to him. A lot of prosecutors at the state level don't often use PowerPoints. He did. Federal level, it's common, and it's common for really good lawyers to use it. The bad lawyers don't, because you have to connect with the jurors. They have to hear it, they have to see it, they have to feel it, they almost have to smell and taste it as well. So the fact that he did and he laid out his arguments very clearly, I thought was good. Now, whether it's too little too late, we'll see. But I think that dropping that charge was a problem for them.
Well, so we've been talking mostly about the prosecution. What about the defense? What were your thoughts on their end, as their main goal in all of this is to prove that Kyle Rittenhouse was using self-defense?
I wasn't so thrilled with their summation. And I'll tell you why. They brought up a point which I found puzzling, which was the point about Jacob Blake. Now, Jacob Blake was the man who was shot 7 times by an officer, as you know, and what set off these particular set of riots or looting and arson, whatever the judge said the words that the defense can use. But he brought up a point that says sometimes you can shoot someone 7 times and get away with it. Well, the shooting of Jacob Blake was legally justified. I mean, Jacob Blake came at a cop with a knife. The cop had every right to shoot him. And that's the bizarre thing about all of this, that if there was a person to go to bat for, it wasn't Jacob Blake. And I know LeBron James didn't understand that, but this is one of those things that, that's not the guy you kind of refer to, because people who understand that will go, wait a minute. Jacob Blake was a legally justified shooting, so why are you saying the cop got away with it? Well, maybe we shouldn't let Kyle Rittenhouse get away with this. Because when you look at it, what's underlying this case is, why was he there, right? Now, as far as the legal justification of whether he's justified, in other words, was it lawful? Was it proper for him to shoot these people? It's a 2-pronged test. It's the subjective objective test. And I'm going to take you back to something I learned in law school. And it actually comes from history books. The Bernie Getz case in New York. And it established this test, which has basically been adopted by courts and states all around the country. So it's basically that one, subjectively, Rittenhouse had to fear for his life. But then the juror can look to see whether that behavior was objectively reasonable. And so when you look at the first person that he tangled with, Rosenbaum, was it reasonable? Rosenbaum, I mean, let's take a step back here. Did Rittenhouse actually think he was in danger? When Rosenbaum chased him, well, he's the one with the gun. He said Rosenbaum didn't have a gun, and that as it turned out, Rosenberg threw a plastic bag at him. So in my view, I'm not sure if it was if he subjectively believed that he was in danger, but let's assume for a second that he did, and the jury accepts that. Was it objectively reasonable to shoot Rosenbaum? And then what's also behind all of this is whether it's whether you can claim self-defense. Well, under Wisconsin law, you can't do so if you were the aggressor. And it appears the other two people who were shot, one of whom was killed, were trying to stop what they believe was an active shooter at that point. So you can't claim self-defense if you were the initial aggressor, which is in line with most states, which is in line with what I deal with here in New York. So there are a lot of problems for Rittenhouse. Then when you take into consideration his crying on the stand, I mean, there's two ways to look at that. Either that's going to evoke sympathy, or you're going to say, is this guy for real? I mean, this is Mr. Tough Guy with the AR-15, and he's crying like a baby on the stand. Is he crying because he's sorry? He didn't sound remorseful. He sounded like, you know, he's caught and he's upset. And the jurors may look at that. Particularly today, the AP News reported that jurors winced when they saw the pictures of the dead body. They winced when they saw the third guy who survived had his bicep blown off. So the jurors may look at this and go, there was no reason for him to be there. There was, I don't believe or give him credit for believing he was subjectively in danger. And then even if he thought he was so because he's 17 and whatever, it wasn't reasonable to shoot an unarmed man who had a plastic bag. It's not reasonable when you have the AR-15 and who has his hands up. So Rittenhouse, I think, has some problems here, but the prosecution may save him. And here's why. They committed a number of errors, one of which is a colossal legal error during a trial. You cannot comment on a defendant's right to remain silent. And so the prosecutor, and this was talked about in a lot of the papers, the prosecutor brought up the fact that he remained silent after the shooting. Well, that's his constitutional right. And that is normally reversible error. And the judge yelled at him, the prosecutor, and the defense moved for a mistrial. So what may happen here, the judge denied it. And I think the judge is thinking, let's play this out. There's probably going to be an acquittal. If there is, well, then I'll grant the mistrial. So that could be what's going on behind the scenes, but we'll know soon enough.
Yeah, Venu, I want to go back into some of what the jury is facing right now. You mentioned that some of them winced today in court when they saw some of those photos. And mind you, this is after hours upon hours of closing arguments. You can only imagine how tired and exhausted all of these members are. But what about the actual charges? Can we talk about that? Because there's been so many counts that have been pulled out and so many things that have changed throughout the duration of this trial. So how do you explain to a jury full of what is supposed to be average Americans the small words that make a massive difference on whether or not he should be found guilty or not guilty?
This is where I think the prosecutor actually did a good job today. He put it out in print for the jury to read. And this is was a sort of almost clinical way of trying to convince the jurors what they should vote for. I teach trial skills to Harvard law students. And one of the things that I always speak about is that you have to be clear. And I advocate for the use of a PowerPoint. So when the prosecutor did it, I was surprised. And I think that speaks well for him, though, as I mentioned, his earlier errors may still free Rittenhouse. There are a number of charges, including reckless homicide, intentional homicide, and then a number of lesser charges that the judge agreed to submit. So they can go in, and I bet you the verdict sheet is sort of like a little puzzle. If guilty, check. If then go to the next one, check. You may not have to go down, because if you find him guilty of the top counts, you may not need to consider the lesser counts. But if not guilty, go down. Here, guilty, not guilty. If not guilty, go down. So the prosecutor has a bunch of options available to him. And how you craft that, that's called a verdict sheet, by the way. And how you craft that verdict sheet is very important, because if it's not clear, the jury's going to get confused, and they may inadvertently vote one way when they think they're voting another way. But at the end of a trial, the judge can poll the jury, which is question each individual jury as to each count as to whether he or she voted that way. But by that point, it's very unlikely that a juror is going to change his or her vote. So there are a number of charges which gives the prosecutor options. I think the defense throughout the trial, I think, did a decent job, but I wasn't particularly impressed as I was watching today during their summations.
Vanu, just a couple more questions for you. We appreciate you breaking all down for us. One thing that caught all of our attention was the tension between the judge and the prosecution today. There were some actual objections about the defense on the state's rebuttal. This was regarding some of the prosecution statements in front of the jury when they were speaking about Joshua Zeminski. He was one of the guys who fired a gun in the air before Rittenhouse ultimately opened fire. What have your thoughts been throughout this trial of some of those tense moments between the prosecution and the defense and the judge as well?
Well, the reality is that most judges around the country, the overwhelming majority of them are pro-prosecution judges. It's very rare, it's rare when you see a judge that's defense-oriented. And I'm not sure in this case the judge is defense-oriented, but I think here the prosecutor, who seems to me to be a very intelligent man, who actually gave I thought was a very well laid out summation, as I mentioned, getting angry correctly at this prosecutor, because I think this prosecutor probably read all the hype and thought he was going to lose instead of looking at this logically. And this is a winnable case for the prosecution, but he probably heard all the hype and then decided to give in to his worst instincts and forget basic American constitutional law that a person has a right to remain silent, and you can't comment on it if he does. Now, that was pre-trial. Now, once he testifies, he no longer has that presumption that he's given up that right to remain silent. He's given up the right to remain silent, and now you can evaluate him like any other witness. If he hadn't testified, then the jury can draw no negative inference from him not testifying. But now that he's testified, they can look at him and go, yeah, I like this guy, I don't like this guy. And I'm not sure that Rittenhouse really came across that likable. And a lot of times this goes down to likability, believe it or not. Jurors are like, no, I like him, I don't like him, and they may vote one way or another. And it's always about emotion. Yeah. You're supposed to be devoid of emotions, but you've got to tap into that one way or another. And the defense, I think, argued from a point of emotion, though some of the things they said today were a little bit puzzling. But I think the prosecutor did a good job, and particularly tapping into the emotion when he showed the pictures. And also, and you got to wonder, they've seen these photos already. So the fact that they're still wincing at this point is not good for the defense. But he also said something else that really I thought was powerful. And this was right at the beginning. He said, you don't want 17-year-olds walking around becoming just trying to dispense justice with guns, with AR-15s. I think most people, whatever you believe in terms of gun rights or not gun rights, you're probably like, yeah, that he's not the right person to be patrolling the streets. And I think that probably struck a chord with a number of jurors. And he also did a really good job insulting this guy. Throughout the summation, he called him a cop wannabe. Those kind of things stick out. And there wasn't anything that the defense said today that I remember, other than the comment that somehow the cops shouldn't have gotten away with shooting Jacob Blake, which is mind-boggling.
Well, with all of that being said, Vanu, what are your expectations going into tomorrow and possibly Wednesday?
Well, I had initially, I had predicted on another network today that I thought he was going to get acquitted of all counts because of the way that it was going. But as the day went along, I watched the prosecutor's summation, and understand it may be too little too late at this point, but I thought he did such a clear job. And then the reports that I'm reading about some of the jurors and the reactions. Now, we can watch the summations and the back and forth between the judge and the lawyers, but we're not seeing the jurors. Obviously, they are being protected as they should be, so we can't see their reactions. But when I read the AP reports about their reactions to this, I said to myself, how is it that they're affected by this, even after seeing these photos over and over again? So I don't think that bodes well for Rittenhouse, and it wouldn't surprise me if he's convicted of several of the charges.
All right, Vanu Varghese, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor. We got all the bases covered. Thank you so much for coming on and breaking it all down for us.
My pleasure.
All right, and here is that live look outside of the Kenosha courtroom, and I'll be bringing you an update on what's been happening with these crowds gathering outside on the other side of this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a look outside of the courthouse here in Kenosha County, Wisconsin. You can see not only media personnel have started to gather outside here, but so have a number of demonstrators, protesters. They are outside of the courthouse, and apparently some of the chants and shouting can be heard inside of the courtroom. That's with our Fox News' Giovanni Ligi. He said that they can hear some of that noise that's happening outside of the courtroom inside as well. So right now we do have 12 members of the jury. Remember, this morning 6 names got drawn. Those jury members, those jurors were chosen to then be taken out and off of the deliberations. So now we have 12, 7 women and 5 men who've been sent off by the judge to conduct deliberations here. And again, it could be today, it could be tomorrow, these next few days. When that verdict comes in, we will be on top of that for you right here. But there were some demonstrators outside of the courthouse who talked with some of our Fox News digital team, saying one person saying that he thinks the verdict will go in Kyle Rittenhouse's favor, but he's worried about Kenosha because he doesn't want to see anybody hurt. So this comment comes after there was 5 protesters in support of Black Lives Matter that gathered outside of the building, along with a trio of counter protesters. So we do have people on many sides, different sides of this issue here, out gathering today. And again, deliberations can take as long as they need to come to a decision. So we do have a few who have brought megaphones outside of here on the building steps. And again, with our Fox News' reporter Giovanni Ligi, he says that noise can be heard all the way inside of the courtroom. So we do continue to keep you up to date on the latest happening here in the Rittenhouse trial. Don't forget, as soon as we do hear word that the jury has made their decision, we will be in full coverage for you right here on Live Now from Fox. So if you're out and about today in these next few days, not only can you watch us on our streams, but also you can stay up to date on our social media platforms. That way you're alerted as soon as that decision has come through. I just wanted to listen in to some of that natural sounds happening outside, see if we could hear any of that demonstration that's been happening on the steps. You're seeing people starting to show up with signs as well. So we will stay on top of this shot here for you on Live Now from Fox. But one we were showing you earlier this morning, we've been going back and forth. Each side had 2.5 hours to present their case. So let's go back into the final part of the prosecution team wrapping up their closing arguments, and then we'll also be getting into the defense. We're also going to be bringing in our own legal analyst, Attorney Ben Taylor. He's going to be speaking with us not only about what was happening in these last few weeks, what happened yesterday with the closing arguments, and then what also to look forward to here as the jury is deliberating. So we'll be bringing it all to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Going to be again showing you the portion finishing up as the prosecution team was giving their final thoughts in their closing arguments.
Completely incompatible with the role of a medic. Richie McGinnis testified he's been to demonstrations in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York, Minneapolis. He's never seen anyone walking around claiming to be a medic with an AR-15. And certainly when you see someone like that, it doesn't exactly send a warm, fuzzy message. Oh, come to me, I'm here to help. And the defendant acknowledged he had to take off his AR-15 to treat people. No serious, credible medic wears an AR-15 slung around their body. That's because the defendant was a fraud. He was not an EMT. He lied. He lied to the press. He's being interviewed by Richie McGinnis, who he hears is a member of the media, and he says, I'm a certified EMT. You're lying. You're absolutely lying. Jason Lukowski and Dominic Black said the defendant had to borrow his medical supplies from us. This is an emergency situation. Everybody's anticipating violence. Everybody's prepared for people to be hurt, harmed, injured. And yet the defendant's going to go there and walk around claiming to be a medic? He's like a quack doctor practicing without a license. That puts lives at risk. And one of the things I had Gage Grosskreutz testify about is that tattoo on his right arm which said, "First, do no harm," which is one of the precepts, one of the fundamental tenets of the practice of medicine. First, do no harm. So how do we evaluate the defendant's performance as a medic that night? Well, on one hand, he wrapped up an ankle and I think maybe helped somebody who got a cut on their hand. Yay. On the other hand, he killed 2 people, blew off Gage Grosskreitz's arm, and put 2 more lives in jeopardy. So, you know, when we balance your role as a medic that night, I don't give you any credit. He showed no remorse for his victims, never tried to help anybody that he hurt, and even on the witness stand, when he testified on Wednesday, he broke down crying about himself, not about anybody that he hurt that night. No remorse, no concern for anyone else. For him to call himself a medic is an insult to anyone like Gage Grosskreutz, who spent hundreds of hours training and working hard to become an EMT. It's an insult. The defendant made a series of reckless decisions that night, going armed with an AR-15 at 17 years old when he knew he shouldn't have done so, because that gun is normally locked in a safe that he doesn't have access to, and it's not even legally his. He's out after a citywide curfew. He's intentionally and knowingly entering into a dangerous situation, and he expects it because he brings along his AR-15 and some body armor. So don't tell me you didn't know. He brings along no non-lethal means of defense, which means his only option is to kill. I don't know about a lot of you, but I remember that night. I didn't come down here. I don't think most reasonable people did. In part because we all knew it was going to be violent and dangerous. Most reasonable people, to the extent they came out, they were gone by then. Because you don't willingly put yourself in this situation unless you want it, unless you're looking for it, unless you want trouble. Now, to put this in perspective, at this time here in our community, there were people who were scared. There were people who were worried about themselves, their homes, their families, their business. That's understandable. But this is different. There were also people out there who were exercising their First Amendment right to assemble and to have free speech because of whatever they believed in. And they have that right too. But that's not what we're talking about. The curfew, the riots, the arson, the looting that we'd seen on those prior nights, roadblocks set up around downtown, closed exits on the interstates, all of this was sending the message to reasonable people, go away. Don't come down here. Who was left at 11:45 at night? Most reasonable people had gone home before the curfew, or never even came at all. But the defendant's down there, he says, because he wants you to believe he's protecting CarSource, even though he had no actual ties or genuine concern for this building. You have this caravan of people from West Bend, Ryan Balch, Jason Lakowski, Joanne Fiedler, coming down from some other community, having no idea what's going on here at Kenosha, having no idea what businesses are, having never dealt with CarSource before, just injecting themselves into this situation. CarSource that night was empty. The owners testified. They moved all the cars off the lot, they took the tools out from inside, and they didn't even feel the need to protect that building. So who's there? These guys with their AR-15s are just wannabe soldiers, acting tough, trying to manufacture some personal connection to this event, furthering their own personal agenda. Just a small part of the deluge of chaos tourists we saw here in Kenosha, trying to feed off of what we were going through. Despite everything we did to try and tell them, go away, stay out. Did those owners, Sam and Sal, ask anyone to protect their business? You know, I called them to the stand because I wanted you to hear from them. I had their statement, but I wanted you to hear from them. And I'm sure you formed your own impressions about them. I'm not here to tell you that I believe what they said on the witness stand. I don't think it really matters much, except I wanted you to have a flavor of who these people were and what was going on at that building. What was interesting to me is that text message from the defendant to Sam asking for the address of CarSource, even though the defendant says he's already been there. It didn't make any sense to me. It's not hard to find if you've driven past there every day. You know, Kenosha is one of the easiest cities in Wisconsin to navigate. It's all east, west, north, south. How hard is it to find this place? But the agreement was the defendant was supposed to stay at the 59th Street location. There's another group at 63rd. It was their responsibility, and the defendant testified that when the shootings occurred at 11:45 or 11:50 at night, he didn't even know if that other group was still there or if they'd left. But crucially, you heard the testimony of Kriston Harris, who's out there reporting for his Rundown Live, and he's making some video, and he tells the defendant, stay on your property. Don't go out in the streets and engage with these protesters because you're just making it worse and you're escalating the situation. He tells the defendant specifically that, just 20 minutes before the shootings. Kriston Harris probably said that because he knows this is a crowd that is feeling threatened by the defendant and his group. Richie McGinnis testified when he left the Stella Hotel and immediately ran over to 59th Street, he saw guys up on the roof and he felt threatened. These guns, he said, were the thing that changed the dynamic for him. Drew Hernandez, we showed video of Drew Hernandez having laser sights pointed at him. And he said he felt threatened. He thought someone was pointing a gun from the roof and putting his life in jeopardy. These are two people who are veterans. They've been to protests in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York. They've been through this before. And yet here in little old Kenosha, the defendant's group made them fear for their lives. That's the kind of impact these AR-15s had. The crowd is yelling at the defendant's group, stop pointing your guns at us, stop pointing these laser pointers at us. And the defendant sees this. He's well aware of the fact that the crowd out on the street is hostile. They don't react.
Thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been playing some highlights from those closing arguments that took place just yesterday. Now back out live in Kenosha, you can see that crowds have started to gather. We'll be bringing you more updates on the latest in the Rittenhouse trial here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. In just 2 minutes, going to send you out to a break, and then we're going to be also speaking with Attorney Ben Taylor about some of these deliberations, some of the arguments that were given yesterday. Get a breakdown, all coming up for you right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. And good morning to all of our viewers. We are taking a live look outside of the Kenosha County Courthouse as crowds have started to gather here this morning. We now know there are 12 jury members officially behind closed doors doing deliberations. So this morning they did draw 6 names in the courtroom. Of those 6 juror members, they now got put on the list of dismissal until this deliberation is done. They're going to be sitting off to the side while the other 12 members have been brought into a closed-door area to conduct their deliberations. Already here, you're seeing the demonstrations and crowds starting to gather. We did have some updates from our Fox teams out there in Kenosha. They said that they can already hear these demonstrators, the noise that's happening outside of the courtroom, inside of the courtroom at this time. So again, we do have 12 jury members right now making decisions on the outcome after this 2-week-long trial for Kyle Rittenhouse. So good morning, and thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're going to be on watch and standby here today as those deliberations do take place. It could come today, tomorrow, this week, maybe even into next week for that jury to make their decision. So what we want to do is, of course, keep you up to date with the latest, talk about not only what's going on right now, but also what's been happening in this past 2 weeks with the trial. And the closing arguments yesterday was a really big day, the final chance for these attorneys on both sides to put their final story together and to present to the jury. So I want to bring in attorney Ben Taylor here with us on Live Now from Fox, because Ben, you've been speaking with us throughout this trial, and you've also been providing some insight into what both sides really would want to highlight when it comes to their case. So let's kind of talk about yesterday's closing arguments. Let's start with the prosecution team, since they went first and laid out their case. They used slideshows. They used also some video evidence, some pictures. What were your thoughts on how the prosecution team had presented their side of the argument?
The prosecution did a better job yesterday by showing their visuals. The videos and pictures always helps because jurors are tired. They've been there for a couple of weeks. So being able to show videos and pictures, and they broke it down for each person that they're saying Kyle Rittenhouse shot or even killed. They are able to show pictures, and their point is they want to show him as the aggressor. So they're trying to show that he was the aggressor. He was an out-of-towner. He wasn't even from Kenosha, Wisconsin. He came in here. He was being a vigilante, as they're trying to call him, and he shot everybody. So that's what their main focus is on for the jurors, and they want to hammer home in their jurors' heads that Kyle Rittenhouse was the main aggressor.
Yeah, and of course, they really wanted to point that out, as it's been something they've been trying to, really press into the jury members' brains and to paint him as a picture of, he was said he was out there to help provide medical aid. He didn't do that. He said he was there to put out fires. He didn't do that. He was there to protect a business. He didn't do that. So it's kind of that repetitive pushing that these attorneys really wanted to do on the state side.
Yes, as an attorney, as a prosecutor, what you want to do is hammer home and put repetitive thoughts in these jurors' heads. So when they go back into the jury room, you want those thoughts to be put in their heads so that way they can bring them up in the jury room and discuss them. So you don't want the defense attorney's thoughts, you want the prosecutor's thoughts. That's their whole point. So hopefully when they go back in the jury room, the prosecutor is hoping that these jurors are saying, wait, Kyle Rittenhouse was the aggressor. Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't an EMT. He mentioned that he was an EMT. He's not really an EMT. He was there with gloves on. He had a big, huge gun. So that's what they want in the memory of those jurors. So when they go back there, they can say guilty on all counts based upon the evidence that the prosecution presented. That's their goal.
Now, let's talk about those charges, because we do know that sixth charge did get dropped. It was a misdemeanor one for carrying that weapon. And so that really shouldn't have any weight on the rest of those decisions for these juror members. Do you think so?
It shouldn't. The judge mentioned before giving the jury instructions to the jurors that charge is no longer valid. So the jurors are not allowed to be thinking about charges that are valid. They only can think about the charges that are presented to them. They can only discuss those charges, and that's what they're doing today. It's a long process because you have 12 people, and it has to be unanimous. That's what people have to remember out there. In order to get a verdict, all 12 jurors have to agree on one count or the other. If they can't agree, then that means you'll have what you call a hung jury, or you might have to retry this case again. However, if some of the jurors come to a conclusion on one of the counts and not the others, they can come back to a not guilty or a guilty on one count and leave the others hanging if they want to.
All right, so we've talked a little bit about the prosecution. Let's talk about the defense team. You know, they had their opportunity then to present their case. They have been, ever since their opening arguments, continuing to paint the picture that Kyle was out there trying to lend a hand, especially when it comes to this community where his father lives, that he cared about the community, and said that it was others who came and was trying to attack him. You know, they really focused on a lot of how Kyle may have felt in those moments when he had crowds pushing him in one direction, you had people chasing him in another direction. So that was something I feel like they really were trying to paint the picture of to the jury in their closing arguments.
Yes, the jurors are going to have a hard time here because the prosecutor did a good job and the defense attorney did a great job too by laying out the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse, they showed him running away. They showed other people there who were shot. Actually, some guy had a skateboard and hit him across the head. So they were trying to show that Kyle Rittenhouse was actually trying to escape. He wasn't trying to do anything with this. However, these other people were trying to paint the picture of rioting. They're trying to paint the picture of scared and violence. And they're the ones that are attacking Kyle Rittenhouse. And he was only there to defend himself. And that's why he had to use his weapon. So they're trying to portray the fact of self-defense. You heard that term throughout this trial, because under the law, if Kyle Rittenhouse had a reasonable belief that his life was in danger and his life could have been killed himself, he has a right under the law to defend himself and use a weapon to defend himself.
You know, and you making that point reminds me of the prosecution team. Obviously, they knew the defense was going to keep continuing to talk about self-defense. So they brought up that issue when it comes to Gage Grosskreutz. You know, they said, yes, he also has the right to self-defense, you know, because that definitely was, I feel like, one of those wow moments throughout this trial was when the defense team said you had a gun in your hand, you pointed it towards Kyle. That's why Kyle shot back at you. So there's been a little bit of back and forth on who's in the right when it comes to self-defense.
And that's why the jurors, that's what their job is. Their job is to listen to the evidence. They heard from the prosecution, they heard from the defense, and who was the one who was actually defending themselves, who was the one who was the aggressor, because they heard from both sides of here. The jurors' job is to listen to the facts, use their common sense, and be the jurors to decide, was Kyle Rittenhouse the aggressor, or was the other gentleman, was he the aggressor? Because we all know that both of them had weapons, but who was allowed to shoot first and who was allowed to defend themselves? And that will come down to the jurors, and that will determine whether or not they find Kyle Rittenhouse guilty on that charge itself or not guilty.
Now, I want to show people just what's going on outside of the courtroom and then also inside the courtroom. Obviously, we have cameras on both sides, and we did hear from some of our reporters, Ben, that that noise, these demonstrators, these people who've come out here to the steps of the courthouse, that noise can be heard inside of the courtroom. Does that have any potential effects on these jury members when they're doing their deliberation? Do you feel like that puts just a little more added pressure on what already has been a case that has gained national attention?
Jurors, their jobs are to pay attention to the facts and the law, but they're human. We're all human. So that definitely is going to affect them. I mean, they hear noises outside, they hear people protesting. So just as a normal human being, I'm quite sure in that jury room, at least one or two jurors are mentioning that. And that is on their mind. So they know that the whole world is watching this case. Their decision, either guilty or not guilty, is going to affect not only Kyle Rittenhouse, the prosecution, the defense, and even their own lives, because people may know their names after this. So they have to go back to their homes right there in that city. So they may try to say that it doesn't affect them, but we all know as human beings, if you hear people outside of your window, that's going to affect you mentally.
Yeah, it really could be, one of those times when it could make their decision making a little bit tough. But let's just touch on that too, because after hearing so many people take the stand for 2 full weeks, you've been hearing some of the same issues being questioned time and time again. That's going to be something that I wanted to talk about as well, was inside of that courtroom, they've already probably started to form their own decisions. How important is the closing arguments? Does that really change anyone's mind after they've had 2 full weeks of testimony happening?
Yes, as an attorney, we get to talk to jurors. I've been able to talk to several jurors. And a lot of jurors have their minds made up, even sometimes after opening statements, after a certain witness testified. So closing arguments are very key, because that's the last time these jurors hear from the attorneys. The prosecution gets to go first. The defense gets to put on their closing argument. And at the end, because the state has the burden of proof, under the law, they get to go last. So the last words they hear is from the prosecutor, because it's the burden of. So these closing arguments are very key, because jurors are human. They get tired, they get fatigued, and their brains, they forget things, even though they're supposed to take notes. It's hard for any human being to stay all day listening to testimony over and over again. So that's why you hear a lot of repetitive notes and repetitive talk from each attorney, either self-defense or the prosecution saying attacking, because they want to hammer home into the jurors' heads these key elements, because they know that they're human, things people forget. But when they go back in the jury room, these key elements are in their head, so that way they'll either vote for the way of the prosecution or the defense. So closing arguments are always key, because that's the last things they hear before going into that jury room with their 12 members sitting around each other.
Now, let's just touch on that quickly too, Ben. As you mentioned, 12 members of the jury going to be the ones making this decision. So there were 6 names that were pulled out of, they even had like a bucket where they pulled the numbers of those jurors out. And then those 6, they aren't being let out of the courtroom, but they're not part of that decision making. How do you think they feel about being in a trial for 2 full weeks and then they don't take part in the deliberations?
They're a little sad about that, because they know that they were here for 2 whole weeks, but you never know. If a juror gets sick and they can't go ahead and deliberate, they will pick one of those other alternate jurors and replace one of the alternates with a juror who can't come back again. The reason why they have so many alternates, because this is a big trial, it's a big high profile trial, and you don't want to miss trial because some of the jurors cannot make it to trial. Things happen. Jurors are human. They have lives. They get sick. Their family members get sick. So that's why they have so many alternates. But yeah, those 6 alternates who are not there, they wish they were in there. But usually a lot of times after questioning the alternates, a lot of the alternates have the same feelings as the ones who were there too. But we'll only see, time will tell whether or not these 12 right now will stay there, or whether or not they'll have to bring an alternate if somebody gets sick or can't make it.
And what I know it's hard to predict, because deliberations really can take, a few hours up to days. What are your thoughts, Ben, on how long you think this may take for a decision to be made in this group?
A lot depends on what these jurors are all coming to the consensus. The thing about a criminal case is this: you have to have unanimous decision in order to say guilty or not guilty. So each and every juror has to agree. So you have to have every single 12 members agree. However, if one person doesn't agree or holds out on whether the decision is, the case could go on until Wednesday, Thursday, maybe even Friday. So my prediction, there's a lot of counts here. There's a lot of evidence, and these jurors are going back, looking at all the evidence for the past 2 weeks of this trial, and we might have something either tonight, tomorrow, or at least Thursday, you would think. But there's a lot of evidence here. I'll be surprised if they all can agree this quickly based upon all the testimony.
Right. And it seems like outside of the courtroom, you see a lot of different groups and people on multiple sides of the issue. Obviously, as we talked about, that noise, that pressure outside of the courtroom, hopefully it doesn't weigh on those jurors during their deliberations, because what it really comes down to is the facts and how they interpreted those facts. Isn't that correct?
Yes, jurors are not supposed to use any outside influence, anything that can scare them. They can only use the facts of what they heard in that courtroom. So whatever facts and testimony they heard and evidence, that's the only thing they're supposed to go by when they just make the decision. So protesting on the outside, when they go to the courtroom, all that other stuff is extraneous, even though we know that it could affect them. But when they're in those room, when they're deciding this case, they can only use the facts and the law, and hopefully they can do that and come up to their decision without any distractions.
And finally, Ben, just want to ask you, anything in these past 2 weeks, anything from, from testimony all the way to the closing arguments, anything really stand out to you that you think these jury members are going to be using as part of their deliberations to drive home their point of view?
The key element in this case was when Kyle Rittenhouse took the stand. That is very rare in a criminal defense trial when the defendant takes the stand. So those 12 jurors are going to weigh heavily on what Kyle Rittenhouse said. They were looking at him. Of course, we saw that he cried. So was he sympathetic? They're going to judge him on that. They're going to listen to every single word he said. And another key element is the people who were shot. The people who were shot and the other witnesses who were there, they're going to listen and go back to their notes and see if those notes match up. And the video. One thing about trials is people can exaggerate, witnesses can exaggerate, defendants can exaggerate, prosecutors, defense attorneys, we can all talk. However, the video, that's real evidence. The video doesn't lie, and any person with common sense can look at a video and make their own decision without being influenced by any witnesses or attorneys. So the video evidence is a key factor in this trial.
Right, and there certainly was plenty of it that got presented to those jury members, so hopefully they've been able to make some notes and also keep track of everything that they were shown. They definitely will have a lot of evidence that they'll need to be going through when they're conducting these deliberations. So we do appreciate you helping break it all down. Again, Attorney Ben Taylor here with us on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all of the insight you've given us here into the courtroom and even outside of the courtroom today.
Yeah, anytime. Thank you for having me.
And we will continue to keep an eye on Kenosha. As we mentioned, many of those demonstrators, protesters on the steps of the courthouse can be heard inside of the courtrooms as well. Going back out to that live picture just to show you, we do still have many crowds out there. We'll see how long it will take for this jury to decide on all of these charges that Kyle Rittenhouse has against him. And of course, keep you up to date on the latest, not only happening in the courtroom, but also outside in the Kenosha community. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. We'll be continuing to show you some highlights of what happened in these past 2 weeks in that Kenosha courtroom. More to come again in just 2 minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Again, a live look outside of the Kenosha County Courthouse, where we do have jury deliberations underway in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Some demonstrators say they're worried about Kenosha, but already the Wisconsin governor has called upon the National Guard to be on standby. So if local law enforcement does feel like they need some additional help, it will be available to them. But while we continue to keep our eyes on these different live pictures, not only coming from the outside of the courtroom, we do also have a live picture from inside of the courtroom as well. You're seeing that seal inside of the courtroom. If there's any movement, I saw that the camera moved for a quick second, but then went back to the seal. We'll be on top of always the latest happening. But I do want to let our viewers know, we want to, of course, show you some of those highlights that happened just yesterday during those closing arguments. Going to be going to the defense team as they just had stepped up to the podium to start their closing argument. We're going to be listening into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Showing you a snippet of State's Exhibit 18, which Mr. Binger just spent 3 or 4 minutes showing that Mr. Rosenbaum wasn't around. And my client couldn't know that he wraps his head in orange. Chain, bag, orange. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had this video almost as long as they've had this video. But Mr. Binger will use this video to lie to your faces and tell you that Kyle Rittenhouse was taking advantage of the situation.
I object, Your Honor.
It's in the picture.
It's argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not a game. It is my client's life. We don't play fast and loose with the facts, pretending that Mr. Rosenbaum was Citizen A #1 guy. He was a bad man. He was there. He was causing trouble. He was a rioter. And my client had to deal with him that night alone. When I say that the truth matters and this is not a game, what do I mean by that? Mr. Binger is the one who put on the Kandari brothers. The reason he put them on, in spite of what he might say today, is because he wanted you, now 18, soon to be 12 people, to say, gosh, that kid just went to that place and just protected it. He wasn't asked. He was asked. Mr. Kandari's asked Nick. Nick got a group of people to go down there. The people from West Bend came. Provocation, another thing. Think back on November 2nd, when this case started. Did you hear one word out of Mr. Binger's mouth about provocation? You didn't, because it was never said. But when his case explodes in his face, now he comes out with provocation. That was opening. And most importantly, in opening, quoting from Mr. Binger's first paragraph of his opening statement on November 2nd, 2021. This occurred after the defendant chased down Mr. Rosenbaum and confronted him while yielding an AR-14. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the videos. Mr. Rosenbaum sees, and I'll show you the video in my closing argument. You'll see Mr. Rosenbaum take off when he sees my client coming along with the Zeminskis to set up the ambush of my client. Provocation? I don't think so. The things that I just pointed out to you, why is that a problem? Because 1, he's lying, 2, he's misrepresenting, or he wasn't prepared when he started this trial, and his closing argument has been a change to try and fit what has come out. Remember how when he was talking, there's no proof that the Rosenbaum and Zeminski knew each other? Maybe they did know each other that night, but they were together throughout the night. You see them together in pictures wreaking havoc in this city. And now we have the magic pixel camera that brings forth his provocation. I'm going to go through the charges and we'll talk about each one of them. Then I'll go through the witnesses, and hopefully I'll bring it home in an honest and forthright fashion. Count 1, reckless homicide. My client shot Joseph Rosenbaum. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, there was nothing reckless about my client's conduct that day in regards to Mr. Rosenbaum. Mr. Rosenbaum was coming at him. My client ran from him, retreated, which is not needed, continues to run. The plastic bag is thrown, the metallic plastic bag. Kyle doesn't know what it is at that time. It causes him to turn and look over his shoulder, pointing the gun in that direction. Mr. Rosenbaum, is he dissuaded by that? No, he is not. He continues running and advancing on my client. That whole time, the state doesn't say anything about Mr. Zeminski firing the shot, Mr. Zeminski having his gun out. Think of the circumstances as they existed at 11:50 on August 25th of 2020. He runs through that parking lot. He continues running on. He turns as he comes into that box canyon with the cars, the van, and I believe it's a Pepsi machine, and he turns because he has no place else to go. I'll show you the Zanine video later on. What's important about the Zanine video, you see that mob of people destroying the cars at Car Source 3, which Mr. Binger doesn't want my client to go and try to protect, even though he was asked by those individuals to protect that property. Nick Smith called him, hey, they're bashing up the cars and starting fires. Go down there. He goes down there. He has as much right to go there as anybody else in the city of Kenosha and be unmolested by the likes of Joseph Rosenbaum, Kelly, and Joshua Zeminski. And Mr. Binger says, oh, we'll get the Zeminskis later. Well, ladies and gentlemen, last time I checked, this is still United States of America, and he has the burden of proof. If he wants you guys to believe that my client pointed a gun at him, call the Zeminskis. Put him on the witness stand, ask him questions, and let me or Mr. Sharafi cross-examine him. That's how we do things in a court of law, but not in Mr. Binger's court. He says, I'm blaming the victim. As a defense lawyer, I might get accused of that more than some other people. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rosenbaum was shot because he was chasing my client and going to kill him, take his gun, and carry out the threats he made. And Mr. Binger wants to make a big hullabaloo about the shot in the back. Remember his opening statement? He shot him in the back. And that's why I'm sitting here in front of the jury like this. Did he shoot him here? Did he shoot him there? Because of the way the bullet went in and where the bullet ended up in the hip, you know full well that the individual, and I asked the doctor, is on a horizontal plane. What is that horizontal plane consistent of? Somebody leaping, lunging at my client. And we know how close Mr. Rosenbaum was to my client. The furthest he could have been when it started, the first shot, 4 feet with the stipling. We know that his hand was on the gun. Mr. Binger wants you to believe that that was just happenstance and accident. Come on, people. Physical evidence does not lie. Use your common sense and good judgment. He talks about Mr. Rosenbaum just somehow ending up down at the riots. Remember that? Mr. Rosenbaum, according to the testimony, walked from the bus center 4 miles out to Ms. Swartz's house, and then he couldn't stay there for some reason, and 4 miles all the way back. That's not just ending up. That's going someplace with a purpose, and throughout the night you saw his purpose. And there was more than one piece of testimony about Mr. Rosenbaum, whether it was a hospital or whether or not it was a jail. Remember that? And there was testimony regarding his medication. Ms. Swartz said we couldn't get medication because the Walgreens were all boarded up. She said, the hospital said, they gave him his medication. So whatever facility gave him his medication. Mr. Binger, the man with the burden of proof, why didn't he bring in a hospital or a jail to prove that Mr. Rosenbaum was properly medicated? He'd been off his medications, according to Ms. Swart, for 7 to 10 days. We know that he was acting like somebody who wasn't on their proper medication. He was not acting normal. Next. Richard McGinnis. Reckless. And here, Mr. McGinnis, I'd like to talk about, because the self-defense does not go to Mr. McGinnis, but if Kyle was privileged in exercising self-defense against Mr. Rosenbaum, it carries over to the endangering count of Mr. McGinnis. And Mr. McGinnis, specifically, if the defendant, and I'm reading directly from an instruction, page 9, second full paragraph, which you will be given, if the defendant was acting lawfully in self-defense, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. That is Mr. McGinnis. Ladies and gentlemen, when my client shot Joseph Rosenbaum, he feared for his life. He feared because of the prior threats, the prior statements, and the violent acts that had been witnessed by my client. Mr. McGinnis, as a witness, I think he helped us more than he hurt us. He talked about, and this was on cross for Mr. Binger, how do you know what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking? He goes, I don't, but I know he yelled, fuck you, and then lunged at Kyle Rittenhouse. Why is he yelling the F you? Situation over his head, thinking, as he said before chasing him, you won't do shit, MFer, to my client. Well, he was wrong. He states Kyle did not know that he was there, meaning Richard McGinnis. He's a citizen journalist who was running along with his hand in his phone in his hand up in the air in to get a story. My client is not responsible for endangering him when he runs into danger. Plus, the instruction says that if he was privileged as to Rosenbaum, he's privileged as to count 2, Mr. McGinnis. Count 3, jump kick man. The uncomplaining, unidentified witness in count 3. There will be some video later on when I'm going through some of that. You'll see, and I ask you to pay attention. The state has said he's not kicking him. He doesn't hit him. When you watch the video, and it'll be in slow motion, watch where his foot goes, watch what happens to Kyle's head. The force of him kicking him in the face spins his body 180 degrees around. And then it's on. Huber coming in from behind, hitting him in the neck with the skateboard. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see throughout event number 2, and this is the beginning of it, is individuals working in a mob. They don't know what happened at Car Source 3, event number 1. But somebody said, hey, he shot somebody. Doesn't know that he was being chased by a crazy person. But they're going to get their licks in on Kyle Rittenhouse, or, as they perceive him, somebody from the other side who has been putting out their fires, causing problems for them, stopping them from wreaking havoc in Kenosha like they did the night before. And ladies and gentlemen, the standard is likely to cause death or great bodily harm.
And we have been listening to some of the recap from yesterday's closing arguments there presented by the defense. And we are currently still on a verdict watch, and we will continue to bring you the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. We apologize for some strong language that was still in there from the closing arguments, and we'll do better the next time there. All right, so right now, we continue to await here what the verdict will do. We'll have much more coverage coming up in just 2 minutes here for some of you, going on a quick 2-minute break.
Is likely to cause a serious injury. Did my client suffer a debilitating injury as a result of that? No, but that's not the standard. Mr. Huber, he's a rioter, pushing a dumpster lit on fire, going to the barricades to pick up pepper balls, throw them back, pointing his middle finger at the police. He's assisting Rosenbaum at the gas station, hits Rittenhouse 2 times with the skateboard, and attempts to disarm him. You'll see it all in the slow motion video later on. And Kyle Rittenhouse is running away from Anthony Huber. The state wants to call my client an active shooter. And the reason they want to do that is because of the loaded connotations of that word. Everyone has heard of the theater killings, the school shootings, and things like that. Ask yourself, the definition of an active shooter is somebody with a plan to inflict multiple casualties, usually out of anger or animus towards a group. This case, what caused Kyle Rittenhouse to shoot somebody? Joseph Rosenbaum. He runs after shooting Joseph Rosenbaum for almost 2 blocks before scene number 2. Mr. Binger makes a big thing about Kyle Rittenhouse not staying around Car Source 3 after the shooting. Ladies and gentlemen, if Kyle Rittenhouse had stayed at Car Source 3, all that would have happened is it would have made the police have an easier job, because scene 1 and scene 2 would have been put in the same location. My client ran 2 blocks without shooting at anyone, pointing at anyone, doing anything to try and get away. He tells the individuals he's going to the police, and he's running in that direction when he stopped. He's hit in the head with a hand with a rock in it, knocking his hat off. Mr. Binger says, oh, he just knocked his hat off. I don't think that individual was trying to steal Mr. Rittenhouse's hat. He was trying to take his head off. Who comes in next? Anthony Huber, for the first time. Hits him. Opening statement, Mr. Binger, was he takes a swing at him. Now it's he blocked, because we took the videotape and lightened it up. Huber strikes him in the head and arm the first time. Jump kick man comes in, kicks him in the face, spins his body 180 degrees, and Anthony Huber comes in for the second lick to the shoulder neck area, trying to take his head off. And when he does that, his other hand goes grabbing for the gun, his bare hand onto the gun and pulling it away from Kyle Rittenhouse. Mr. Binger wants Kyle to sit there and hope and pray to God his strap works, and Anthony Huber can't get the gun. We don't know that. We'll never know that as he's running away from him. A shot as the gun is being separated from his body, and you'll see the butt way far away when the shot is finally fired. Even Gage Grosskreutz said he was concerned about the blows that Jump Kick Man and Anthony Huber were inflicting on Kyle's head. That's probably the only thing I agree with Mr. Grosskreutz. Gage Grosskreutz. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that what Kyle did under those facts and circumstances was unreasonable, that he was not entitled to self-defense. Consider all the events that had occurred that evening. Him being attacked, kicked in the head, hit in the head with a skateboard, other individuals running up on him, and now Mr. Grosskreutz runs up on him. And the first action of Mr. Grosskreutz, and I'll go through the video later, is really he's running in, the hand is coming up, and the gunshot with Huber goes off. And the natural reaction is the flinch. He covers up. And then he pulls his hands up. And as he's standing with his hands up, look, he's not gripping the gun anymore in a pistol grip. Hands apart, hands up. And as he comes in to finish the job, the hand is on the gun going for Mr. Rittenhouse. And he says it's an involuntary movement. The shot comes before it gets directly to his head, but the motion is coming, the shot, and it continues on with that momentum. Enough momentum to go through the bullet and point directly at Kyle's head. Does Kyle fire again? No, he doesn't.
And we were listening to some of the highlights there from yesterday in the closing arguments there, and we've been showing you the prosecution, now the defense, and we'll continue to have you covered right here on this verdict watch for Kyle Rittenhouse. But let's go out live right now to Kenosha, right outside of the courthouse there. This is where we find Bill Miston with the very latest, as now the jury has the case, and it got off to a really unique start.
Good morning here from Kenosha, Wisconsin. That's right. The homicide case now in the hands of 12 members of the jury. 20 people were originally impaneled for this case, the case that lasted more than 2 weeks now until closing arguments yesterday. The jurors returning this morning to ultimately be selected, and the numbers of the jurors put into a lottery-style drum, and actually Kyle Rittenhouse seated at the defense table, a staffer rotating the drum, and Rittenhouse drawing out 6 slips of paper. There were 18 jurors that remained throughout the entirety of the trial. 6 ultimately dismissed, with the remaining 12 selected to go into deliberation. While it's common in Wisconsin to have judges, clerks do the selection if there have been more than 12 jurors impaneled, longtime observers of Judge Bruce Schrader's court say it's common for him to have the defendant do the selection. Now, the jury is made up of 7 women and 5 men, and 1 person of color selected in the final jury. Those 6 jurors that were dismissed, they will ultimately still remain if there's a need for them to be called back for whatever reason. Now, during the first week of the trial, a male juror was dismissed for making an off-color joke about the police shooting of Jacob Blake, a black man whose shooting was what prompted the numbers of protests and unrest here in Kenosha that ultimately brought Kyle Rittenhouse here to Kenosha armed with a semi-automatic AR-15 rifle and shooting 3 people, killing 2 of them. And what ultimately led to the charges against him, his defense team saying that Rittenhouse was here trying to help people, and ultimately it was a matter of self-defense in this case. The defense was the prosecution was ultimately left with trying to undermine that self-defense argument and trying to portray Rittenhouse as the aggressor and that he was a chaos tourist here in Kenosha that night in August of last year. And it's unclear how long jurors may be deliberating this case. There are a lot of options for them, as there are alternate lesser charges that they could consider as a verdict if they acquit Rittenhouse on some of the more serious charges, if those charges were not a matter of self-defense. So a lot to be watching here in Kenosha. All eyes are here on Kenosha as we await the verdict from that jury.
Bill Miston reporting live for us on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And, of course, we will be with you every step of the way here in this trial as we are currently on verdict watch. And we'll be having a much more coverage right here on Live Now from Fox when we come back. Some of you will be hitting that 2-minute break.
Actions likely to cause death or great bodily harm. And he is coming in with a loaded Glock. And we asked Mr. Gage Groskwitz about it. He wouldn't even admit that there was one in the chamber. That's why we had to put on the officer to talk about the unfired shell casing. Lukowski talked about clearing the weapon and a live round coming out. Because Groskwitz won't say anything that puts him in a bad light. Groskwitz, the person who has 10 million reasons to lie. And we all know he did lie, because he never gave a new interview after giving his statement saying he dropped his gun going down the street. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the charges. Those are a synopsis of the charges. As I stated, the burden is on the state, and they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that my client did not have the right to self-defense. Kyle, as he sits here, is presumed innocent of all charges. If there is any reasonable hypothesis to reconcile with Kyle's innocence, that is what you are to choose. Remember, when looking at the burden of proof, they have it. Think about some of the things, the shoddy investigation, the rush to judgment from the Kenosha District Attorney's Office, the Zeminskis not being called as witnesses. They have the burden of proof. We don't. They want it to be that Kyle was out there doing something improper. Kyle was a 17-year-old kid out there trying to help this community. He was asked to provide help in protecting property at the car sources. It started, and he did it. He did provide aid, and he was asking if anybody needed aid. Whether somebody chooses to accept that aid, that's on them. But Mr. Binger wants to poo-poo his sincere belief that he's helping people because he borrowed bandages from Dominic Black, and I think he might have borrowed something from Lukowski also. But in the picture, when the Kandiri poses with all the people who are going to protect his property, there's Kyle's big orange gator box. He's got his pack on, filled with things, and he's willing to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle was not an active shooter. That is a buzzword that the state wants to lash onto because it excuses the actions of that mob on the 25th of 2020. Whenever Kyle was there, he reacted to people attacking him. There's numerous times, and you'll see him on the video, he does not shoot. He runs 2 blocks from 63rd to 61st Scene 2 without firing his weapon. Individual hits him in the back of the head. He does not turn around to address that threat. Huber takes a swing at him with the skateboard like that. Kyle blocks, and the skateboard's knocked out of his hand. He doesn't turn around and shoot him. He keeps running and falls from the 2 hits. He's run that far, and yet somehow he just fell over on his own. As soon as he's on the ground, they're there attacking him. And you see the people the law of self-defense. You've seen it, you've heard it. Now I'm going to go through the witnesses. Oh. Dominic Black, first witness, charged by Mr. Binger for providing the gun to my client. 2 counts, looking at up to 6 years in prison. His case has been adjourned so that he can help the state. I don't think he helped the state that much. I think he was a pretty truthful witness, all in all. He told them about Kyle there to help people, that they had permission from the Kandiris, that he saw Kyle help the woman with the foot, help the person with the hand. Mr. Binger wants to just say, oh, that doesn't matter. If it wasn't Kyle, it would have been somebody else. The point is, he was there and he did it. There was no pointing by Kyle of any laser sight. There was no ability for Kyle or him to point laser sights at anyone because their guns didn't have the type of optics that did that. He said Kyle was there to help. The only person helping was Kyle. And he can say what he wants about whether or not he let Kyle take the gun or not take the gun. He never told him not to. He went to the location with him. They bought straps at Jelensky's together. He's trying to cover his butt a little bit. The guns were there and they took them. They took the guns, as he said, to deter people attacking them. He saw Kyle at the end, sweating, was in shock, and said that he shot someone, he had to do it. That is Dominic Black. Corey Washington saw the rioters breaking up concrete at the church parking lot, described Rosenbaum as erratic, stated the crowd was suspicious. I don't know what that means. One of the things that I thought was strange was the night before they were burning garbage trucks, but they only burnt the old ones. I think that tells you something about his point of view, that there's a certain amount of property damage that is justified and okay. Kenosha was using those garbage trucks that the rioters lit on fire, and nothing regarding property destruction was going to do anything to help Jacob Blake. We also learned that Kyle Rittenhouse smokes cigarettes and that he has an affinity for the Dinosaur Museum. Detective Howard, ladies and gentlemen, Detective Howard's testimony and Detective Antaramian's testimony is the stuff of what reasonable doubt is made of. 2 detectives, both lead officers on this case. They've sat through every minute of this trial, and their opinions of the actions of Mr. Rosenbaum from testimony, videos, couldn't be more diametrically opposed. Detective Howard, on cross-examination, knew that the guy was hiding in the car and jumped out from behind the car and began chasing Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh boy, that's not good for the state's case. So there's the old chit-chat between Mr. Howard and Mr. Antaramian and the prosecutors after, and all of a sudden we've come up with the new theory. And you heard the new theory, that he raised the gun and that's what's on the video. Could I have the firearm, please? Told me he checked it.
He checked it?
He told me he checked it.
Okay. When? Before lunch. After lunch? Before lunch. Check it again.
Think about when Kyle Rittenhouse is firing the gun, when he's seen holding the gun throughout the events of the 25th. Shouldering the gun, and I'm not going to bring it all the way up to my shoulder, to the right shoulder, which would be a stance like this. The reason I objected in his closing argument is because that's not the way he was standing. If he's standing like this is right-handed, pointing the gun this way, up at the ready, his back would be to the drone footage. In the drone footage, you see the arm. It would be somebody having to hold the gun left-handed. This is a right-handed firearm. If this gun is brought up to his face and it is pulled back, the shell casing, hot, and the fire that ejects it is going to be going right into Kyle's face. The photograph I'll talk about later. You don't see the straps on his shirt. It didn't happen the way he said. It doesn't happen the way in the...
We were listening to some of the closing arguments there from the defense there. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you, but this is right outside of the courthouse there in Kenosha as people coming on the steps right there as we are in verdict watch. When we come back here to Live Now from Fox, we will have an update on what city officials may be doing as the verdict will be coming down. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Burden of proof, once again. The telephones, the searching of telephones with search warrants, the subpoenaing of records. I have no problem with that. It's good police work. But when you pick and choose and you make favorites, it's not. My client testified, and I'll say it this way, the detective testified that my client's phone was sent to the FBI. It was unsearchable because of the operating system. The FBI and the federal government had not cracked it yet. We found out about that. We had nothing to hide. Here's the numbers. Search the phone as long as we're given a simultaneous copy. So we have what you have. We can have our experts look at it. They can have their experts look at it. So we know that there isn't anything added or deleted. We did that. We gave that to the state. If we had something to hide, they never would have gotten in that phone. They took the phone, they made a copy, they searched it. Lo and behold, nothing of an incriminating nature in it, nothing militia, white supremacist, any of that. Gage Groskowitz, different story. They had a valid search warrant for it. The only search warrant that these guys have never not executed when it's sitting right in front of them. Not just that, but Mr. Groskowitz could have consented to them going in the phone. If he has nothing to hide, why not? Why not let them look in the phone? And let's take common sense and judgment one step further. Police officers get search warrants. They execute the search warrant. Sometimes somebody feels as though their rights have been violated and it gets litigated in a court of law. If it was illegal, the information in that search warrant never comes out in court. If it's legal, after a judge has said there were no rights violated, it comes in evidence. What was Mr. Groskowitz afraid of? Why wouldn't the state execute the search warrant, let Mr. Groskowitz and his attorney object, file a motion and say you can't go in my phone? Let the judge decide, not the person who's prosecuting and protecting Mr. Groskowitz. Come on, people. Mr. Groskowitz has 10 million reasons for not wanting somebody to go on his phone. The timing with the detectives and some of their actions, I think, are very important. They get down to Antioch at about 3:30 in the morning of the 26th, less than 4 hours after this happens. By 6 o'clock, 6:30, given the benefit of the doubt, Kyle Rittenhouse is under arrest for first-degree murder. There's not been any autopsy done. There haven't been any witness statements taken. They've got 2 or 3 videos. The bullets, I should say it this way, all of the bullets have not even been picked up from Car Source at this point. But they're willing to make a decision. And were they under pressure? I'm sure they were. They're afraid that there's going to be another night of looting, destruction, OSHA, because of this happening and the way the word got out. He traveled across state lines. He was here. He brought his AR with him. The AR was here. He was a white supremacist looking for trouble. Nothing. Nothing. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, when we picked you guys as jurors, we asked you if you could decide based upon the evidence that happens in the courtroom. Not what you'd heard before, not all of the lies and untruths that have been put out in the media. I heard one guy say, my client discharged the gun 60 times. Ladies and gentlemen, what's happening in court is what you decide the truth on. He was charged on the 27th. Still, they didn't have the information, the autopsy's final, anything like that. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a rush to judgment. Richie McGinnis, I talked about earlier, citizen journalists. Mr. Binger talked about him seeing guns. But remember the cross of Mr. McGinnis. Guns are not legal in Portland, Washington, or DC or New York. They're not allowed on the streets. You can be arrested. There are state laws. And ladies and gentlemen, the gun in this case is no longer an issue. Whether or not it was a dangerous weapon as it applies to the charges is. But my client is no longer charged with minor in possession of a firearm. But he needs his AR-15 and the assault weapon and the fear that goes with that to try and bring home an unjust guilty verdict. Ryan Balch had never met Kyle Rittenhouse before the evening hours of the 25th, has never spoken to him or known him after. And yet the state wants you to believe he made up something about a threat to kill. Why? What's in it for him? The threat. If I get either of you alone, I will kill you. That is a threat with a statement and a promise. And lo and behold, the chance presented itself to Mr. Rosenbaum, and he attempted to execute it. And I don't for a minute believe that he would have done it if it was Mr. Balch, who's much bigger than my client, muscular, well-built, and much more assertive and forceful. Rosenbaum, like any, as he referred to him, I don't even know what he called him, a rag doll, whatever, but the little guy who gets beat up likes to go after the next littlest guy. He saw Kyle alone, and that's what he chose to. Or he could have been mistaken and thinking it was the other person at the ultimate that he went after and had to be held back. They were dressed very similarly, baseball caps, mask, and the only difference was the difference between shorts and a long pants. I can't answer that. Mr. Rosenbaum at this point, I guess, can't either. But you see Mr. Rosenbaum right around the time in question at that location, menacing with his chain. I'm going to finally get this right. I skipped. That's Mr. Balch. I talked about him going on. Ms. Amber Rasmussen, she was the DNA expert. What I say to you is DNA is an incredibly useful tool, but DNA is only as useful as what you put into it. And if DNA shows anything, it shows that it's not proof positive in this case. We know in hearing from Dr. Kelly that he most probably touched the gun. It was a contact wound is the way he described it. And we know through the videos, Huber touched the gun with his bare hand, and yet no DNA was found on that gun. So don't let your eyes deceive you. Don't let the physical evidence be discounted because of what she said. The end of that barrel was not swabbed. And we know he had to be at the end of the barrel, or it would have had the soot on all of the fingers. Jason Lukowski, thought was an interesting witness. He was the Marine who put the phrase, shout, shove, show, shoot. And I asked him about that, and I don't for a minute disbelieve that that's the Marines' rule. Is there any retreat in there? And he said no. He looked at me like I was stupid. The reason he looked like that was because they don't retreat. Yet Kyle Rittenhouse did retreat. He tried getting.
And we've been listening right now to some of the defense team put together the closing arguments from yesterday. Just want to take you out live right now, full here, right outside of the courthouse here as the jury continues to deliberate. And we're getting a joint press release about from the police about how they will treat the verdict when it comes down here. So I want to just go to that right here for you full. This is from the Kenosha Sheriff Department and Kenosha Police Department putting out this joint statement saying, the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department and Kenosha Police Department understand and recognize the anxiety surrounding the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. There are many questions being asked from our community as well as media outlets. Our departments have worked together and made coordinated efforts over the last year